To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council and the Successor Agency, Housing Authority, Parking Authority, and Youth Endowment Services Fund Board on Tuesday, January 28th, 2025. And if you're wondering, all of those are us up here. Please join me for a moment of reflection, and this moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, Madam City Clerk.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
How are you tonight?
I'm terrific. How are you?
Great. Couldn't be better.
Okay.
All right. Please conduct the roll.
Councilmember Anthony,
I took the stairs today and I'm here, present.
Councilmember Mullins,
Here.
Councilmember Rosati,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Takahashi,
Here.
and Mayor Perez.
I took the elevator, but I'm here.
Thank you.
All right. Today, there will be 2 periods of public comment. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and must submit cards or call before the general public comment period begins. If you want to speak and you haven't submitted the card, now is your time to do so. The first comment period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and/or the agenda item. If you are here in person and wish to speak during general public comment, you should have submitted a yellow comment card. If you'd like to participate over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Again, that's 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in the queue until the general public comment period begins, at which time no additional callers will be accepted. An additional public comment period will be available following the report to council this evening. We also have interpreters available here in the front row. If you could both raise your hands. Thank you. And they are able to assist with Spanish and Armenian this evening. I have received word that we may have some need for interpreters, so if you do need an interpreter, they are here in the front row. Please see them before the public comment period if you are in need of services. All right, we have 4 announcements this evening.
The following are announcements for January 28th, 2025. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is currently accepting applications for a vacancy on the Infrastructure Oversight Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to apply is Friday, February 14th at 5 p.m. If interested, please apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. Volunteers are needed for the homeless count in Burbank at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, February 18th. Facilitated by the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, this point-in-time count is a visual snapshot of the number of people experiencing homelessness in Burbank. Volunteers may register by visiting theycountwillyou.org. For more information, contact the Burbank Homeless Team at 818-238-5182. Burbank Water and Power is seeking community feedback about the time limits at public EV chargers. If you drive a plug-in vehicle, please take this short survey to help improve Burbank's EV charging experience. Access the survey at surveymonkey.com/r/BWP-EV survey or scan the QR code. Sign up for the city's emergency response system, Alert Burbank, at readyburbank.org and receive timely notifications in the event of an emergency and critical information. Stay safe, Burbank. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right, we have some wonderful presentations tonight, and the first one is a presentation of a proclamation declaring January 20th, 2025 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day here in the city of Burbank. You know, on January 20th, I had the wonderful opportunity to present this proclamation that I will read momentarily at a truly inspiring community event hosted by our own BHRC. And if you haven't met them, they are phenomenal. The Burbank Human Relations Council, they do a lot of work to support our community and keep our values at the top of the agenda. And I'm honored to read the proclamation tonight at our council meeting. And I'm really grateful for the amazing youth that they honored at this event. We have a lot of amazing high schoolers, middle schoolers in our community who wrote some very moving pieces and who also are working on some really amazing service projects to help folks in need, especially those helping our fire victims in the LA area. So big shout out to those folks who are really living the words of Dr. King and doing service. All right, so while the fire truck passes, here is the proclamation. Whereas the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was born in Atlanta, Georgia on January 15, 1929, was ordained a Baptist minister at the age of 19, and rose to national prominence as a leader of the American Civil Rights Movement in the 1950s and 60s. And whereas Dr. King's leadership will and compassion at civil protests throughout our nation inspired millions to believe in his dream for an America in which all her countrymen are treated equally and justly. And whereas people everywhere continue to look to Dr. King's example as a model in human relations, and his role in the struggle for civil rights has persisted since his assassination in 1968 and will continue until his vision of universal freedom, equality, and justice is finally realized. Now, therefore, I, Nikki Perez, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim January 20th, 2025 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the City of Burbank, and encourage my fellow residents to reflect on the principles of racial equality and nonviolent social change espoused by Dr. King. Thank you all, and thank you again to the Burbank Human Relations Council. Our second presentation this evening is for the graduates of the city's Burbank Waste Warriors program. The Burbank Waste Warriors program is an intensive training program for folks who want to learn more about zero waste concepts and how to engage with their community, improve the environment, and shape the future. Thank you all for setting a positive example and generously giving your time. You are helping to make Burbank a regenerative and more environmentally responsible community. And if you haven't met her yet, our city's own Leslie Knope, Ms. Amy Hames.
Thank you so much, Mayor Perez. So tonight, as she has mentioned, we are honoring the graduates of the Burbank Recycle Center's 2024 Waste Warriors training. The first thing Waste Warriors learn is that when we throw something away, There is no such thing as a way because our waste has to go somewhere. Through class lectures, guest speakers, field trips, and hands-on experience, the residents who finish the program gain valuable insights in not just recycling, but reducing their overall waste footprint through reuse, refuse, repair, sharing with others, salvage, composting, consumer advocacy, as well as teaching others in their community what they learned. Some of our waste warriors went on to create their own projects within their workplace or their children's schools and formed green committees in their film industry unions, while others contributed to existing programs or volunteered for local nonprofits. Many were inspired to continue their waste reduction learning journey with college classes on resource management, and some even changed their careers entering the waste management field. So inadvertently, we're also recruiting good people into our industry. So I just want to just thank everybody because not only do they learn, I learn from them, and they provide amazing volunteerism in our community. They help me with my job, and I couldn't do it without them. In fact, I always joke around when I solicit help, I say, here comes the bat signal, and they always help. So I thank you so much, guys, for all your help. So anyway, just wanted to just say we are continuing the program. We have just started our 2025 class, which is our 9th cohort. So it's very exciting how many people have come through this program, and it shows. So anyway, without further ado, let's start the acknowledgement. All right. So, yes, you can. Yeah, thank you. All right. The first is Adrian DeLeon. Right. Amelia Steele. Yep. And you go to the other side. Angie Park. Claudia Niss. Diane Beekman. Grace Liu. Indu Malhotra. Jason Rojas. Karen Hansen. Mara Gannett. Nagesh Malhotra, the husband and wife duo. Nicole Robiton. Rita Carrillo. I missed you. Marla Padilla. And the last in our group, certainly not the least, Terry Friedman.
Scooch on in. Let's have our taller folks back. Let's try and make 2 rows. So,
Probably a lot easier to see.
This is the first time I've been considered taller.
Yeah, you're in the back because you're tall.
That is the first time in my life.
waist warriors on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much. I'd have you come someday.
Thank you to everybody who took the time for this program. And as Amy has shared with me, it's rigorous. It's not easy, especially that first Saturday. And thank you for what you do. A lot of you folks have really taken this into your workplaces, into what you do, and it's become a lifestyle, and you're showing the rest of us how to really incorporate in what we do. Thank you for the tour of EcoSet. It was very wonderful, and I hope to learn more from all of you. So thank you. All right, next we have a fun presentation of our certificates of recognition to the winners of the 2024, Our Burbank Holiday Decorating Contest. For those of you who may not know, Our Burbank is a group of community volunteers who work with the Public Information Office to encourage and provide civic involvement and pride in our community. The Holiday Decorating Contest, while it feels like it was forever ago now, is always so much fun. Burbank loves decorating for all of the holidays, and I'm honored to present our winners tonight. So, Brianna, thank you for helping me here from PIO. I will call the winners forward, and then she will hand you your certificate. All right. For our Burbank Volunteer Liaison, we have Katie Massa. Surprise. All right, our youth winner is Hudson and Margot Doss, our siblings. Congratulations. I love your outfit. All right, our business winner, Catalina Perez from Four Corners Custom Framing on Magnolia. She's not present tonight, but let's give her a round of applause anyways. Our third place winner for the residential category is Diego Linares. Our second place winner for the residential category is Alan Faulkner. And drum roll, please. Our first place winner is Natalie Escobar and her son, Alexander. All right, let's have a group picture, and then we'll see a lovely slideshow of the work these folks have done. All right, we now have a slideshow of the winning homes and businesses, so let us play that slideshow so everybody can see.
When you hear voices singing, let's be jolly, deck the halls with boughs of holly, rocking around the Christmas tree, have a happy holiday. Everyone dancing now.
All right. Thank you all for your hard work and for bringing us some much needed holiday cheer. And if you are around and about during the holidays, Halloween and Christmas, don't forget that there's a decorating contest for both. And there are some phenomenal houses and businesses that folks put a lot of hard work in. And there's a lovely map you can find online and on social media to go around and check those amazing houses out. All right. Now, our final presentation this evening is a recognition of the Burbank Tournament of Roses Association. Yeah, I know who's in the house tonight. I want to welcome Linda Kazakis, president of the Burbank Tournament of Roses Association. Please join me up here. Now, Linda, B2RA is the organization responsible for the city's annual float entries since 1947. And the 2025 entry marked the city's 92nd float entry in the parade. The city of Burbank is one of 6 remaining self-built floats and self-built volunteer-built floats. The 2025 Rose Float Parade theme was Best Day Ever. Burbank's float was titled Having a Lava Fun and was designed by Eric Anderson. I want to give a sincere thank you to the volunteers who helped make this year's float a reality. Putting it together is a year-long endeavor, and it is not a simple task. And we appreciate your time, your energy, your skills, your dedication. And I just have to say on a personal note, watching what you do, and to the Waste Warriors, these folks don't waste a single thing. They reuse, they replenish, and they use all the natural ingredients they can, save all the non-organic ones for next year. And I just want to give a special shout out. If you are looking for a place to volunteer, they are always in need of folks to help put that float together. And in my case, come tear it down. All right, so on behalf of the entire City Council, I would like to extend our congratulations to you and to the Burbank Tournament of Roses Association for winning the Best Animation Award in the 2025 Rose Parade. This award is given to the entry that uses the most outstanding use of animation, and on behalf of all us, I have this certificate of recognition for you. And now, I know you have some folks with you, so I'd love to let you invite them up and say a few words.
Good evening, Mayor Perez, council members, and a warm welcome to our new council member. My name again is Linda Kozakos, President of Burbank Tournament of Roses Association. On behalf of the association, we are proud to have won the Animation Award for the City of Burbank's 2025 entry in the Rose Parade. The award is for most outstanding use of animation, as was told. The association did just honor its 75th year as an association, and thank you. And our first float was entered 110 years ago. So we've been around for a little while. I'd like to thank the City Council, City Manager, and a variety of city departments for your support, including Burbank Water and Power, Burbank Police, Burbank Fire, Public Works, Park and Rec, along with other valuable departments. We are very thankful for our many volunteers that construct, process material, and decorate our award-winning float. I would also like to give a special thank you to our float designer, Eric Anderson, John Reeves, our construction chair, Terry Coombs, decoration chair, Bob Hutt, Vice President Administration, and Stephen Edward, Vice President of Float. Because at Burbank Tournament of Roses Association, we always have a bloomin' good time. I'd like to invite everybody with Burbank Tournament of Roses to please come up and join me. And our main carver, we have two of our carvers here tonight too. We have Sharesh and we have Rick Scazzari. Rick, come on up.
Yeah, you're part of this.
Come on.
Come on up.
We can have you folks switch on in a little more. We can even fit someone on this side as well. Alright. Burbank on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Burbank.
Thank Thank you all for everything you do, for bringing the trophy back to Burbank more times than I can count. And again, these folks are here if you want to help them volunteer on the float. It's an amazing and worthwhile project. You can help them build it, and you can help them tear it down. Thank you, everybody. And those are all our presentations for today. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. With the as far as crowd control, if we could take 2 minutes before I start the city manager report, just to empty the crowd and refill the crowd, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, they're bringing people in. All right, everybody, we're going to keep the show running. So, Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do have one item. I'd like to call up our Public Works Director, Ken Berkman, to provide an update on our fountain in front of City Hall.
Welcome, Mr. Berkman.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor, council members, I'm your Public Works Director, Ken Berkman. I'm pleased to provide an update on our City Hall fountain restoration project, which should be on the screen in a second, if they're ready. So to start, okay, I'll wait. So we know the City Hall fountain is a multi-year project that we've been waiting to get done here. It's been 2 fiscal years that we got it into the schedule for design, and now we're entering the construction phase. Thank you very much. So the City Hall and its fountain was constructed in 1943, and it was listed as an historical resource in 1996. The last fountain restoration occurred just after the year 2000. In May 2022, due to the drought emergency, the State Water Resources Control Board banned domestic water use for decorative features like fountains. Staff quickly strategized and planned to restore the fountain's functionality, as well as maintain the non-functional turf grass fronting olive. So design and permitting for the new recycled water line that was needed occurred in third from Orange Grove to Olive, and that was completed in April of 2023, and the line was installed that summer. So existing systems in the fountain can't simply take on the recycled water due to its chemical composition, so a complete overhaul of all the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, or MEP, systems was necessary, which was long overdue for this complex 4-tiered water feature. To highlight that, take a look at this picture of the current state of the MEP room, which is under City Hall. Note on both the left and right sides of the walls, electrical equipment mounted in the same space as the water pumping and piping infrastructure. Water and electrical are not good together. So this vault under City Hall will be refurbished to only house the electrical components, and the new vault at the basically the alley corner will contain plumbing and other fountain equipment. So we're currently advertising for construction bids, and those will come in on February 19th. And with a verified, responsive, and responsible bidder, we'll come to council in early March to award a contract. Construction is expected to start in April and be completed in July. With a quality contractor and minimal unforeseen conditions, we are hopeful to have the fountain functioning before the end of the year. And that is my report. And it's going to look that good and even better, so we can't wait to bring that to you. Questions?
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Berkman. Does
All
anybody have any brief questions for Mr. Berkman? Vice Mayor?
Just a brief congratulations on staying steady and working on this project for so long. I know a lot of members of the community have been emailing us and calling and asking, when is it going to be done? When's it going to be done? And you've been just very politely responding again and again about it. And thank you so much for your whole department for putting the effort into this. I cannot wait until we need to have a big ceremony and a big flash party.
Absolutely. Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berkman. All righty. Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, for the benefit of the public. The City Council met at 4 p.m. this afternoon to discuss 4 items in closed session. Actually, they met to discuss 5 items, but only got to 4 items in closed session. The first 3 items were matters of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the case of Nicholas Norgo versus City of Burbank, which is a slip and fall case. Whitehead versus City of Burbank, which is a personal injury case. Guardians of the Pines versus City of Burbank, which is a CEQA writ of mandate case. And also met to discuss conference with the city's Labor Negotiator, Management Services Director, Ms. Betsy McClinton, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, concerning negotiations with the Burbank City Employees Association. The City Council took no reportable action this evening. The City Council did not discuss an item that was agendized, which was conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Now is the time for general public comment. I'll be calling out the speaker's name, as well as the person who is next in line to speak. In order to keep public comment moving in a timely fashion, we have designated a seat right here at the front that says public comment, and that's for speakers who are next to the podium. So if you hear your name called next, you can come and take a seat here and be ready to go at the podium. There is a timer available on the podium so you can see how much longer you have left. And there are a reminder that there are interpreters available today. I have been advised that there may be need for interpreters. If you are in need of an interpreter, they are both here. Si necesita alguien que le ayude a interpretar lo que va a decir hoy, aquí hay gente para ayudarle. In both Spanish and Armenian. I wish I could say that in Armenian, but I cannot. So please, if you are with somebody who needs an interpreter, or you yourself need one, they are available. All right. Persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that item following this segment. You will have to state your name for the record, and if I mispronounce your name when I read it, please let me know. Madam City Clerk, I have stalled consistently.
Good job.
Thank you. How many speakers do we have tonight?
Approximately 54 in person and several phone callers.
Wow. All right, so 54 is well above the 40 speaker designation for us to move public comment to 1 minute. So each speaker will be allowed 1 minute to address the council. And if you're joining us for the first time, this is done in order to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak, but that the council here also has sufficient energy, time, and ability to actually deliberate the matters at hand, and we're not doing it at an hour that's a hindrance to the public. So thank you all for your cooperation. You'll have 1 minute to speak, and for callers, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment. Alrighty. Our first speaker is Ana Carrion, and I believe she will be needing an interpreter in Spanish. She will be followed by Lilibet Jimenez. Ana Carrion? Do we know if she's outside? She might be.
Madam Mayor, if you take the second
Yeah.
speaker, she also needs an interpreter. I believe Anna might be downstairs.
Great. Okay. Ms. Jimenez, you have 1 minute, and we have an interpreter available.
Mi nombre es Lilibet Jiménez. Hoy hablaré a favor de Burbank que sea una ciudad santuario.
Her name is Lisbeth Jimenez, and she's going to be talking in favor of Burbank CEA, Sanctuary City.
Cuando era chiquita, mis primos mayores gritaban al alzar la migra y al instante sabíamos que teníamos que correr. No sabía la razón por qué corríamos, solo sabía que era algo que temer.
When she was a little girl, her cousins would scream, La Migra, ice, and instantly, they knew they had to run. They didn't know the reason they had to run. They only knew that it was something to fear.
Siendo niños, los reímos sin entender el miedo que esas palabras contenían en nuestra comunidad.
Being kids, they laughed without understanding the fear that those words meant for the community.
Cuando tenía solo 6 años, mis padres tuvieron una conversación difícil conmigo. Me explicaron que había una posibilidad de que nuestra familia fuera separada y me pidieron que escribiera una carta al juez de inmigración de mis hermanos.
When she was only 6 years old, her parents had a difficult conversation with her. They explained to her the possibility of the family being separated, and they asked her to write a letter to the judge of immigration for her brothers.
Encontré un papel y mis crayolas y le rogué al juez que no me quitaran a mis hermanos. Mi hermana mayor ya había tenido una hija, mi sobrina. Ella nomás tenía 1 año.
She wrote a letter with crayons to the judge, and she begged the judge not to take away her brothers. Her brother already had a daughter, and which was a niece, and she was only 1 year old.
En mi carta pedí por ella, ¿cómo puede crecer un bebé sin su madre? ¿Cómo podría crecer yo sin mis hermanos?
In her letter, she wrote, "How can a baby grow up without her mother? How can I grow up without a brother?"
Esa es la realidad.
Thank you for your comment. That's your time. Thank you. All right. Miss Ana Carrion? I don't see her, but Oh, okay. Wonderful. So, Ana Carrion va a tener 2 minutos para hablar aquí con el interpretador. What I just let her know is that she'll have 2 minutes, 1 minute for her, 1 minute for the interpreter, as is our council policy.
Sí, sí lo tengo escrito, espérame. Ay, es que no me dejaban pasar. Bueno, pues buenas tardes. Antes que nada, concejales, mi nombre es Ana Carrión. Yo soy la presidenta del Chicano Latino Immigrant Democratic Club Los Ángeles County. Y estamos aquí el propósito para hablar a favor del artículo 16, la ordenanza de la ciudad santuario para Burbank.
Good afternoon. Her name is Ana Carrion, and she's the president of
Chicano Latino Immigrant Democratic Club, Los Angeles County.
That one right there.
Okay, sorry. Click-clack, okay. Y estamos aquí para apoyar la ordenanza de la ciudad santuario para Burbank.
And she's right here to talk in favor of...
For Burbank.
Okay. The sanctuary city of Burbank.
Esta ordenanza prevendrá a las autoridades locales, incluyendo unidades de rescate, en su colaboración con inmigración.
This ordinance will prevent the authorities, the local authorities of Burbank, including the rescue ones and the collaboration for immigration.
Como miembro de la comunidad de Burbank y con mis vecinos que tengo que también son miembros del área, trabajadores, dueños de vivienda, estamos apoyando esta ordenanza para promover la seguridad de todos.
Like a member of the community of Burbank, she's here to support the ordinance that will promote the security and
For everyone.
For everyone.
Construyendo la confianza entre nosotros. Sorry, but it's too hard. Construyendo la confianza y la seguridad para nuestras comunidades.
Building the security in between all of us, and the officials right here.
Quisiera decir más, pero se me acabó el tiempo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias por su comentario. Muchas gracias por su comentario. All right, our next speaker is Ron Bax, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, Council. I had hoped for 3 minutes. I can't do justice for this in 1 minute, so you'll have to wait for next week for episode 3. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We wait in anticipation. Mr. David Donahue, followed by Suzanne Wirtz.
Good evening, Council. David Donahue, business owner, resident. My comments tonight are going to be focused on the Los Angeles Equestrian Center again. I want to really extend a heartfelt thank you to Councilmember Mullins for spending over 2 hours with one of the volunteer coordinators, Liz Radley. She got to see Sharon Gray, who lost her stables. Also got to meet Claire, which was this wonderful horse that had its muzzle hair singed because it was left behind. It ran, and so it had a lot of therapy, but I saw it a couple of days ago, and it's really doing great. Also to Councilmember Rosati for your efforts to organize the Burbank Association of Realtors Community Foundation, I forget the exact word, Community Service Foundation. You organized lunch, so for the volunteers on Saturday, I think it was the last Saturday they were there, and it was really good, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Suzanne Wirtz, followed by Marcia Ramos.
Good evening. I'm Suzanne Wirtz, and I want to thank Mayor Perez, Council Members Rosati and Council Members Anthony for attending our I Have a Dream breakfast at First United Methodist Church on Monday. We missed you, Council Members Mullins and Takahashi, but we were so excited because over 250 community members came together to enjoy these pancakes, generously flipped by Connie Barron Trimble and her team. 60 local students volunteered, shared their visual arts, performed music, read Dr. King's words and their very own poetry and essays, honoring Dr. King's legacy of hope, peace, and social transformation through nonviolence. Our next event is in keeping with the spirit of celebrating unity and creativity, and it's a field trip to Watts Towers on a bus and to the California African American History Museum on Saturday, February 8th. Members of BHRC can get on this bus for $20 and non-members for $30, and the bus departs Olive Park at 9:30 that morning.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. And not to put a damper on the mood, I'm going to blame you, but Councilmember Anthony reminded me here that my predecessor had a lovely policy of doing jazz hands when you agree with something, because it helps us keep the flow going and people can hear their name when they're called next. So if you like what you hear, jazz hands, please and thank you. All right, our next speaker is Marcia Ramos, followed by Julie Swisher. Welcome, former Mayor Ramos.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Perez, council members, City Manager Hess. I'm here representing the Burbank Human Relations Council on item 16. The Burbank Human Relations Council is a community-based organization founded in 1958. We seek to foster good human relations by promoting universal respect for human rights, civil liberties, and fundamental freedom. We hope you will seek to lessen the divisions and further encourage civility and discussion by reviewing the research, information, appropriate perspectives, and options. In the meantime, we request that you immediately engage in educational outreach efforts that inform the public of their constitutional rights and the current policies in place, including the California Values Act, SB 54, and the Truth Act. BHRC envisions the city of Burbank as a beloved community in the spirit of Dr. King, in which all people can live in peace, free from fear, oppression, hunger, and hate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Julie Swisher, followed by Vicki Kirschenbaum. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Mayor Perez, Council, and residents of Burbank. My name is Julie Swisher, and I'm with the American Red Cross. I'm here today just to keep everybody informed of what Red Cross is doing in the community. As of today, we have served 3,082 households with financial aid and served over 38,000 hot meals. And we still have 4 shelters that are open, and we're transitioning out. We have shelter resident transition teams helping 38 households. The reason why I'm here today is just to keep everybody appraised of what we're doing. Over the course of the last few weeks, we've all seen an influx of people moving in and out because they've been displaced, and Red Cross is there to help everybody transition to the next phase over the next course of the next few weeks until we figure out what is next for everybody. These are difficult times, and we want to continue to stand by you and next to you, and also there is financial aid that is available, and we'll leave these with you.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for the resources, and we appreciate what you do. Our next speaker is Vicki Kirschenbaum, followed by Eddie Poland.
Hi, my name is Vicki Kirschenbaum. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. I support Burbank becoming a sanctuary city. Just yesterday, ICE arrested 600 people who had no criminal record of any kind. The federal government cannot force local law enforcement to assist in their cruel and unconscionable work. We should not do so. I support our city doing all they can to protect our most vulnerable.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Eddie Poland, followed by Katie Massa Kennedy.
Hi, good evening. My name is Eddie Poland. I'm a resident. I'm also president of Strong Towns Burbank, which is our nonpartisan grassroots group that's focused on advocating for safer, more livable, and more inviting streets and neighborhoods. There are many things that may be out of our control, but one thing that thankfully remains firmly in local control is the design of our streets and neighborhoods. Strong Towns Burbank applauds the continuing efforts of our city's transportation planners to realize the goals of Burbank's Complete Streets Plan. Council has the opportunity tonight to ask staff to continue planning the East Olive Avenue Complete Streets redesign and report back to Council with next step plans that incorporate input from residents, emergency services personnel, the Burbank Transportation Commission, and the Sustainable Burbank Commission. Tonight's report also includes some data that Council should note when considering other street design projects. The data shows that despite the reduction of vehicle lanes on East Olive Avenue, there was no indication of spillover traffic on adjoining streets. The data also shows that there was no decrease in vehicular speeds despite their
Thank you
initial
for your
assumption.
comment. That's your time.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, our next speaker is Katie Massa Kennedy, followed by Mikkel Simmons.
Hello, Mayor Perez, and good evening, City Council. My name is Katie Massa Kennedy. I am a mom, a proud Burbanker of almost 20 years, and a proud daughter of immigrants. I'm here tonight to speak out in favor of the Burbank Sanctuary City Ordinance. Rounding up immigrants, targeting children who are in school or attending church with their families will not make our city safer. In fact, research shows that areas with more immigrants, including unauthorized ones, tend to have lower crime rates than areas with fewer immigrants, and I'm happy to point you to these reports if you're interested. Granting sanctuary city status would instead make Burbank safer by ensuring that no one's pushed out into the shadows where people are afraid to report crime or engage meaningfully within our community, and it would allow our great Burbank PD to continue to do their jobs. Burbank is stronger than inviting the kind of fear and ignorance into our community that runs counter to our values. We're vibrant, diverse, and proud of our immigrant population. I'm calling on you to declare Burbank a sanctuary city.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Mikkel Simmons, followed by Melinda Amato.
Mikkel Simons, thank you. I'm speaking today in favor of Burbank being a sanctuary city. Coming here tonight and seeing the diversity in our streets, and then thinking about in an instant how that can be gone, how on a human level that would impact us as a community, but also on an economic. California is not one of the largest economies in the world because of our narrow-minded thinking. It's because we embrace diversity. The people being targeted by hateful and fearful rhetoric have done nothing wrong. All they want is to have better lives for their families and for themselves. All of us want those things for ourselves and our families. If we do not take a stance against this hate, fear, and ignorance, where does it end? It's migrants and undocumented folks now. What about other citizens who don't fit the desired demographics? You, me. Where does the line end? Human and civil rights are like a series of dominoes. Once one falls, we all fall. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Melinda Amato, followed by Dr. Armand Agakanian. Welcome, you have 1 minute.
Good evening, City Council. Growing up as the daughter of a Mexican immigrant helped me realize the grave circumstances that lead people to immigrate to the U.S. Those of us who are immigrants or children of immigrants do not deserve to be harassed because of our family status. I'm a proud Burbank homeowner and mother of 2 children, and am very committed to making Burbank the best it can be for everyone who lives or works here. Making Burbank a sanctuary city would make everyone feel more willing to report crimes and trust law enforcement, making our community safer. The thought of people with contagious, treatable, life-threatening illnesses being afraid to go to the hospital, or kindergartners being afraid of being taken away by ICE is something we should in no way be a part of. I'm a voter, and I would never feel comfortable voting for somebody who supports traumatizing our community. A study published in Social Science Research shows that both property crime and violent crime decreased more in sanctuary counties than in non-sanctuary counties. Thank you for voting tonight.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Dr. Armando Agacanian, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Good evening, Mayor Perez and council members. I'm Dr. Armando Agacanian. I am the president of Burbank Board of Education, here in support of making Burbank a sanctuary city. I hope the city of Burbank follows the Burbank Unified School Districts, where all of our students, regardless of their immigration status, have access to a safe and secure learning environment. Let's make sure we're not breaking up families in the process. As no student should have to come to schools in fear, no student should fear for their parents' safety. And I can tell you this as a personal experience. Someone at 14 who was taken away from his family, who came as an immigrant. Even when I came here, for many years, I was in a fear that one day I will be separated from my family. Let us create an accepting, safe environment regardless of immigration status. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Dr. Agacanian. Next, I have Joe Pimienta, followed by Jason Bautista.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everybody present in the chamber. I am here to comment on, once again, to bring up the urgency to make sure that Burbank has a 3% rent cap to make the rent more stable for the current residents. With my remaining time, and over the time that I've been coming here, I've been bringing up stories of things that are happening to tenants. So I'm just going to read you really quickly one of the last emails that I've been interacting with someone who has been in a really dire situation. Long story short, she is now displaced. But she said, and no one has resources, or at least that's not what they say. They're housing so many others, I don't see why someone of my age cannot find housing. Long story short, that's and while I have no family other than my animals, and they truly are my advice for anyone reading my story is this one: please die young, because if you age and lose all your money, all the money that you've had, never mind. So thank you, and I will come back to comment on the agenda item.
Thank you. That's your time. Our next speaker is Jason Bautista, followed by Andre Dionysian.
Good evening. My name is Jason Bautista, and I'm with the Thai Community Development Center, or Thai CDC. I wanted to speak on declaring Burbank a sanctuary city. Although Thai CDC is based in East Hollywood, Thai Town, we have clients who live or work in Burbank. Personally, I was born here to immigrant parents from the Philippines who began their lives in a small apartment in this city. Declaring Burbank as a sanctuary city and adopting a sanctuary city ordinance is vital for community safety and a just use of city resources. Fear of immigration enforcement has deeply impacted the Thai and wider immigrant community, with many avoiding public spaces, including local businesses like restaurants, and hesitating to seek social services, which is especially critical for those affected by the recent fires. With an ordinance in place, it not only ensures that all residents feel safe, but also promotes economic growth as people are more confident to work, shop, and engage in daily life. I urge the council to adopt a sanctuary city ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Andre Dionysian, followed by Joy Meserve.
Good evening, Council. My name is Andre Dionysian. I apologize for the sore throat. I'm hopped up on a bunch of acetaminophen and a fistful of cough drops. I want to say welcome and congratulations to Councilmember Rosati. There have been 3 known cases of U.S. citizens being summarily deported as a result of the President's executive orders. This clearly is an administration with no respect for due process. The City of Burbank has a duty to safeguard and advocate for the well-being of its residents. Not only should we play no part in these atrocious violations of civil rights, but we must make our community's position clear, that all who share in the American dream and who toil in its furtherance are welcome in Burbank. I urge our City Council to work across party lines and to pass this ordinance today with urgency. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Joy Meserve, followed by Renu Dometi.
Hi.
Burbank resident here of 20 plus years. I ask this council to vote yes on Burbank becoming a sanctuary city. My friend, who is an immigration attorney, recently sent me this widely circulating and deeply disturbing post/flyer. Constantine and Nick Schultz have a copy. It says, report illegal aliens in your neighborhood, at schools, at work, at church, at restaurants. There is nowhere to hide. Does that ring a bell to any former dark periods of our history? And do you want to be a part of that? Let's everybody here ensure that we keep out the hunters and protect the hunted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Renu Delmedi, followed by Julian Bach. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Renu, and I'm here as a Burbank High student to support Burbank being a sanctuary city. I, for one, don't want to go to school tomorrow to see someone gone, not because they made any mistake, maybe because of something their family chose and not because their family had the absolute luxury of choosing to do so. I don't find it radical to say every student in Burbank must have a right to living and pursuing an education without fear of not being here the next day. To say that a responsibility of this city council is to serve every member of this community, regardless of status. The very idea that my representative finds the ordinance of making Burbank a sanctuary city concerning is frankly very concerning to me. I can't stand for a city that doesn't protect the rights of our students who are simply trying to find a peaceful life and education here. BUSD is doing its best to keep us all safe, and I'm simply asking you to do the same by protecting all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Julian Bach, followed by Charlotte Hartwell.
Hi, my name's Julian. I'm a student at John Burroughs High School, and I'm speaking in favor of the Sanctuary City Ordinance because I just have like a few arguments against it and why they are false, and when you look at the facts. So the first argument is that sanctuary cities protect criminals, and this is not true because why would they come to this country and leave everything behind just to commit a crime here? And also it's proven that sanctuary cities have a lower crime rate than non-sanctuary cities because people are more likely to report a crime if the police are, like, if they're not scared of the police when they report it. And then a second argument that people have is that sanctuary cities encourage illegal immigration. And this also isn't true because people are moving for economic opportunity and not because of local immigration policies. So, and I'm running out of time, but yes, those are mine. And I think it's important for my school and for everything for this to pass. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Charlotte Hartwell, followed by Andra Whipple.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Hartwell, and I'm a junior at Burbank High School. It is the very notion of a sanctuary city which outlines Burbank's necessity to become one. Declaring a city as willing to ensure the safety of its citizens should be non-negotiable, especially here in Burbank. In Burbank, we're the media capital of the world, and people are watching us. They are watching as our neighbors in the greater Los Angeles area declare themselves sanctuary cities. They are watching us, waiting to see what we will do to protect our over 100,000 residents. We are the example, and we must take this action to ensure that Burbank does not become a hub for deportation. As the last major city in our area with a national airport that has yet to adopt sanctuary protections, we are at risk of being the gateway to the rest of our county to be infiltrated by the ICE and instill fear in the lives of our neighbors. Burbank cannot allow that to happen. We cannot allow that, not just because it may violate the Fourth Amendment or the 10th Amendment or just because everyone else is doing it, but because it is not right that citizens of Burbank should live in fear.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Andra Whipple, followed by Janet Deal.
Hi, I'm Andra Whipple. I'm a Burbank resident. First of all, as a renter, I support a 3% rent cap as well. The rent's too high. I also support Burbank becoming a sanctuary city. Burbank is the last city in the Los Angeles area with an airport that hasn't committed to being a sanctuary city, and we are in danger of becoming a base for ICE and CBP, which is gross. That would also mean more traffic, more violence, and more chaos in our city. I don't want to spend municipal resources separating children from their parents. I don't want people to be afraid to go to work or school because they're afraid of being deported. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Janet Deal, followed by Michelle G. Lath.
Hi, my name is Janet Deal. I am absolutely in favor of a sanctuary city ordinance for Burbank. My grandparents were immigrants. My father-in-law was born on a boat on his way here, and they weren't going to let him off the boat because he didn't have a ticket. Things can change, and we can make it safer for everyone in our town. Adaptive Sports is going to be having a wonderful event at McCambridge Park, February 15th. Come, enjoy wheelchair events and activities. And Burbank Advisory Council on Disabilities is still meeting, always meeting, the fourth Thursday of every month. BACOD16@gmail.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Michelle G. Lath, followed by Warren Blackman.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I am a Burbank resident and a business owner, and I'm here in favor of Sanctuary City. I'm also the daughter of immigrants, the granddaughter of immigrants, a niece of immigrants. I have friends and colleagues that I've worked with that are immigrants, and they bring so much more to the community than they take. It would make it safer to have them be able to be in business and work without being a fear for their lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Warren Blackman, followed by McKay Peters.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Warren Blackman. I'm a healthcare worker, member of SEIU, UHW, and I worked at Providence St. Joseph's for about 5 years as a healthcare professional, and I believe in caring for people. We already know that this administration words and actions have had a chilling effect where people are afraid to come seek medical care and in fear of what might happen to them. They can lose their lives by doing that. No ideological battle is worth that, and on behalf of the 170 members of the SEIU members of St. Joseph's, we ask you to pass the sanctuary city measuring ordinance. And as somebody who has served this community for 5 years, I hope our city takes care and stands in support of that.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is McKay Peters.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maki Peters. I'm a child of two immigrants and representing SEIU UHW. We represent over 100,000 healthcare workers across the state of California and the workers at Burbank's Providence St. Joseph's Hospital. As a healthcare workers organization, we care deeply about matters of public health and are fundamentally interested in the health, safety, and well-being of all Californians. Our organization emphatically supports the passage of this sanctuary city measure as an ordinance. We don't want our members to have to face ICE raids at work or for their patients to forego care as they fear for their safety. As the last major city with a national airport in the LA region without sanctuary protections, Burbank could be a target for ICE operations. So on behalf of the 770 SEIU UHW healthcare workers at Providence St. Joseph's and the over 340 SEIU UHW members who are residents and voters in the city of Burbank, we ask that you vote in favor of this measure and consider its passage as an ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Apologies, I forgot to call. Our next speaker is Jose Barrera, followed by Kevin Morse.
Good evening, Mayor Perez and members of the City Council. My name is Jose Barrera. I'm here as the National Vice President for the League of United Latin American Citizens, otherwise known as LULAC, the nation's largest and oldest Latino civil rights organization with over 325,000 members across the nation, in support of Agenda Item 16, the Sanctuary City Ordinance. As you all know, Burbank risks of becoming an ICE hub where immigrants can be detained and deported at any given moment. I applaud the City Council for considering taking up Agenda Item 16 and becoming a sanctuary city. As you know, immigrants are less likely to commit any crime compared to non-immigrants. They are a big contributor to our economy and don't really take up any resources. They continuously pay their taxes, and we just want to make sure we urge the support for Agenda Item 16. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kevin Morris, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kevin Morris, and I'm a doctor of physical therapy in our community. I treat the elderly patients of Burbank, many of those who are immigrants. And when we had previous speakers come up and talk about patients foregoing care in fear of their documentation status or in fear of deportation, that is not hearsay. That is real conversations that I've had with my patients. And so please, I urge you to consider Burbank becoming a sanctuary city to protect these patients and to protect your constituents in Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Mark Scroggs, followed by Brandon Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Scroggs. First, on behalf of myself and my family, we definitely support Burbank being a sanctuary city. I was going to talk about a petition and information sheet called stayinla.org, which I would recommend checking out. When I came to the meeting last Thursday, 2,000 people signed it. It's like 16 or 17,000. It really explains like what we can do entertainment-wise. Wide range of people from Oscar winners to me are on it. So I want to say that, but also I want to say I'm just impressed at all the high school kids and the people who've never spoken here before getting up here and speaking and having the courage to do that, because this is not the easiest forum. Trust me, it's not normal. So I just really want to say I'm impressed with everyone. So have a good evening.
Thank you for your comment, and it's just as abnormal for all of us up here. Welcome, Johnson. You have 1 minute.
Asking a pastor to limit 1 minute is a little absurd, but I'll do my best. A special thank you to Mayor Perez and council members sitting before me. I'm the Reverend Brandon Johnson, pastor of First Christian Church of Burbank, and I'm here to support the city becoming a sanctuary city. Sadly, the new administration has embraced Christian nationalism, a dangerous and hateful rhetoric that marginalizes another people. Counter to that, multiple religious traditions encourage people to stand with and stand up for immigrants and their communities. That stretches across multiple religious traditions, building on the notion of a beloved community. Sadly, when ICE and other agencies threaten immigrants and their safety, immigrants stay at home, stay away from shops, from work, from school, from churches, from temple, from synagogues, from mosques, and engaging in worthwhile civic duties. And so I implore you tonight to send a message for the love of the sacred, a message of security and solidarity for our immigrant community, embracing the notion of a sanctuary city.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Martin Perlmutter, followed by Carrie Gilmore.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. I'm Marty Perlmutter, resident of Burbank. I suppose I could say I'm representing Indivisible Media City Burbank as well. I want to speak in favor of passing this ordinance. I think it's quite important for a number of reasons. Beyond security, and that's a lovely thing, beyond justice, the application of the law, there's rectitude, there's rightness, there's morality. John Rawls was the greatest moral philosopher since Immanuel Kant, and in his book, Theory of Justice, he says, if you're looking for the right decision in any situation, you optimize, you maximize the condition of the worst off. Who is the worst off in this situation? Property owners who are safe in their home, people who've been residents here for perhaps generations, or the most vulnerable. It is our duty, your duty, to protect the most vulnerable. That's the right course of action. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Carrie Gilmore.
Carly.
Carly Gilmore.
My writing was messy. I'm Carly Gilmore. I'm a lifelong Burbank resident, and I'm here to speak on support of Burbank becoming a sanctuary city. I grew up in Burbank and came back to work in the schools because of everything that Burbank represents, and I worked there for many years. I now have my master's in clinical psychology, and I'm a therapist, and I see firsthand the trauma that can be caused by these types of fear-based policies. And while I love job security, I would rather have protections for people not experiencing these traumas. I'd rather never have to work again than have people come to me with these traumas. Also, I do want to remind that while I don't consider myself an immigrant, it's actually a story that my family traces back to coming on the Mayflower. But what were the people on the Mayflower? So I remind you all.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Marcial Rios, followed by Deborah Gilmore.
Hello, my name is Marcel Rios, and I'm the person that needs the therapy. But I'm here because this is the first time I live in Magnolia Park, a beautiful community. I've been here for about 6 years, but I was born and raised in California. And I'm here because some of your names have been on my lawn. I am here because I need to make sure that I was standing on the right side. And I'm here because I fear not just for the migrant community, but for all of us. Is my skin light enough? You haven't seen me in a flannel, and one more day of not shaving. And am I safe in Burbank? And this is a question for you guys. Can you guarantee that I, a brown American citizen, would not be harassed by ICE, Homeland Security, DHS, Border Patrol, Secret Service? I ask this because I've been here before, and I am tired of it. As a brown kid, I was terrorized.
Thank you for your comment.
187.
That's your time. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Deborah Gilmore, followed by Ashley Ramsey.
Hello, Mayor Perez and council members. My name is Deborah Levitt Gilmore, and I want to talk about what it's like to be a public school employee at this time and how this issue of immigration came into my life in a very frightening and real way. I've had 2 meetings in less than a week about the issues of ICE and concerns for our students and their families. I run the front office at Jefferson Elementary, and the idea that I have to be thinking about confronting immigration agents at my campus is something I never thought I'd ever have to see. In a meeting today, we were advised that we're really not supposed to talk about our personal feelings on this issue while on campus, and that our only job is just to follow the rules set forth in our school, which are pretty simple. Do not let ICE agents onto our campus. Call the district office. How this relates to the Burbank Sanctuary City is obvious. It's a simple solution. If Burbank is a safe city for all immigrants, then our schools are safe for them as well. Make the city a safe space, and our kids can learn without the fear of being apprehended while at school. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ashley Ramsey, followed by Cole LaDusa. Sorry. I'm trying.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ashley Ramsey. I'm a Burbank resident. I'm here today to urge you to vote in support of making Burbank a sanctuary city. We are already seeing the consequences of these horrific policies, and a sanctuary city ordinance would benefit us all by ensuring that no member of our community has to live in fear. Please think of our families. Think of the families that help our city thrive, and vote in support of a sanctuary city in Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Before we go to our next speaker, I just want to do one last call for our translators. Tenemos traductores en español y en armenio. Si alguien lo necesita, por favor, véalos aquí en los próximos 5 minutos o los voy a dejar ir a la casa. If somebody needs translations in Spanish or Armenian, please come see our translator in the next 5 minutes, or I'm going to let them go home so they can get their rest. But just want to leave that option out there for anybody. Okay, I'm seeing two asks for translation. They are right here in the front. If y'all could raise your hands. Thank you. And I would once again say that in Armenian if I could. All right. Our next speaker is Cole Ladusa, followed by Elise Thompson.
Hi there. Thank you. My name is Cole Ladusa. I'm actually a time traveler. I've been going around to different city council meetings. Is this the meeting where we're trying to kick all the Jews out of Burbank? Is that this one? No, I'm sorry. No, I did hear some people in the hall talking. It was a government issue with the spending of government money. So we're trying to kick all the poor people out, right? Anyone that's receiving SNAP or Social Security, we should round those. We have a list, right? We can round those up. No, I'm sorry. It's people were talking about immigrants, right? So no more Italians, no more Irish Catholics. I don't want them taking our good longshoreman jobs over on the East Coast, right? Oh no, wrong immigrants. Just the brown immigrants. It's a slippery slope, guys. It's a slippery slope. Please choose carefully. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Elise Thompson, followed by Matt Hoverman.
Hi, my name's Elise Thompson. I have lived and worked in Burbank for over 20 years. I'm a sign language interpreter for deaf people. My parents were immigrants. My husband's mother was a World War II war refugee. And I just want to remind you all how important that immigrants and refugees are to our community. And unless you're Indigenous, most of you have immigrants somewhere in your background. The current administration is using symbols and language from past pogroms and genocides to demonize our immigrants. And in Florida, they're pushing people back in the water with poles, allowing them to possibly drown and hitting their hands as they're trying to get up on the wharves. I don't want to let it get to that point. If Europe and Armenia and Rwanda had established sanctuary cities, who knows what might have happened.
Thank you for your comment.
It's time to do the right thing.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Matt Hoverman, followed by Emily Weisberg.
Thank you, Mayor Perez and Council. I speak in favor of Burbank becoming a sanctuary city. You know, we're not hearing a lot on the other side, but I wanted to address a concern that may come up from the other side, which is that we would be violating policies set forward by the current administration, and that would get us into trouble. I would just say the federal government cannot require local law enforcement to comply with detainer requests because several federal courts have found that this would be unconstitutional commandeering in violation of the 10th Amendment. As a result, compliance with ICE detainer requests is purely voluntary on the part of the locality. Let's not volunteer. If we do volunteer, that may violate the Fourth Amendment, which limits when police can detain any person, and before detaining any person longer than normal, law enforcement must have probable cause, which ICE detainer forms ordinarily do not show, and courts have ordered in the past local law enforcement to pay monetary damage for violating detainees' constitutional
Thank you
rights.
for your comment. Our next speaker is Emily Weisberg, followed by Michael Tejas.
Interesting timing, huh? Council, I am in the rare position of being an elected official in Burbank and know how it feels to have to make a difficult decision in the face of opposition. I'm also a history teacher who often works with her students to explore the choices we make and how those choices make history. I am asking Council to please be on the right side of history and pass the ordinance reaffirming that Burbank is working towards being a safe, inclusive community that focuses its energy, attention, and resources on this city. For those not moved by moral and ethical reasons who may have just gotten up from the dais, we are the last major city with a national airport in the LA region that does not have sanctuary status, which means we become a target for ICE to set up a base. We have an outstanding police chief in Burbank-specific issues on which our police need to focus. Please protect these vital resources by passing this sanctuary city ordinance. I would love for you to join the school board in making sure that all of our kids, parents, and families feel safe.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Michael Tejas, followed by Ever Huerta.
Good evening, Council. When it comes to undocumented people, I'd like to remind you that they're just normal people like you and I. They want the same things you and I want. They just want a roof over their heads. They want a better life for their families. They just want to work. They don't come here to cause crime. Statistically, immigrants commit less crime than U.S. citizens. Without this ordinance, our city would become less safe. The trust that has been built between our undocumented population and our local law enforcement would be broken. The fear of deportation would make people not want to talk to police, even when they're witnesses or they've been victims to a violent crime. The fear of deportation would lead to people being too scared to go to work. We're already seeing this in cities where there isn't an ordinance, where 26% of farm workers are no longer going to work due to fears. We could expect the same thing here in Burbank with our service workers. At the end of the day, immigration makes us stronger. It makes us a better city. They're not the ones who are raising your rent prices. They're not the ones who are raising your gas prices. They're not the ones committing crimes. They just want to achieve the American dream that everybody else does. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ever Huerta, followed by Nate Lundstrom.
Good afternoon, Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Takahashi, council members Anthony, Mullins, and Rosati. My name is Ever Huerta, and I'm a proud lifelong resident of the city here in Burbank and a proud product of immigration. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of Sanctuary City Ordinance. It is critical to support this ordinance, as it is to nobody's surprise that this city runs on the back and labor of immigrants. Undocumented immigrants come to this country to find better opportunities, support themselves and their families. Again and again, undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than U.S. citizens. If this ordinance fails to pass, we will see fear overtake communities, and the city will face the consequences of this action. We will see the loss of labor in service sections. Parents who happen to be undocumented will stop taking their children to schools, and undocumented communities will fear going out and buying goods and necessities. It is critical that this ordinance passes, as we have seen across the state and the country that cities who do not have protections in place suffer. Remember that we are all immigrants to this place we call home, and as Woody Guthrie wrote, "This land is my land, this land is your land, this land was made for you and me." Thank you, Council.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Nate Lundstrom, followed by Myra Valadez.
Hello, my name is Nate Lundstrom. I'm a community member and a student at Occidental College, and I will be speaking in favor of Burbank as a sanctuary city. As a student of law and someone working in legal services, allow me to clarify a few questions regarding sanctuary cities. First and foremost, the adoption of a sanctuary city does not open the city up to legal attacks from the current administration. The 10th Amendment is very clear in its delegation of law enforcement powers to state and municipal governments, not federal thugs. If anything, the city of Burbank has a legal obligation under the Constitution to protect the Fourth Amendment rights of our inhabitants against warrantless search and seizure, and their Eighth Amendment rights against unlawful detention. These are protections that ICE in Southern California has a documented history of abusing. Trump and his team have proposed ending the U-Visa system, eliminating protections for undocumented people who have been victim of a crime. What this means in practice is that undocumented members of the Burbank community will no longer report crimes to local law enforcement, actually making our community much less safe. Allow us to vote in favor of this.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Myra Valadez, followed by Carlos Amador.
Mayra Valadez. Good evening, Mayor Perez and members of the council. I am the president of the San Fernando Valley Young Democrats and a lifelong Valley resident. I'm here to speak in support of the city of Burbank adopting a sanctuary city ordinance, one of the most diverse cities in our county and the only city with an airport that has yet to adopt an ordinance of this like. Doing so would affirm this body's commitment to serving all of Burbank's residents at a time when many are scared. Failing to adopt a sanctuary ordinance would be an affront to the thousands of immigrants living and working in this city regardless of their status. If this council does not vote to make Burbank a sanctuary city, we can just look to other jurisdictions that are coordinating with ICE to see the repercussions of not standing by the most vulnerable in our community. People are not showing up to work, hurting the bottom line of countless businesses. Children aren't showing up to school, inhibiting their learning and education. If public safety is truly your priority, you will vote to ensure all residents feel safe by passing this ordinance.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carlos Amador, followed by Aaron Rain.
Good evening. My name is Carlos Amador. I'm a resident of San Fernando Valley. I'm a patron of businesses here in Burbank, and I'm also a staff member with the Clean Car Wash Workers Center. I'm also an immigrant. I wanted to speak in strong support of Agenda Item 16. Many immigrants are truly afraid of going outside, going to stores, the groceries, picking up their kids from school as well. Many of our members, car wash workers, provide services to Burbank residents and contribute to the economy, the local economy. The city must pass the sanctuary ordinance and prohibit any resources to be used to fuel deportations. You must be clear to your residents and to the public that come to work and shop here. Burbank does not collaborate with the Trump deportation machine. Not passing the ordinance will send a chilling effect and risk the public and economic well-being of the city. So I ask you to please support item 16. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Erin Rain, followed by Andy Hernandez.
Hello, I'm Erin Rain. I'm a homeowner here in Burbank, and I'm here to speak in favor of Burbank becoming a sanctuary city. I'll be so proud to be the resident of a city that takes a stand to protect my neighbors, and I'll be really ashamed and disappointed if we fail to do so. I know under current circumstances it's not a simple choice. It comes with material risks. The current administration is unpredictable, untethered, and proudly vindictive, but none of those are good reasons to comply with their harmful policies. They're good reasons to stand together against the powerful forces that wish to do our community members harm. It's important for Burbank to take its own stand as a small but mighty city with a small but mighty national airport. And we know that our immigrant population is essential to the industries and services that make all of our lives work, and the least we can do is say that we won't just look the other way. Burbank is a perfect place to set the tone for other places to follow suit. Thank you. I look forward to living proudly in a sanctuary city.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Andy Hernandez, followed by Teodora Reyes.
Hi, I'm Andy Hernandez, and I'm actually here in regard to Agenda Item 8. I live in the neighborhood north of the Empire Center and south of the freeway. There have been a number of development projects that have been planned in my neighborhood, including one nearly complete on Empire, and now this proposed one on Fairview. These projects being developed seem to have limited parking planned, putting a strain on the limited public parking spaces available for residents and businesses. This is not a very walkable area, and it's cut off from the rest of Burbank by freeways and railways. The public transit is not adequate. Residents here need cars. I'm concerned that these projects as planned will only create discord between residents new and old. To be clear, I'm not opposed to these projects, but I'm concerned there's a disproportional amount of development for the secluded neighborhood and little action being taken to mitigate the neighborhood's concerns of adequate parking for current and future residents. Also, I absolutely support the sanctuary city, so you should do that.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Teodora Reyes, followed by Maria Salgado.
Hi, everyone. My name is Teodora, and I am here with the San Fernando Valley Young Democrats, as well as the community Voces Unidas in Pacoima, and I'm speaking in strong support of the Burbank Sanctuary Ordinance and urge you to be an ally and take real action to prevent families like my own from being separated. I have the privilege of being a leader in my community because of the helping hands of our undocumented neighbors, and like many of us, I fear that the next 4 years will be an exponential fight for our country's future. Burbank is, as shared, the last major city in LA County with a national airport that hasn't established sanctuary protections, and without clear safeguards, federal immigration enforcement will put our undocumented communities at risk. We also know that our surrounding cities deserve to be able to live in safety, and there will be a gap in our community if this isn't passed as an ordinance. We ask you to please be an ally to us as your neighbors, and also, as Dolores Jureta reminds us, every moment is an organizing opportunity, every person a potential activist, and today is your moment to be an advocate for our undocumented
Thank you for your
communities.
comment. Our next speaker is Maria Salgado, followed by Daniel Molina.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Maria Salgado, and I am here in support of Item 16, declaring Burbank a sanctuary city. By designating Burbank as a sanctuary city, we can cultivate a stronger relationship between our immigrant communities and law enforcement. This increased trust will empower residents to report crimes without fear of deportation, leading to enhanced public safety for everyone. Furthermore, a diverse and inclusive economy is a thriving economy. Undocumented immigrants are integral members of our workforce, contributing significantly to our local businesses and overall prosperity. By embracing a sanctuary city policy, Burbank affirms its commitment to inclusivity and strengthen our economic vitality. Please be in support of Item 16. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Daniel Molina, followed by Daisy Reyes.
Good evening, y'all. Thank you for your time. I'm here with, my name is Daniel Molina. I'm here with Voces Unidas in Pacoima. I'm here to speak in favor of Burbank becoming a sanctuary city. My two concerns are if Burbank does not become a sanctuary city, is the possible separation of families and the guaranteed distrust that will be created between the immigrant community and law enforcement. Being a child of two parents born in El Salvador, two refugees, I grew up in a household that respected roles of service, politicians, military members, and law enforcement. They were people that were looked up to and to be considered as influential and respected as doctors and lawyers. With this being said, if Burbank is not a sanctuary city, Law enforcement and the immigrant community will lose something that could otherwise be strengthened for the better of the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Josie Reyes, followed by Liz Constañedo.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak in support of the Sanctuary City Ordinance for Burbank. I'm Diosi Reyes, the founder of Voces Unidas en Pacoima. While I'm not a resident of Burbank, I am from this community, growing up, visiting, and working here. I've seen firsthand how the fear of ICE affects our undocumented community. The emotional toll of living in constant fear of deportation takes a heavy mental health toll, leading to stress, anxiety, and distrust in local institutions. This ordinance would allow Burbank to direct resources towards public safety, not immigration enforcement, and help rebuild trust within the community. It's not just about protecting undocumented community. It's about ensuring a safer, healthier environment for all residents. I hope Burbank can follow the example set by neighboring cities and prioritize the well-being of the entire community. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Liz Castañeda, followed by Vanessa Smith.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be here in front of you all today. I will be speaking on item 16. My name is Liz Castañeda, and I am a resident of San Fernando and have lived in San Fernando Valley for my whole life. I am also a small business owner and a member of the San Fernando Chamber of Commerce and a full-time student as well. As a daughter of an undocumented parents, I know the fear of living in a community where ICE can invade the family's homes. That is no way to live. Making Burbank a sanctuary city will help families feel safe and support their mental well-being. Living in fear is not the way to live. Not only ICE can take the undocumented, but will also leave trauma to those families who are legally here, but taking also away from their loved ones. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me and the community.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Vanessa Smith, followed by Shanna Inglesby.
Hi. I wanted to take a moment to ask the city to make itself a sanctuary city. I spent time these last few weeks looking at my bookshelf. Books meant to represent what a dystopian society looks like, and histories that we are taught, not taught so that we don't repeat them. With that, I would like to read a passage from one of those books that parallels a time that we are in now, with ICE raids plaguing our country. Terrible things are happening outside. Poor, helpless people are being dragged from their homes. Families are torn apart. Men, women, and children are separated. Children come home from school to find that their parents have disappeared. This is from the diary of Anne Frank, January 13th, 1943. We are given this book in school to read so that we may see what the emergence of atrocities look like. When I read this, I reflected with a class full of people saying that they would protect her if they could. Burbank, you have an opportunity to protect people now. Please do it.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Our next speaker is Shanna Inglesby, followed by Sandy Wormald.
Hi, my name is Shanna Inglesby, and I need to point out that as a white person, according to the geographic records, I am a minority. So the talk of not being a sanctuary city is just kind of hypocritical in my mind. We've been told that we are a country of laws, but we've also been told that we are a country of faith. And it seems like they are in direct opposition right now. I need to make it clear the threat is real. We've seen what the Trump administration has done in the past. Of the 5,000 families that were separated, kids that were taken from their parents, as of May of 2024, 1,400 of those kids have still not been reunited with their parents. Is this what we want to participate in? This is our opportunity to stand up and say, this is who we are, and decide who we are. Are we people that embrace bullies and support them? Or are we people that stand up and say, the people in this city are protected because these people are our neighbors, our friends, our coworkers, our siblings? That's what we need to say.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Sandy Wormald, followed by Jesus Ramon Viaba Gastelum.
Hi, thank you so much for listening to me today. My name is Sandy Wormald, and I'm here in support Oh, I'm here in support of making Burbank a sanctuary city. I came to this country in pursuit of the American dream. Like so many, fortunately for me, I was born here but raised in another country. I saw the hurt in the world and I wanted to make movies that heal. Movies like Life is Beautiful made me leave my family in pursuit of the American dream. If I want to reach people, I have to actually care. If I'm to accurately portray characters, I must love my neighbors. So I'm here to ask that we protect our neighbors and make Burbank a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jesus Ramon Villalba Castellium, followed by Zenaida Meneses.
Good evening, my name is Jesus Ramon and I'm an organizer with CAPC as well as Youth Climate Strike LA. I'm speaking in support of item 16 and for the City of Burbank to adopt the sanctuary ordinance in protection of our friends and neighbors. Burbank serves as a gateway to the region and an important part of the greater Los Angeles community. Solidifying its position on non-cooperation with immigration enforcement ensures that our communities are able to go to school, to work, and to pray in peace. Additionally, preserving resources from federal immigration enforcement ensures that our city is ready to respond to more pressing local issues. Council members, I am undocumented and I am unafraid. In order to protect our neighbors and our resources, I pray for God to give you the wisdom to support item 16. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Zenaida Meneses. Do you need a translator? Does she? Oh, well, look at you. You brought your own translator. Alrighty. So before we start, I don't, that was my last comment card, so I don't think we have any more need for translators. Thank you both so much for spending the evening with us and for helping out. We appreciate you and we'll see you next time. Thank you.
Buenas noches. Gracias por permitirnos este espacio. Mi nombre es Zenaida Meneses. Soy trabajadora de janitor. Pertenezco a USWW como miembro. USWW somos más de 50,000 miembros de trabajadores tanto en el aeropuerto como trabajadores de limpiezas y seguridad.
Hi, thank you for, good evening. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Anita. I am a member of SEIU USWW. SEIU USWW represents over 50,000 janitors, security officers, and airport workers, and other property service workers across California.
Esta noche ustedes tienen la opción de apoyar a los migrantes, trabajadores y ciudadanos de Burbank.
You have the choice, tonight you have the choice to support immigrant workers and citizens of Burbank.
A los que quieren buscar violentar nuestros derechos constitucionales, es importante trabajar juntos para crear una sociedad más segura y una economía local más fuerte. Podemos lograr eso al apoyar a trabajadores inmigrantes.
It is important to work together to create a safer society and a stronger local economy. We will be able to achieve that by supporting immigrant workers.
Como ustedes saben, debido a la sociedad de la nueva administración y las órdenes ejecutadas, nuestra comunidad tiene miedo.
Due to the actions of the new administration and the executive orders of our communities are afraid.
Miedo de llevar a nuestros hijos a la escuela, miedo de ir a la tienda, miedo de salir a trabajar.
Afraid to take their children to school, afraid to go to the grocery store, to church, afraid to go to work.
Nuestra comunidad quiere estar segura de hacer una llamada a las policías.
Our community wants to make sure that when they make a call to make a report of a violent crime.
Thank you for your comment. That's your time. Gracias por su comentario. Este es su tiempo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Okay, those are all my in-person speaker cards. So now we go on to the phones. Thank you for bearing with us, everybody. So we move on to part 2. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers?
We do.
All right, let's send in the first caller.
The first caller is Alyssa Gomez.
Hi, Alyssa. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm here to speak on the Sanctuary City Ordinance. Undocumented communities are living in fear while going to the store to purchase basic groceries, foregoing taking their child to the doctor to be treated for preventative services or vital developmental screenings. These immigration enforcement activities and rescission of the DHS safe zones, such as health facilities, have wide-reaching effects on the health of immigrant communities, U.S. citizens, and permanent residents. Public health suffers on a large scale when any community becomes unable or afraid to access vaccination sites or clinics to receive care for contagious diseases. And as we learned from COVID-19, truly devastating impacts on our communities. The actions of this administration are inhumane. No one should live in fear in their own community to go to the doctors or to go to the grocery store. We need to ensure that the community knows that they are protected here and that Burbank is a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Olivia Gleason.
Hi, Olivia. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Hi, thank you. My name is Olivia Gleason. I'm a community advocate with Californians United for a Responsible Budget, CURB, a statewide coalition of over 80 organizations. I strongly urge members of the Burbank City Council to stand in line with values rooted in humanity and love and vote in favor of the Sanctuary City Ordinance, as many of our neighboring cities have also done. There's a lot of righteous anger and fear right now given executive orders signed on day one of Trump's administration. This fear is preventing immigrant families from sending their kids to school, living as community members they deserve to be, and many other things everyone has named tonight. Failing to adopt a sanctuary ordinance creates heightened risks for immigrant communities, namely with negative consequences for all Burbank community members. As you know, Burbank could potentially be a deployment site for ICE in the CBP. Given its airport, this would hoard local resources for ICE purposes, harming Burbank's economy and accessibility of resources for local use. This is just
Thank
one
you
of the
for
many
your comment.
consequences
That's
of
your
failed
time.
care to adopt the sanctuary.
That's your time. Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Kate Sargent.
Hi, Kate. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Kate, and I've lived in Burbank for a decade. I fully support Burbank becoming a sanctuary city, and I urge you to vote yes on this ordinance to protect all members of our community. We must choose to be a light in these dark times. We must be a city that offers sanctuary and hope and not fear and oppression, and I hope that you will all vote in favor of this ordinance and make sure that Burbank is on the right side of history. And given all the support tonight, which has restored my faith in humanity, I will tell you this. If you vote no on this ordinance, we will know exactly where you stand, and we will vote you out of office the next chance we get. Thank you for your time and consideration, and please do the right thing tonight.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Megan.
Hi, Megan. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Meg, and I've been a member of the Burbank community my entire life. I attended Disney Elementary School, Jordan, now Dolores Huerta Middle School, and John Burroughs High School, and I've worked the food and customer service industries in and around Burbank for over a decade. Given the current president's orders, I believe it's vital to make Burbank a sanctuary city. We all grew up around immigrants. These are our friends, family, coworkers, caretakers, children. When I didn't have a place to stay, I was taken in by immigrants 3 different times. When I was newly sober, an immigrant gave me a job when no one else would consider me. These are the people that allow our communities to function. These are people like you and I with complex circumstances and emotions. They build our cities, pick our crop, provide for us and our families. We must protect our valued immigrant siblings at all costs, regardless of immigration status. We must stand up for what is moral and what is right and declare Burbank a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Jeffrey DeGia.
Hi, Jeffrey. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Hi there. I'm calling on behalf of Asian Americans Electing Justice Southern California. We urge the City of Burbank to vote in support of the sanctuary ordinance and in support of immigrants and their safety as members of the community. Immigrants deserve to live and be in Burbank with dignity and safety. Do not put them at risk. In this time of uncertainty and fear, all members of our community should feel safe and protected, and that includes our immigrant community. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Amy Connick.
Hi, Amy. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Amy Beth Connick. I've been a Burbank resident for nearly 10 years, and I want to speak in favor of making our home a sanctuary city. Like almost every other American, I descended from immigrants. Like today's immigrants, my ancestors worked hard and contributed and created a good life for their children here. Burbank's diversity is part of what makes it special, vibrant city that I'm proud to call home. Immigrants here hold vital jobs across our town and contribute as much or more than so many others. Threatening these people with deportation is dehumanizing and wrong. I urge our council members to vote in favor of sanctuary city status. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Nathan Adair.
Hi, Nathan. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Nathan, and I'm calling about two things. First, I support Burbank becoming a sanctuary city. Second, on the consent calendar, you are voting to move forward with the North Olive Avenue restriping effort, but there is a critical attachment missing. In the city's presentation to the Transportation Commission, they admit that this section of the street is classified as residential and therefore should have a speed limit of 25 miles per hour. But the speed study shows that the 85th percentile speed of every section of the street is far over 25 miles per hour, even after the change. The street is therefore still not safe. So I'm requesting that you pull the item from the consent calendar and agendize a farther redesign in an effort to actually reduce the speed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Victor Nero.
Hi, Victor. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Perez and council members. I call in strong support of the proposed sanctuary ordinance. My name is Victor Naro. I'm a project director at the UCLA Labor Center. A major part of my work focuses on research and analysis on issues impacting immigrant workers and their local economy. Hard-working immigrants' families are deeply integrated in the social and economic fabric of all the cities in LA County. So many critical industries rely on immigrant workers: restaurants, construction, grocery stores, gardening, domestic work, home care, child care, and other industries. Immigrant workers provide for our comfort and well-being every day. They also drive the economy as major consumers. And my concern is that collaboration with ICE will create the fear in the economy that many immigrants would be afraid to go to work, would be afraid to go into the stores to become consumers, and it would have a devastating impact on our economy. So I really encourage you to support this ordinance.
Thank you for your
Make it
comment.
possible for this.
Thank you for your comment. That's your time. I appreciate you calling. Next speaker, please.
The next caller is Ann Hayden.
Hi, Ann. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute. Sorry, you have 1 minute.
I was like, wow, I get a 3. Hi, I'm Ann Hayden, and I am a resident and also a voter in Burbank, and a mother, and I have my own business. And I am calling to urge you to support the sanctuary city for Burbank. Everyone before me has been incredibly thorough, and I am very convincing with everything that they said. And just in summary, it would just benefit us all by ensuring that no member of our community is afraid to report a crime, attend school, or work, participate in community activities. And at the end of the day, I know that you know it's the right thing to do. As we talked in the beginning of the meeting, it being about designating January 20th as Martin Luther King Day, you would be a hypocrite to honor him and what he spoke for and then not vote to make this a sanctuary city to protect our immigrants and our humans that live in this community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Nolan Sutherland.
Hi, Mr. Sutherland. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Council. I've lived in Burbank for just over 10 years as a homeowner. My 2 daughters have gone to Burbank USD schools from elementary all the way up to high school. And I also work in the film industry, so for the majority of my time, I also work in Burbank. So I'm fully invested here, and I strongly support declaring the city a sanctuary city. As a parent, ICE has no place in our schools. As a resident, I know our city has finite resources, and they need to be spent building up our community and not scapegoating and persecuting immigrants who contribute so much. With all due respect, I ask that every member of City Council vote in favor of declaring our city a sanctuary city. I would like to see a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Teresa Sutherland.
Hi, Teresa. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Good evening. I am a 10-year resident of Burbank and a granddaughter of immigrants. I am 100% in support of designating Burbank as a sanctuary city. We have many immigrant and mixed status households. These are not nameless, faceless strangers. These are our neighbors, coworkers, friends, and fellow community members that are being threatened. Please protect our community by taking a stand as a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Matthew.
Hi, Matthew. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Hello, Burbank City Council. My name's Matthew, and I've been running in Burbank for 4 years. I work in the entertainment industry, and I'm the child of immigrants. I'm reaching out to you today to urge that we make Burbank a sanctuary city for undocumented immigrants. In this current administration, we've seen an increased amount of activity from the immigrant and customs enforcement agents across the U.S. In this mass deportation event, countless numbers of immigrant families are at risk of displacement without due process. This also includes children who attend the schools of Burbank. Sensitive locations such as schools, churches, and hospitals are no longer being honored. Immigrant families and communities are essential to Burbank. It is imperative we become a sanctuary city for our most marginalized individuals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to discuss item 16. I support protecting our communities. My name is Kevin, and my family and I have resided in Burbank the majority of our lives. Over the past several years, I have seen my community change for the better. I have seen this City Council talk about community, we talk about culture, but we have never addressed our immigrant community that contributes to that. Nearly 2 million undocumented people live in California who for years feared being deported. This year we will get exponentially worse While this new administration has portrayed this community as criminals, we all know that this is an unfair portrayal. I've had to cut my speech short, but for these and many more reasons, I urge the city of Burbank to stand firm in its commitment to defend our communities against the devastating effects of mass deportation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Raj Kamal Singh.
Hi, Raj. You're on with Burbank City Council. You have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Raj Kamal Singh. I'm a current resident in Burbank and have lived here for 4 years now. I strongly urge City Council to pass the Sanctuary City Ordinance for Burbank. We are the last major city with a national airport in the LA area that does not have sanctuary protections. Having Burbank be a sanctuary city will mean a safer Burbank. A safer Burbank will promote economic growth. It will also improve the health of all city residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
Hi, you're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I've been a Burbank renter for 3 years. I also support a 3% rent cap, just dropping that in for February's meeting. Don't forget about that. And I support Burbank becoming a sanctuary city. I, like everyone else, come from immigrants, and despite being undocumented, the immigrants being ruthlessly targeted right now pay $8 billion in taxes. They make our economy run, and they are our neighbors. Please don't abandon them. I'm looking at you, Rosati, and you, Zizette, specifically. I know where you stand. I know where you align. And I just want Burbank City Council to really listen to the people that are speaking today, because I think that we've been ignored lately when we've come up, and that's from everyone except, I think, Constantine, honestly. So please, I support what Kate said. We will vote you out. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Elisa Cunningham.
Hi, Elisa. You're on with City Council. You have 1 minute.
Burbank needs affordable housing. We need the 4 neighborhood-specific plans completed to facilitate building that affordable housing. We have been draining our resources to address issues for a select few instead of demanding those resources be applied to benefit all residents. We had 18 months to complete the Rancho-specific plan before the protections in SB 423 sunset on July 1st, and it's barely even started. The problem is that staff has been directed to do all sorts of projects for council members. They don't have the time to do the specific plans, and this is very short-sighted. If Burbank doesn't have the resources to hire more staff, then we must give our current staff the time to work for the entire city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Cam Maloney.
Hi, Cam, you're on with Burbank City Council. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm calling to urge our city council to declare Burbank a sanctuary city. We live under unfortunate circumstances. The current administration is actively raiding schools, businesses, and houses of worship and issuing quotas to its federal agents, spreading fear throughout communities nationwide. There are reports of agents detaining U.S. citizens, Native Americans, and legal immigrants without care or concern. The people that will be targeted in our community will be our neighbors, our coworkers, and our friends. They are Burbankers. We should not sit idly by while the federal government sends outsiders in to harass and terrorize members of our community. We should not let them push members of our neighborhood underground out of fear. Some people have been demagoguing that this is about crime. Burbank is a wonderful, vibrant, and safe city. We have a responsible and responsive local police force that keeps us safe and prioritizes the community. Keep Burbank, Burbank. Show courage. And please stand up to the federal government that seeks to tear our community apart. Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
I'm being told that was our last speaker.
All right. That being our last speaker, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Give yourselves a round of applause for waiting through that. And I will say for folks who just walked in the room or who are still waiting outside, I don't think there's anybody still outside, but for folks who had waited and didn't get a chance to speak, we have the agenda item. If you're here for that item, you can turn in a public comment card and speak on item 16. So you have another opportunity. For anybody who wants to speak on anything else and didn't get a chance, email us, call us. We're here. All right. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and or the City Attorney. Seeing none from our city staff, council members, who would like to start? Vice Mayor Takahashi.
I'll go first. Thank you, everybody who came out tonight to speak, those who called, all those who emailed us and met with us. This was a long public comment period. There's a lot of comments to sit through, so thank you for being here and sharing your perspective. Most of the comments were about items that are on the agenda, which we'll get to in a little bit, but there were a couple things that came up that were non-agenda items. So first, I wanted to congratulate everybody who got a presentation tonight, and I am so happy to hear about the City Hall fountain, so that's super exciting. And then for the individual who came from the Red Cross, if she's still here, thank you for coming and helping our communities and all the organizations that have helped our communities in the fires. And then Mr. Scroggs, you had mentioned how so many folks here tonight, this is the first time speaking, and we have some young folks, and it is really impressive to have you come and speak on this topic. So thank you for being brave. It is intimidating too to stand at that lectern. I've been there many, many times, and I know. So, and then there was one question towards the end there with the caller, just Mr. City Manager, if you could give just quickly mention the 4 specific plans. Are they coming back anytime soon? You know, kind of what the timeline is for those. It to be very specific, but just general idea.
Welcome, Mr. Prescott.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. Yes, the specific plans are coming to you later this year. This is our plan. I wanted to have some check-ins with you before then. I don't remember the schedule for that off the top of my head, but that is the plan to get those adopted this year.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Takahashi. And might I add, Mr. Prescott, I think it's for the one caller, the goal is to get it done before that July date, right?
So it will be impossible, I think, at this point.
Okay.
I know that members of the community are working with Senator Menjivar to try to get an extension on that. And
Got
we
it.
have a letter, in fact, that is tonight's, that you're approving tonight on the consent to extend that.
Extend that. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Councilman Rosati.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for everyone for coming down tonight. Congrats to the Waste Warriors, and congratulations to the holiday decorating contest winners. I went to a few of those homes. It was pretty amazing. And congratulations to the Tournament Rose Committee. Again, you guys did a sensational job. It was fun to be out on the circuit and watch our float come by. I want to thank former Mayor Marsha Ramos for coming down. I agree, education and reaching out is the key to understanding our immigration laws. Tonight, we will be able to walk through some of the Senate bills and the protections that are in place coming in this meeting. And then, Mr. McDougall, maybe next week, can we find out, last week we were given a list of 15 or 20 landlords or somebody that was price gouging, and can we find out the result of that maybe?
We can provide an update.
Thank you.
Councilor Anthony.
Lost my microphone here. Yes, thank you for everyone for coming out and bearing with us. That was a lot of commenters. I do want to point out, agenda item 13 tonight on consent has 3 advocacy letters. Basically, the council wants to ask folks at the state and federal level for advocacy. And
Madam Mayor, this comment should be restricted to items not on the agenda.
Fair enough. I'll bring that up later. Yes, we'll talk about 13 in a little bit. I do want to say to the Tournament of Roses folks, I know it took us a while to get the recognition out there, but we all got our roses on. They do such great work every year. If you're interested, anyone in the community can volunteer. They set up shop right behind the downtown Metrolink station. They've got a wonderful garage supplied to them. You can go and bring the kids. It's amazing. They have a bunch of flowers, and they put together an entire float by hand. It is one of the most rewarding experiences. So please check them out, Burbank Rose Float folks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Who would like to go next?
Guess I'm the last one. Well, before you. Like everyone else said, thank you for being here tonight. We had lots of emails for everyone that is still staying here with us. I also want to congratulate everyone who got an award tonight. You guys already spoke about them, and congratulations. I do also want to thank a lot of outside organizations, people from other cities that showed up here tonight to speak on behalf of the residents of the city of Burbank. Thank you for being here and supporting, I guess, your neighboring cities, or as an organization coming and speaking before this council. We'll address the items as we go through the agenda. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mons. I just want to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for being here tonight and for speaking on the item. I'll leave my comments till we get there, which is right after the consent. But I do want to, like the Vice Mayor, address some folks who came to us. Mr. Scroggs, thank you for mentioning stayinla.org. That is about the film industry and the struggle that we are having there. If you want to take a look at that as well, it's another big major issue that we're facing here in Southern California, and specifically here in the media capital of the world. We need to keep our film and entertainment industry here. I also want to thank Ms. Julie Swisher from the Red Cross for sharing the information. She left the small red cards in the front if you'd like to take one for emergency responses across the county. The Red Cross really has been the driving force, and we're grateful for their efforts. To the folks that spoke on rental issues, on housing issues, thank you for coming. Once again, we don't have that on the agenda tonight, but we hear you. We're grateful for you speaking on this every chance. Ms. Deal mentioned our wheelchair rugby and our disability council. Yes, we do have those events coming up, so we do ask you to please join us for those wonderful events. We have a lot of adaptive sports here in Burbank, and we're proud to have those inclusive things as part of our city resources. And then, oh, Mr. Hernandez, I know you're still not here, but you spoke about one of our specific plan issues, actually, in the Golden State District. You shared concerns about plan developments and the lack of parking. I would invite you to speak to either any of us up here or, oh, well, thank you, Patrick. I'm being told it already happened. That's our city staff at work, everybody. So we hope that addressed your concerns. If it didn't, you have their contact information, and you can also feel free to reach out to me. My email is nperez@burbankca.gov. And then finally, I also want to thank the 3 high schoolers specifically who came by, Renu, Julian, and Charlotte. You speak better than half of all of us adults in the room. Thank you. And seeing you come up here just reminds me that our future is so much brighter than our present. So thank you for being here. And those are all my comments for today. All right. Let's now move on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. And before I ask Madam City Clerk to read the consent calendar, I'm going to pass it on to the Vice Mayor because I also have to go to the restroom.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Can you please read the consent calendar?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Kimberly Clark, City Clerk. We have 14 items this evening. Item 1, approval of the City Council minutes of the joint meeting of January 14th, 2025, and the dark meeting of January 21st, 2025. Item 2 is approval of the successor agency minutes of the joint meeting of September 24th, 2024. Item 3 is approval of the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of January 14th, 2025. Item 4 is approval of the Parking Authority minutes of the joint meetings of November 19th, 2024 and November 26th, 2024. Item 5 is approval of the Youth Endowment Services Fund Board minutes of the joint meeting of September 24th, 2024. Item 6 is adoption of a resolution to authorize a design-build contract for request for proposal number 1524, replacement of playground equipment at Santa Anita Playlot. Item 7 is adoption of a resolution approving the blanket authority to file applications for grant funds from the Los Angeles County Regional Park Open Space District for Measure A funding for projects and programs and approve the annual allocation grant agreement to accept funding. Item 8 is adoption of a resolution approving a replacement housing plan for 2321, 2325 through 2327, 2331 through 2333, and 2335 North Fairview Street. Item 9 is adoption of the County of Los Angeles Johnson versus Grants Pass Supreme Court ruling Good Neighbor Pledge. Item 10 is review of fiscal year 2023-2024 annual comprehensive financial report. Item 11 is approval to amend the transit operations and maintenance agreement with MV Public Transportation Incorporated and approval of a budget amendment for fiscal year 2024-2025. Item 12 is approval of a professional services agreement between the City of Burbank and Return to Work Partners to provide consulting and case management support for compliance with the Fair Employment and Housing Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act. Item 13 is approval of legislative advocacy letters signed by all City of Burbank council members supporting increased funding for the California Film Tax Credit, requesting a permanent equestrian exemption in California Government Code Section 65913.4, and recommending incentivized development. And our final item is an update on the East Olive Avenue reconfiguration project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madam City Clerk, for reading the 14 items on our consent calendar. Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I have a couple of items that I'm asking to pull. Number 13 is really quick. I just want to provide an amendment to what is being proposed to go for the letter to go to Senator Menjivar, and add requesting permanent extension. Also, I'd like to add and/or amend the current period to either request an extension of 18 to 24 months, whatever we can do to expedite this process and get it in the books to get it approved. So is this for the city manager? Mr.
It would be great just to not put 18 to 24 months, just say an extension.
An extension?
If it's longer than 18, 24 months, that's great.
Okay.
But we can modify the title to add and/or an extension.
An extension.
Yeah.
From my understanding from their staff, that probably would hopefully expedite the process instead of rewriting the language again.
If council is amenable, we could certainly make that edit.
Yeah, for the mayor, since she stepped out, can you please repeat what?
So on item 13, to request, instead of saying requesting a permit equestrian exemption, I would also add and/or an extension to the current law. Whatever we can do to expedite the process and get it approved.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I also would like to pull item 14 for the end. I'd like to see if staff would give us an actual presentation on the update to what is happening on the olive striping.
Great. I would just call it that item be pulled for after our agendized item for the sake of everyone.
Real quick, I want you to make this, if I could. So normally, if we pull an agenda item from consent, it goes to as the last report. Certainly, there's only 2 reports. Up to you if you want to. We do have staff here. Either way, it's fine, but we could do it at the end, or we could keep it to the end, or we could stay.
Let's keep it to the end.
Okay.
Sorry, staff.
I needed to note that, so I was going to upset somebody, but at least let you guys decide.
Sorry, David, you're stuck.
I was going to say, can't we rethink that? I mean, they got to be here tomorrow morning at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. I mean, shouldn't we just hear it and let our staff go?
I'm hearing that they're good, and I think we're a little lenient. They're here later than 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Anything else?
No, I'm done. Thank you. There were 2 items.
Councilor Anthony.
Just real quick, 20 seconds each. Can we just have someone explain the 3 letters that we're sending, the advocacy letters, just so the public knows what we're talking about?
Sure. The first one is all our advocacy letters. The first is to increase funding for the governor's proposal to increase funding for the California Film Tax Credit. The other one is a permanent and/or extension of the exemption in California Government Code Section 65913.4 related to the Rancho area as far as development. And then the last one is recommending incentivized development related to lowering the capital gains tax for potential turnover of properties to encourage more affordable housing as well as a right sizing of properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And for the record, those are all things that our community has asked us to do, so I'm happy to sign those. All right. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar without item 14 it was?
I move to make a motion to approve the consent calendar and pull item 14 to the end.
Second.
With modification to
Item
letter
13.
number 2 on agenda item 13.
Thank you, exactly.
Great.
Second.
All righty, so we have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes, on 1 through 13.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, our consent calendar passes. Now, we have 1 report to council this evening, and I would like to note that the agenda originally had 2 reports to council, but item 15, which was the introduction of an ordinance of the Council of the City of Burbank, amending our municipal code, section 6-1-1015.b, parking in space designated for electric vehicles or electric vehicle charging stations to establish electric vehicle overstay fees, charges, and penalties has been pulled for discussion at a future council meeting. So if you were here for that item, it's not going to happen tonight. So after the staff's presentation, the city council will proceed with in-person public comment only, and speakers will be allowed to speak on this agenda item only at the conclusion of the presentation and only if you have not spoken on this item in the past. Please be sure to submit your public comment card now so you can speak on this item, and we will not be taking any callers after the public comment period any speakers after the public comment period has begun. All right. The first report to council tonight is a first step report to consider declaring the city of Burbank a sanctuary city. I welcome Ms. Courtney Paget, Assistant City Manager, to present.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Courtney Paget with the City Attorney's Office. So I'm going to work for Joe now.
You're hired.
I spent a lot of time with him today.
You're hired. I need a new position.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you, Joe. It's good to have a backup. With the City Manager's Office, tonight I will be providing a first step report for City Council to consider declaring the City of Burbank as a sanctuary city. The term sanctuary city refers to jurisdictions that adopt policies to protect undocumented immigrants by limiting jurisdictional cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. Currently, Burbank has not officially designated itself as a sanctuary city. However, the city is governed by and operates under existing California state law. Current state law, specifically the California Values Act, Senate Bill 54, effective January 1st, 2018, restricts local law enforcement cooperation with federal immigration authorities. This law prohibits local resources from being used to enforce federal immigration laws, except in cases involving serious crimes, primarily those that are violent in nature. Under SB 54, the Burbank Police Department is prohibited from investigating, questioning, detaining, or arresting individuals for immigration enforcement purposes. Key provisions of the current law prohibit the Burbank Police Department from inquiring about an individual's immigration status, sharing custody release date or personal information such as home or work addresses with immigration authorities, and participating in immigration enforcement activities, including arrest sweeps. The police department's guidelines for immigration-related interactions are codified in Department Policy 428, Immigration Violations Truth Act. The department's policy conforms to the requirements set forth in state law and includes additional guidelines to assure victims and witnesses feel safe reporting crimes regardless of their immigration status, to facilitate the processing of visas for victims of certain crimes, and to maintain transparency through reporting and training requirements. In addition to SB 54, other current California state laws, including Assembly Bill 450, known as the Immigrant Worker Protection Act, and Assembly Bill 291, known as the Wage Theft Protection Act, provide protections for undocumented immigrants. These laws address employment protections, prohibiting employers from sharing personal information, and housing protections, preventing housing providers from using immigration status in disputes related to rent, living conditions, or other related matters. Over the recent years, jurisdictions throughout the state and country have taken diverse approaches to this topic. Nearby cities, including Los Angeles, Glendale, and Pasadena, have taken official action through the implementation of sanctuary city-related ordinances, resolutions, and/or policies. Conversely, many cities and jurisdictions have decided not to take any action or declare an official position, and one city recently declared itself as a non-sanctuary city, demonstrating the diversity of approaches across California. Nationwide, major cities that have designated themselves as sanctuary include Chicago, New York City, and Seattle. Although the meaning and the implications are similar, some jurisdictions have also utilized alternate verbiage to sanctuary city, such as safe city, welcoming city, and inclusive city. To assist in council's discussion tonight, some considerations are outlined in the written report. The first is compliance with laws and potential conflicts with legal obligations. All city officials and employees are required to take an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the United States. Existing state laws and city policy align with the Constitution and federal laws. Implementing an ordinance that prohibits officials and employees from following the law may create a conflict in legal obligations, potentially requiring them to break the law and their oath to maintain their employment with the city. Additionally, on January 20th, 2025, the President signed an executive order directing the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security to undertake any lawful actions, civil or criminal, deemed warranted by sanctuary jurisdictions' practices that interfere with enforcement of federal law. Following that executive order, the Deputy Attorney General issued a memorandum on January 21st directing U.S. attorneys to investigate and potentially prosecute local officials who fail to comply with lawful immigration-related commands. A second consideration is potential impact to federal funding. The city receives federal funding to support a variety of programs, services, and capital improvement projects. The city is currently managing over $30 million in active federal grant funding from sources including the U.S. Department of Energy and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Programs supported through this funding include affordable housing, such as the Section 8 housing program and the Home Investment Partnerships program, as well as transportation funding and grants to support aging infrastructure repairs or replacement. The city is also seeking additional federal funds to support future projects, such as the replacement of the Olive Avenue Bridge and the replacement of the downtown Burbank Water and Power substation. As part of the aforementioned January 20th executive order, the President directed the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security to evaluate and take any lawful actions to ensure that sanctuary jurisdictions do not receive access to federal funds. The city relies on federal funding for housing programs, infrastructure projects, and more. Designation as a sanctuary city could jeopardize this funding, potentially hindering city services and projects. However, it is important to note that Burbank is a city that values diversity, equity, and safety for all community members. To that end, the city may want to take action to help assure that all members of our community, regardless of immigration status, feel safe and non-threatened accessing and utilizing all available city resources. This includes reporting crimes, both as a victim or a witness, and working with our local police department, requesting emergency medical services, and participating in the many wide array of programs and services provided by the city. The report before you outlines two recommended options for council consideration. One is note and file the report without action, and two is to provide direction to staff as appropriate on council's desired action regarding declaring the city as a sanctuary city. The city recognizes that immigration enforcement and policy is a complex, sensitive, and continually evolving issue, and has a profound impact on many members of our community. Existing state law and city policy currently limit local cooperation with federal immigration enforcement authorities. As council considers this issue, it is important to evaluate the potential legal and financial risk, as well as the city's dedication to fostering community trust for all. That concludes the presentation, and staff, to include members of the city attorney's office and the police department, are available to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Padgett. I believe this was your first report, right?
Unfortunately, no.
It wasn't.
I've been here many times. It's been a while, but
it was your longest
no.
report.
Yeah, it was a little long, lengthy.
All right. Well, thank you for that. All right. We're now going to go to public comment, and then we'll go to council questions, and we will go from there. So, Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We have 20 in-person speakers, and we received about 15 or 16 cards from individuals who wish to opine only but don't wish to speak.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I will go ahead with the speakers. Everybody will have 3 minutes per our council policy to speak on this item, and based on the number of speakers. So for folks who are new here, our council policy is between 1 to 20 speakers. You get 3 minutes. 21 to 39 speakers, 2 minutes. 40 speakers plus, 1 minute each. We do that so that everybody has a fair and ample amount of time to speak before the council, and so that we all get out of here at a reasonable hour so that we can really actually serve you and make sound decisions. All right. So we're going to get started. Like before, there's a public comment seat here. My first speaker is Kathy O'Connell, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening to all of you. I'm here to speak in support of the Sanctuary City Ordinance. People are human beings before they're determined to be somewhere legally or illegally. It is our moral obligation to treat human needs first and be careful and compassionate when applying the law. I'm the granddaughter of immigrants. I'm standing on their shoulders as I try to be a productive citizen here in Burbank and in the United States. I'm disheartened and disgusted, frankly, at the ugliness that is directed towards people coming to this country in search of a better life. In many cases, this ugliness is just another face of racism. I would like Burbank to be better than that. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is David Donahue, followed by Eddie Poland.
Council members, my name is David Donahue. I'd like to be able to talk about equestrians and horses a lot better than this particular issue, because it is of very important, it's a very critical one. It is something that is very divisive, and you can see that there's very strong emotions on both sides. So I respect and appreciate the gravity of the decision that is in front of you. The concern that I have is always going to be for Burbank. It is going to be the fact that Assistant City Manager Ms. Paget said some things that I had researched. I had only gotten a report from staff talking about, I think it's like $16 million in last year's federal funding. I had no idea it was $30 million. And that is really kind of a concern. There are members in this chamber who have advocated for replacement of the Olive Avenue Bridge, which I think if there is federal funds, it definitely should be considered. It is not necessarily a safe avenue right now. The other part of it is what the current presidential president is doing with hauling people in front of Congress. And there was a letter sent out from the House of Representatives to the city of Denver and other cities to ask them to appear in front of Congress. I believe it's February 11th. So I would not want this body, as with all due respect to you all, to ever have any sort of adverse actions taken against you. You're not paid that much money to do that. This is something that I think is also very important to consider. The ramifications to our infrastructure, as Ms. Paget reported to you, the magnitude of what the administration could do to pull that funding away from this body. And I think that there needs to be some attention paid to that, because there's a lot of emotions about, and justifiably so, if people are afraid that they're going to be swept up, absolutely, that's something that would cause fear and anxiety, and that's not healthy. And I can definitely see and I can appreciate this in this chamber. So the only thing is, let's make sure we can somehow protect the money that is coming to the city. Let's look and also appreciate the fact that the state of California has sanctuary status as presented to you in the report and by Ms. Paget, and be mindful of that. And again, thank you very much for your service.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Eddie Poland, followed by Harriet Steele.
Hi, my name is Eddie Poland. First, I want to just compliment the previous speaker for coming on board with the need to build the Olive Avenue Bridge. It's a very dangerous piece of infrastructure, and thank you, and I hope his organization, Vision Burbank, updates their website and puts it on the front page. I would like to share the words of Pastor Bart Niemöller, who wrote in 1946, looking back on his own life. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Today they are coming for our undocumented neighbors. We must speak out as a community with a united voice and say Burbank is a sanctuary city. We must affirm that Burbank residents and staff will continue to be united in defending the most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Harriet Steele, followed by Joel Frost.
Good evening. My name is Harriet Steele. I'm an immigration attorney at Public Counsel, a pro bono legal services organization. I represent unaccompanied minors who have come to this country, often fleeing violence and persecution, and are seeking a better life. They are part of our community and should not have to live in fear. Thus, for that reason, I'm here to provide public comment in support of item 16 and support of an ordinance making Burbank a sanctuary city. The city attorney's report and the city manager's presentation on this proposal have both noted that in the past week, including in the January 20th executive order, we've heard a lot of threats from the Trump administration directed at sanctuary cities and jurisdictions. As a lawyer, I would like to set the record straight about what the law is. The Trump administration's threats directed at sanctuary jurisdictions are baseless. States and cities have no obligation to assist with mass deportations. The 10th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution prohibits the federal government from commandeering the states or their cities, counties, and law enforcement. In Prince versus United States and other cases, the Supreme Court specifically held that the federal government may not compel the states to enact or administer a federal regulatory program. With regards to federal funds, the Supreme Court has also imposed restrictions on the federal government's ability to withhold funding from states as a way to coerce the states to adopt a certain policy. We can see that in cases like National Federation of Independent Businesses, the Obamacare administration, with the litigation around Medicaid expansion, for instance. During its first iteration, the Trump administration tried out this same tactic of threatening sanctuary jurisdictions, for instance, suing California about its sanctuary law. No surprise, the Ninth Circuit rejected these claims and explained that the states have the right, pursuant to the anti-commandeering rule, to refrain from assisting with federal efforts. Since then, courts across the country, including at least 3 judges appointed by President Trump himself, have held the same thing, that states are free to stay out of the deportation business. On the contrary, participation in mass deportations may expose the city of Burbank to monetary damage liability. The Fourth Amendment dictates that law enforcement must have probable cause to detain someone. Ordinarily, ICE detainers do not meet this standard. For this reason, law enforcement agencies that have volunteered to assist ICE by detaining individuals have wound up paying monetary damages because of this unlawful conduct. For instance, New York City recently had to pay $92.5 million in a settlement with people held on ICE detainers. And this isn't an isolated incident. Much closer to home, in 2022, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department paid a $14 million settlement to people that the department held on ICE detainers, and ICE typically does not reimburse the costs.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Joel Frost, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Good evening, Mayor Perez and Council. My name is Joel Frost Tift, and I'm an immigration attorney, a Burbank resident, and homeowner and voter and parent and voter. And I'm here to speak in favor of a sanctuary ordinance. Also, I'm going to speak quickly because I'm time limited. I want to start off by debunking some misinformation that's been going around. First off, undocumented immigrants do not put a drain on resources, as some have suggested. The Tax Policy Center found that a documented or undocumented immigrant who enters the U.S. by the age of 25 will pay on average $200,000 more in taxes than they'll take in benefits in their lifetime. Some people have suggested that immigrants pose a risk to public safety. In fact, multiple studies by groups such as the Cato Institute and the National Institute for Justice have found that both undocumented immigrants and immigrants with legal status commit crimes at a lower rate than U.S. citizens. If you're really interested in fighting crime, you don't target a group that commits less crime than the population as a whole. That makes no sense. ICE didn't announce that it's going to start going into churches and schools because churches and schools are hotbeds of crime. So, let's talk about the real reason the Trump administration has decided to ramp up the ICE raids. For about 10 years now, non-white babies have outnumbered white babies. In 2046, it's projected that the US population will be majority non-white. That makes a lot of folks who look like me uncomfortable. One of them grew up not too far from here and is now the White House Deputy Chief of Staff and Chief Architect for Trump's immigration policy. His name is Stephen Miller. A few years ago, emails leaked showing him promoting the white supremacist book, The Camp of Saints, the white supremacist publication, American Renaissance, and other materials promoting the Great Replacement Theory, which is the absurd belief that there is a genocide being committed against white people. As a representative of white people, I can assure you that there's no genocide being committed against us. And you don't need to take my word for it. These emails are publicly available. If Burbank opts to cooperate with ICE, we'll be cooperating with an agency that's de facto run by a known white supremacist. I shouldn't have to say this, but an increase immigrant and minority population is not a bad thing. Our country is facing a social security crisis because of an aging population. Right here in Burbank, our schools are suffering because of declining enrollment, which is also the result of an aging population. The immigrants coming into our country are disproportionately young. As a parent of a BUSD student that's about to lose our teacher's aid because of budget cuts, enacting a policy that would welcome more immigrants into our city feels like a win-win. Also, I realize that the city attorneys are not immigration experts and have a lot on their plates. But as an immigration attorney who's been practicing for 10 years, I was disappointed with the city manager's report, which was devoid of any serious legal analysis. To the report's credit, it did at least acknowledge that the Trump administration's previous attempts at denying funding to sanctuary cities were struck down by a judge, but it didn't cite any other case law, didn't talk about the 10th Amendment, or any of the other cases that Harriet just talked about. Anyway, all indications are that the Trump administration's policies will be even worse this time, given what just happened in Bakersfield. If you vote against the sanctuary ordinance, an immigrant here in Burbank is deported to their death. That blood will be on your hands.
Thank you for your comment. That's your time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Pimienta, followed by Jennifer Johnson.
Once again, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everybody present in the chamber. I'm obviously in support of Burbank becoming a sanctuary city. So make no mistake that we are currently living under what is referred to as a paleogenic ultranationalist environment. That's where we are. Federal agents are currently persecuting residents because their immigration status does not fit their ideal. That is what is happening. And Burbank has the opportunity to do something about it and protect its most vulnerable. Now, we keep hearing this, that there is a threat of having the federal budget pulled. And yes, they will continue using that threat unless you comply with the current administration's demands. So, with the remainder of my time, I just want to leave you with one quote that is usually misattributed to Burke, but in the hopes that it will get you to do something. In order for evil to triumph, the only thing that needs to happen is for decent people to get into real estate. Now, it's obviously to do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jennifer Johnson, followed by Phoebe Kellogg.
Hi. I am terrified of public speaking, but this is too important of an issue to remain quiet, and my being afraid to speak, thank you, is nothing like the fear of the people in our community that would be targeted by ICE. I'm a longtime resident of Burbank. My son attended McKinley, Dolores Huerta, and Burroughs. Horrified to think of ICE sweeping into our schools, workplaces, and places of worship, etc. I urge you to support Burbank becoming a sanctuary city, protect our neighbors, our brothers and sisters, protect the vulnerable, do the compassionate thing, do the right thing. I urge you to vote yes on Ordinance 16. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Phoebe Kellogg, followed by Diane Rana, speaking on behalf of Assemblymember Nick Schultz.
Hello, my name is Phoebe. I'm going to help finish one of the previous speakers' talks because I think they had a lot of really important things to say. They mentioned a Human Rights Watch report found that more than 200 people were deported to El Salvador alone during the first Trump administration, and they were harmed or killed. Over 5,000 children were separated from their parents, many of whom received hundreds of thousands of dollars each in compensation because of the government's illegal actions. They represented some of these people, and the trauma that they suffered was absolutely heartbreaking. They also work with survivors of trafficking and sexual assault. They saw firsthand how many survivors were afraid to come forward during the Trump administration because of their immigration status. All indications are that the Trump administration's policies will be even worse this time. Not too far away in Bakersfield, ICE was caught on video slashing the tires of a naturalized American citizen who had a passenger in their car with a pending asylum claim. Neither of them were breaking any laws. If you vote against the sanctuary ordinance and an immigrant here in Burbank is deported to their death, that blood will be on your hands. If an undocumented immigrant is sexually assaulted in Burbank and doesn't report it out of fear, that will lead to some immigration consequences, that is on you. All of you are going to be up for election again at some point, some of you in less than 2 years. There are a whole lot of us Burbank voters who will not forget about this vote, and we vastly outnumber the MAGA supporters. So please think hard before you cast your vote. I absolutely agree with everything that person said. I would also like to say, just from my voice, at the start of this session, we mentioned phrasing such as support for our beloved community, passion for our wonderful city, and that working together we will always act responsibly for the betterment of our community. This is what is at the core of what's happening in this room. I please ask that every single person here considers that, remembers the words that came out of our very own mayor's mouth, and think about the fact that if we support this ordinance, we are taking just a very small step to show our community that we care. It's not a massive thing. We're not stopping ICE from coming into Burbank altogether. But if we do not support this, we are presenting our residents with the idea that our care and respect for them is conditional. And that is not what we do here in Burbank. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Diana Rana on behalf of Assemblymember Schultz, followed by Karen Herrera.
Good evening, Mayor Perez and members of the City Council. I am here on behalf of Assemblymember Nick Schultz to read a letter to the Council. My name is Diane Rana. I'm serving as his District Director. Dear Honorable Mayor Perez and members of the City Council, I urge you to support the development of an ordinance designating the City of Burbank as a sanctuary city. This measure will enhance the public safety, protect our community's health, and bolster our economy. First, as relates to enhanced public safety, the ordinance will foster trust between residents and law enforcement. Fear of deportation currently hinders crime reporting and cooperation with authorities. By limiting collaboration with ICE, all residents will feel safe to report crimes and seek assistance, leading to a safer community. Second, economic benefits. The ordinance will boost economic activity. Fear of deportation prevents undocumented immigrants from fully participating in the economy. This measure will encourage economic engagement for all residents, fostering a more vibrant and prosperous Burbank. Third, protecting community health. Immigration enforcement activities have detrimental impacts on the health of all residents. The fear of raids discourages preventative health care and causes significant mental health concerns. This ordinance will reduce these anxieties and safeguard the well-being of our entire community. Adopting this ordinance is consistent with the action taken at the state level, including the passage of SB 54, the California Values Act, which has been in full effect since 2018. The act ensures that no state or local resources are used to assist federal immigration enforcement, and that our schools, hospitals, and courthouses are safe spaces for everyone in our community. Neither nationality nor citizenship define the community of Burbank, and it should not be used to divide us. This ordinance aligns with the values and strengths of Burbank as a welcoming and thriving city for all residents. Thank you for your consideration. Signed, Assemblymember Nick Schultz, who's also Chair of the Assembly Public Safety Committee.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Karen Herrera, followed by Ernesto Serrano.
Good evening, City Council. I don't know how I drew the luck of following Nick Schultz and his speaker, because I am also terrified of public speaking, but this was very important to me and my family. So my name is Karen Herrera. I'm here to speak in favor of Burbank's Sanctuary City Ordinance. I've been a Burbank resident for 17 years. I live and work in Burbank and have been involved with the Burbank Unified School District community for the last 10 years. I urge you to please take action to support our Burbank Unified School District community, families, and friends. I also want to touch on something the previous speaker mentioned. When we're in a place of fear, it consumes us and we can only focus on survival. We need to feel safety and security in order to thrive. Now more than ever, we need to take positive actions to strengthen our community and help each other out. I also just wanted to take a moment to thank the immigration lawyers for speaking here tonight to provide well-needed facts about the situation that we're in. I hear from the report the very real threat about funding, and I also was happy to hear that from the immigration lawyers that it is just threats, and I urge I urge this council to vote unanimously for Burbank to become a sanctuary city. And before I leave, I also wanted to share a little message from Councilmember Rosati's website. As a proud Burbank resident, Chris Rosati is committed to ensuring his city remains the standard other communities aspire to, and I wholeheartedly agree. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ernesto Serrano, followed by Rianne. Calling again for Ernesto Serrano, sorry. Followed by Rianne. Okay. Going once, going twice, seeing no Ernesto. Rianne, are you here? Or Ryan, R-H-I-A-N. Okay, not seeing either of those speakers. I'm going to move on. If they make it by the public comment time, they're welcome to speak, but if not. Oh, I'm going through the rest of them. We're getting there. Next, I have Karen Ostrander, followed by Shaming Cheer. Karen Ostrander. Okay, I'm also going to put her to the side. Shaming Cheer, you are here. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. So my name is Shuming Chair. I'm a Deputy Director with the California Immigrant Policy Center, as well as an adjunct professor at the UCLA School of Law. So speaking as another attorney, I did want to emphasize that sanctuary laws are fully legal. There's no legal authority that supports the federal administration's position attacking sanctuary cities, and there's no federal law requiring state and local jurisdictions to cooperate with any immigration enforcement actions. So therefore, sanctuary jurisdictions cannot violate laws that do not exist. In fact, there's ample legal authority and case law that says that local authorities cannot be required to aid or assist federal officers in immigration enforcement, and that people cannot be punished for refusing to cooperate with requests from federal immigration enforcement. So again, the law is clear. Under the 10th Amendment, local officials are free to use local resources for local needs, rather than rounding up and deporting their own residents. The Supreme Court has specifically held that the federal government may not compel states to enact or administer a federal program. Courts across the country have held the same thing, that states and localities are free to safeguard their own resources in order to stay out of the deportation business. And this is not the first time that there has been concerns about the federal government withholding funds from jurisdictions that stand up for immigrants. In 2017, the Department of Justice announced that it would withhold federal grants from states and local jurisdictions applying for specific funding if those jurisdictions failed to cooperate with ICE. Jurisdictions across the country then challenged those decisions, including Los Angeles and Chicago, and overwhelmingly, these challenges were found by courts to be successful. The courts ruled that the Department of Justice's actions were illegal and have ordered them to stop. So the time is now to stand up for Burbank's immigrant communities and their families. For these reasons and all the other reasons you've heard the speakers address, I urge you to pass this item tonight as an ordinance, not merely as a resolution. So again, please do the right thing. You'll be supported by the law as well as all the people behind you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Maritza Cuestas, followed by Bart Reed. Maritza Cuestas. Right, Bart Reed. All right, Bart, welcome. You have 3 minutes. And Bart, you will be followed by Michelle Cavi or Cavey. Apologies.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bart Reed, the Executive Director of the Transit Coalition. I've been a long time spender of money in Burbank, eating at the restaurants, eating at IKEA, spending money at IKEA, spending money at Costco, investing in this community. One thing I've noticed in this community is there's a tremendous amount of diversity. There's black, there's brown, there's Asian. There's just a lot of diversity that keeps this city economically primed and operating. That means that I can get services that I need when I'm hungry, whether it be at IKEA or wherever I go. I think that a diversity, this sanctuary ordinance is extremely important to the future of the city. And that will keep us healthy and safe and prosperous because we need workers. They get paid, it goes into the tax base, it funds the school district. It's the economic lifeblood of the city. So I ask that you unanimously vote yes to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. My next speaker is Michelle Cavey. Sorry. Correct me, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Michelle Carey. I am a directing attorney with the Survivor Justice Center, formerly known as the Los Angeles Center for Law and Justice, a nonprofit that provides free legal representation to survivors of intimate partner violence, sexual violence, and human trafficking throughout LA County. The proposed ordinance does important work to decrease fear and increase public safety for immigrant survivors and really for all of us. Immigrants in Burbank, including those who have survived domestic violence, sexual violence, human trafficking, are facing extremely high levels of fear right now. We've heard from survivors across LA County already in the first few weeks of the administration that they're feeling paralyzed by this fear, this very real fear of ICE enforcement, making them fearful to do the simple things that we often take for granted, like sending their children to school, going to work, interacting with law enforcement. Burbank must be a city where people feel safe not only from immigration enforcement, but also when caring for their children, working, and applying for critical city services. This is particularly important for survivors, as those who abuse and exploit so often use the fear of ICE as a tactic of power and control to further isolate survivors by preventing them from feeling safe out in the community and accessing much-needed services. Burbank's resources and personnel must continue being used to create safety, to support immigrant survivors and families, not put them further at risk. We desperately need Burbank to continue to be a city that stands up for safety and community. The sanctuary ordinance would make Burbank a true sanctuary city. I call on the City Council to protect immigrant survivors, the immigrant community, and all of us by passing this sanctuary ordinance as soon as possible. And just to take a step back, part of what I do every day is talk to survivors about what they can do. They are calling constantly, terrified. And we do a lot of work to say, you have a set of rights, no matter who is president. You have a set of tools that can help you be safe and be protected. And then I go to bed at night and I feel terrified and I'm worried if these folks that I work so hard to represent will be safe. And part of that is always to remind ourselves that these things that we all know, that folks do have rights, they're true. And so we have this ability to control only a certain number of things, right? There's all kinds of, it's part of what's so scary about this moment. There are so many things that are outside of our control, but there's a set of things that are absolutely within our control. And this is one of those things. And this is really your moment to use the limited set of controls that we have to do something incredible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kristen Gish, followed by Joanna Reyes. Kristen Gish. Geish. Not seeing Kristen. All right, Joanna Reyes, followed by Edgar Ortiz.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Perez. I want to start my comments by thanking the leadership of Mayor Perez for bringing this forward and for the advocates that have helped organize for Burbank to be on the right side of history. My family is from El Salvador, and we live at the border of North Hollywood and Burbank, and we are your literal neighbors. Much of my childhood was spent in Burbank, visiting the malls, the parks, the libraries, the businesses, and more. This is still true for me as an adult. On my way home, I'm actually going to pick up some In-N-Out here from Burbank. And I'm part of this community too. Burbank has declaring itself a sanctuary city sends a message to families like mine that we are welcome in Burbank. I ask that you show true courage, real leadership, and support this ordinance. If you fail to vote on the right side, I will come and knock on doors against you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Edgar Ortiz. And that's the last card I have right now, but I'm just making one more call for Kristen Gish, Maritza Cuestas, Karen Ostrander, Ernesto Serrano, or Rianne. If you are in the room, please come to the front and you will be allowed to speak. Thank you for waiting, Edgar. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for your time. It's a pleasure to address this honorable council as well as Mayor Perez. My name is Edgar Ortiz. I'm with the California Immigrant Policy Center, and I wanted to draw everyone's attention to one important factoid that folks may or may not be aware of, which is the fact that Los Angeles County writ large is the wage theft capital of the country. Data show that every week on average, $26 to $28 million are stolen from workers across various industries, including predominantly low-wage sectors such as restaurants and retail trade, which a disproportionate number of immigrants, particularly undocumented immigrants in the city of Burbank, are concentrated in as far as employment goes. Additional research from the University of Southern California shows that the median wage has significant disparities across different categories of immigrants. In the region of Los Angeles County that includes Burbank, South Pasadena, and Alhambra, on average, the median hourly wage for undocumented immigrants is $14 per hour. Compare that with U.S.-born citizens whose median hourly wage is $29. And there's a lot of factors that go into that, but a big part of it, unfortunately, is wage theft. And when you have systems in place that don't serve to provide reassurance for community members that they can come forward when they're experiencing something like wage theft, harassment, intimidation, or the like by the employer, these economic inequities will continue to persist. At a time when we're all thinking about how we can best support our community members against the backdrop of divestments from the federal government, the crises that are happening, such as wildfires, as well as the fact that everything is just really expensive in California, and we've been working to figure out how we can make places more affordable and also allow people to be able to support themselves and their loved ones and be able to live in the communities that they work. Passing a sanctuary ordinance is an important step in the direction to ensure that our institutions are working for our community members, but also that our community members know that the systems are working to support them. And so that's why we ask you again to support an ordinance that sends a signal that Burbank is a city that supports immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Those are all the speaker cards I have for folks who want to speak. And I will now state for the record that we had 16 members of the public who do not wish to speak, but opine in support of making Burbank a sanctuary city.
You do not.
Thank you. All right. That being the end of public comment, I now declare this public comment period closed, and we will move on to the questions and then deliberation. Who would like to start questions?
Madam Mayor, if I could just make a clarification for the public. Under council's procedural rules, this item is a preliminary first step report. It's a report where the type of report where any council members, in this case Mayor Perez, requested an item to be brought before the entire council to determine what action a majority of the council would support. So for those who may not have had an opportunity to review the staff report, there's actually no ordinance in the staff report to adopt. I just wanted to make that clear for people who are listening to council's deliberations. The point is to receive direction from council so that staff can then focus our efforts to bring back whatever it is that a majority wishes direction.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. City Attorney. So if you're here today and you're supporting an ordinance, that is up to what this council is about to deliberate in a few moments. And that may be something that comes forward and then is moved on to what is usually called a second step report, depending on how the discussion goes. But thank you for the clarification, Mr. City Attorney. All righty, who would like to start with questions? Not all at once. Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just one quick question. It was mentioned a couple times about the airport. And so I'm just curious if we have jurisdiction over the airport, and if we don't, who does?
So Ray Joe Hall with the City Attorney's Office. The airport is a joint authority operations with Glendale, Burbank, and Pasadena. And so they're a separate organization entity, separate from the City of Burbank. The City of Burbank Police Department does operate in conjunction with the Airport Authority Police Department. They have a cooperative agreement in place that authorizes enforcement at the local level. We also have FAA regulations, federal laws that are also enforced by the U.S. Attorney General's office that may also apply to the airport itself.
Thank you. That was your only question? Okay, great. Councilmember Anthony.
Following along those lines, the city, according to the report given here on page 3, it lists some of the other jurisdictions. The city of Glendale, March 2017, they adopted a resolution. It was affirming the statement by their chief of police. Did they call it a sanctuary ordinance? Did they use sanctuary city? Did they use any of those phrases, or safe city, or?
They did not. So sanctuary city needs to be understood as it's a loosely defined term. Mm-hmm. We use it as vernacular at this point, basically to reference any sort of restrictions that a local jurisdiction puts in terms of cooperation with ICE. Technically, the state of California is a sanctuary state. And so Glendale, some of our surrounding neighbors, they have implemented either an ordinance or resolution or a policy decision. Glendale specifically issued a policy statement reaffirming their chief of police's position and their department policy, which we have a similar policy here in the Burbank Police Department, that is directly in line with SB 54. So we are in line with California state law on the issue of immigration policy and enforcement.
The city of Pasadena also passed something back in 2017 requiring city employees to maintain confidentiality of residents' personal information, and that they would also not enforce federal immigration laws. And then it says here that they also released a joint statement just this past year with the school district affirming residents can continue to use services without fear arising from their identity or status. So if Glendale's passed something, and if Pasadena's passed something, the airport authority, they each have 3 members assigned from each of the 3 cities, making a 9-member board. If we were to do anything here, is it within our jurisdiction to send them a letter, an advocacy? We have representatives. Can we just ask them or recommend stuff to them? Is that part of?
You could do any of those things.
Okay, all right, great.
Any other questions?
Yes, but I think it gets a little bit into the weeds, and it's a little bit about the 4th Amendment than the 10th Amendment. We had mentioned, a couple of speakers had mentioned this. It's not the city's purview to enforce federal immigration laws, but when there is a warrant or probable cause, what is our sort of responsibility when a federal agent arrives and says, "Hey, we've got a full warrant. I'd like to enter premises in your jail or in your." What I would imagine it would be simply the jail that we have underneath the police department.
Yes. So Adam Cornels, Deputy Chief Burbank Police Department. So there's two lanes in federal immigration law. There's going to be a civil lane and a criminal lane. The criminal lane, I'm not an expert in that field, but there's going to be a criminal investigation, and typically that's going to involve, when a case is filed, there's going to be a judicial warrant. A judge is going to review it, so determine there's probable cause that this crime occurred, and sign an arrest warrant for that person. Most of our interaction in that space is going to be when we have arrested somebody for some unrelated state crime, a DUI, a theft, a narcotics charge. We bring them to our jail, we book them, that warrant comes up. So we're going to navigate them through the process of whatever the local violation was. And typically that person after that is going to be sent down to county jail because we're a very temporary holding facility. We don't hold people long-term. So the higher level warrants, more severe offenses, once they've navigated the process at the Burbank court, that person's going to county jail. And I believe ICE has agreements for taking custody of folks with their warrants from county.
So
we're not having immigration agents coming to us and demanding that we assist them in serving even a criminal warrant.
Okay.
Other federal agencies, if I have the FBI working a bank robbery case and they're serving a warrant connected to that, they may notify us, but they don't deputize us to come with them and participate in that.
Okay. And then under SB 54 on the criminal side of it, if we get a warrant that's flagged, are we calling ICE? Are we letting them know? Like, what is the current policy?
With any warrant that we get for any criminal violation, typically that warrant is going to include the handling agency, and there's going to be a notification made to that agency that that person is in our custody.
Is that automatic? Or?
Sometimes that is automatic due to the fact that they have been live scanned. They've had their fingerprints taken. Those fingerprints go into the system, and that will be an automatic report to them.
Okay. Under the civil side, we don't get involved with
Correct.
that stuff.
We're restricted from that by law.
Okay. Okay.
Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. Under the scenario that you just said, if it's a criminal charge, then you go through down the list of agencies that you have to notify. If Burbank was a sanctuary city, would you still have that list of agency and you have to notify them?
It would be part of our criminal, a criminal violation. I believe we would need to make notifications of that, yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think we would be in violation of some other laws.
So when you stop someone, just driving and you have probable cause to stop an individual, are we currently asking individuals where they come from, if they're immigrant? I mean, if you see them, maybe, they could be a status issue. Do we ask any questions? Do we get into that area at all?
No.
So under our current law, because of SB 54 and 480, because we're following our policies, we are not required to ask anyone what their immigration status is.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
One more for our deputy chief? Okay.
Yes. Following that same line, I did go through some of the other jurisdictions' status of their sanctuary laws and whatnot. Almost every single one that I've read specifically carves out warrants, judicial warrants. So just to reiterate, you're telling me that regardless of anything that we pass here tonight, any type of sanctuary status or whatever, nothing trumps a judge's signature on a warrant saying this person is wanted for a crime, and we have to comply with that.
Correct.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosati.
Thank you. Not necessarily for you, but if you're up there.
I'll give it a shot.
If we declare ourselves a sanctuary city, does that stop ICE from doing their job?
No.
No. And I keep hearing that we're a sanctuary state. SB 54, AB 450, AB 291. Burbank Police Department has their policy 428. So my question is, what protections would be in place if we declared ourselves a sanctuary city that aren't already in place?
So I'm going to ask the deputy chief not to speculate because it would depend upon the ordinance that the council adopts. So right now, the police department follows SB 54 through their own policy 428, and they do not provide that information. So until we have an ordinance, I would really prefer the Deputy Chief, not to speculate on what you would require
I'm
us to
happy
do.
to not speculate.
Okay.
And just to clarify, SB 54 was challenged on the basis of a preliminary injunction by the federal government. That was denied. The issue, though, is going above and beyond SB 54, which we currently follow. There's protocol by the Burbank Police Department. Anything more restrictive could potentially be a violation of federal law, which we do not want to step into at this point, considering the funding issues and some of the other concerns that were laid out in our staff report.
Okay. And then, Mr. City Attorney, discuss the criminal prosecution aspect of us breaking our oath. We've heard from speakers that that's not necessarily true.
Well, we haven't had a case, but everybody who works for the city or has been elected takes an oath to uphold the laws. And I can't really speculate, but further, but in terms of warrants, we comply with orders of the court. We expect other agencies to comply with our warrants. And it to some degree, and we don't know to what extent, for people to not uphold the laws, the federal laws and the state laws and our local laws, is not upholding their oath that they take of office. So we can't say exactly what the harm would be, but it certainly would not be upholding the oath of
So
office.
we're opening up ourselves to some liability.
We are, and it could create a circumstance where an employee has a predicament where they have to decide, are they going to comply with a local ordinance enforceable by misdemeanor and violate state law or federal law to the extent ours is more severe, or are they going to, because somehow their job's at stake. So it creates a jeopardy that we really can't speculate on how that would turn out, because right now we don't have those contradictory legal mandates.
And then the same question for the funding issues. We've heard those aren't real. That can't happen. We could potentially lose, what, $30 million in federal funding?
Yeah, so from what we understand, the current executive order has been suspended through February 3rd. So the legal battle has already started. And that's encouraging to know that our separation of powers is being reviewed by the court. And that will provide us greater certainty. But this is a new battle. This isn't the old battle. These are ever-changing circumstances, and it's hard to speculate, hard to give the staff that you hire to do all of the services, emergency services, give them certainty as to what their job will be or whether their job is going to violate law. It just creates questions.
And I guess for our city manager, in other states, in other cities that declared themselves a sanctuary city, they were besieged with influx of people coming in. Do we have the resources, the housing, the staffing, if 1,000 people came to Burbank seeking protections?
I mean, if 1,000 people showed up just tomorrow.
Just like they did in San Francisco, just like they did in New York, just like they did in Chicago.
Yeah, that would be a bit overwhelming for us to figure out. So, it would be a challenge.
I'm just going to ask for some order. I know there's questions about what's being said, but I'm going to ask for some order.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Councilor Mullins?
I heard many speakers tonight talking about fear of walking down the streets and fear of going to restaurants, going to work. And I wanted to find out if this fear is a reality because of our laws in the city that we have, that we're in compliance with the state, the SB 54, with our policies, because we put the policies in place for a reason. so we could follow them. And we follow the state law very carefully because we must follow the state law. And I know we are not in control of people's fear because that's a natural way of being a human being. Is there a reason that fear does exist? Because it is, I'm going to be blunt, is our police department out there looking for people who immigrated here, undocumented individuals, that they're going in the city, they're fearing to go to work or going to school? I just need to be assured, and maybe have them be assured, that we don't have anything going on in the city of Burbank that can cause this fear.
So the direct answer to that from the police department is no. Yes. No, we are not doing that. Now, it would probably cause me to speculate about why they have their fear, but I know that there's probably concern about immigration agencies on their own, conducting their own operations that are separate from us.
Yeah,
That would be my speculation.
Yeah, so to kind of echo off Councilmember Rosati's question and the comments from the speakers about federal agencies saying that they're going to go to places of worship and schools, if that's happening, that's not something that the city can control. The police department has a policy that is consistent with SB 54 to not participate and cooperate in that, and we do not enforce federal immigration laws. But we also do not interfere or impede other agencies. That's also beyond the scope of our authority, and we're not resourced for that. So to be clear, if those sorts of activities are happening, and if they're happening in Southern California, that's not something that this council has the ability to affect if it's another agency conducting those activities.
Thank you for that. And again, I'm going to ask if we move forward and become a sanctuary city, are we going to be in control of what could possibly happen if ICE comes in and go to a business, assuming they just walk into a business and they want to know who's working there or take anyone in custody, even if we are a sanctuary city?
We would have no control. So what we can do is implement local policy and procedure, but ultimately the authority of the federal government and ICE, they have jurisdiction throughout the city as well, and they can go in and enforce in any public domain. And the police department, our city officials can take basically no action at that point. So I hope that answered your question.
So it does, but I want to make a statement or a question with that, then give false expectation for individuals if we adopt a sanctuary city, to give them a false hope or expectation that they are protected, but in reality, we cannot protect anyone from ICE coming in and going to a business or going to the schools or going anywhere and just basically taking them into custody.
We could only speak for our own actions, and whatever action a majority of the council decides to make, we would want to just be very clear in any type of public information that we put out, that we're not unreasonably giving people unreasonable expectations that are beyond the city's control.
Let me go to the vice mayor because she's been waiting, and then I'll move on to one more.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Shifting gears just a little bit here, a couple questions came up to mind when we were discussing this. So between the state law, I'm not sure exactly who to ask this, maybe city manager. Between the state law and our internal city policies, what is our process or policies for collecting information on an immigration status of people who we interact with at a city level? So whether it be people we interact with in our city offices or, emergency services, et cetera.
So I'll just take the first stab at it. I don't believe the city collects immigration status because it's not related to any service that we provide. The closest we would come to collecting information that may bear is whether someone has a social security number or not, and that's for eligibility for housing assistance, where we have to income qualify people. We have a system that verifies income, and for that we need their personal details. That information is held in strict confidentiality by our housing folks and is not shared with the rest of the city. And any request for information that's other than routine, clearly public information typically involves our office to screen for confidentiality and exceptions under the California Public Records Act.
Great news. Do we have, just a follow-up, do we have internal policy explicitly stating that, or is it more of just like a general practice?
We don't have a policy, but when we do review records, we look for any personally identifiable information. So I don't know, I doubt that we have a policy that references immigration, because it's not something that we don't, says the city manager.
Yeah.
But for any record, and this has happened where apparently 45 years ago, for a building permit, we used to require social security number. And we had a request and our folks spotted that, and we had to redact or withhold records. So we have processes in place to make sure, however we receive information, that it is not, that any disclosures do not violate personally identifiable information or HIPAA or any other applicable confidentiality requirements.
Okay. And to that point on confidentiality, do we have an explicit policy on making sure we maintain strict confidentiality with information that we have? Or is it more of a
We
practice?
do. We actually have legal obligations on the safekeeping of our information. There's FedRAMP requirements for the data structures that our information is stored on, dual authentication, who has access to information, people who have access to strictly confidential information. Actually, all employees are live scanned. Certain employees are bonded. So we do have those procedures in place. Again, because we don't deal with immigration status and we don't collect it, I couldn't answer the question directly as to that, because it would be unusual to find it.
Okay. And then I have one last question. So again, about the policies. So it's been discussed about the Burbank Police Department policies and how that's approached with immigration situations. Does that apply as well to other staff in the city, or is it just for the police staff that those policies apply to? Yeah, thank you. I wasn't sure who to ask the question to.
I can speak for our police department policy, 428 that was referenced, that is strictly to the police department. Our policies don't govern other city departments.
Okay. So specifically, the BPD policy of prohibiting the use of department or city resources for federal immigration enforcement is specifically a BPD policy, not a citywide.
That is specific to us, yes.
Great. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Anthony.
So following up on two things from the Vice Mayor, SB 54, at the top of page 2 on the report, it only says it targets law enforcement. So the statewide bill basically prohibits law enforcement from interacting with ICE, but then there were some additions to SB 54, AB 450, which talks about immigrant worker protections, and then AB 291, which is basically wage thefts. But it doesn't, does anywhere in SB 54 tell other city departments? Because we were asking a little bit about, do we collect other information? But SB 54 only mentions law enforcement, is that correct?
That's correct, and it also covers the issue of all public schools, health facilities operated by the state or political subdivision, and any courthouses that need to implement a model policy, but no other city staff.
And SB 54, you said, was challenged, and the Ninth Circuit upheld it?
I'd have to double check that, but I know that the SB 54 was upheld.
Okay.
But it was challenged on a request for a preliminary injunction.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, okay. All right. I may have a follow-up on that. I wanted to ask our city clerk something about passports. I know we operate passports systems and we issue passports and stuff like that. Just out of left field, if somebody showed up and they didn't have the right documents or whatever to get a passport, is there a process for simply denying them? If there's a suspected falsification of documents, do you report that? If someone is suspected of being an undocumented immigrant, is there a separate system for reporting that as well?
I am far from an expert on our passport processing, but I believe that Councilmember Mullins can address this.
Oh, hey.
Bring the city clerk out of me. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Passports, individuals who receive a passport, they have to have a birth certificate or naturalization papers. So an undocumented individual will not be able to apply for a passport because they don't have a birth certificate, United States birth certificate, or naturalization paper. So
Okay.
those are the only two that you're qualified for a passport.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
All right, any for Councilor Mullins?
And while I'm wearing that hat temporary, but you can have it anytime after that, I want to touch on something with the records that was mentioned, because under the Public Records Act, while I was in the city clerk's office, we're very strict on the type of records that we were allowed to give out. For example, if there's a records request about a workers' comp case or staff, or the law is very specific to what we can and cannot release as far as records. So in what the city attorney said, there's a lot of confidentiality that goes with the records. That, you know, being the custodian of records, you can't just release any information because it specifically identify what type of records we can release when someone makes a public records request, because they follow under that act. And in 99% of the time, 99.9%, questionable requests will go to the city attorney for an evaluation and determination whether the records can be released or not. So it's not something that we in the city easily just give out just because somebody makes a public records request. Thank you.
All right, any further questions? Just questions. Okay, my turn. All righty. So looking, and it may be our deputy chief or it may be the city attorney, looking at police department policy 428, how is this policy set? Who sets it and who has the power to remove it?
Okay, so we are a client of a service known as Lexipol, and they are a nationwide service. Former police executives, attorneys who develop model policies for jurisdictions. So we're a client of theirs, and every year and as required, they push an annual update to us of policies that they are recommending implemented because of changes in legislation, court decisions, case law updates. So with specifics to this policy, this was recommended back in 2018 when the law was implemented. The review process is basically affected employees, command staff review, make any notes, edit suggestions. It's reviewed and approved by command staff, implemented by the authority of the chief of police. And with this specific one, just to narrow the scope, this was an easy one. The attorneys had an easy day making their money this day because they pretty much copied and pasted the text of SB 54 into the policy section. And so it's that was a non-decision. I wasn't part of the process at the time, but other ones like that, it's pretty much a non-decision for us. There's no edits to make. This isn't a preferential or an optional thing. This is legislated. So the legislation is there, the legislation is put in the policy, and it's enacted.
Great, but the policy itself is enacted by the chief.
Correct.
Not by the council.
Correct, yeah. The chief is the final deciding authority on the department policy.
Okay, and the chief would also have the power to remove it.
He would. In this case, I wouldn't recommend he do that since there's a state law that governs it. I think we're in our best interest to keep it.
Absolutely, I don't think any of us
Yes.
here would. And then if you're listening, chief, we're not yanking your chain. And then, what is considered a serious crime under policy 428?
So there's two categories. There's serious crimes and violent felonies, which are referred to often in the law. Because those are kind of subject to interpretation, the penal code actually, the legislature did us a favor and enshrined them in the penal code. So Penal Code 1192.7 delineates all the serious crimes. There's about 43. And then 667.5 delineates the violent crimes. There's some overlap there because most of your violent felonies are also considered serious crimes. I'm not going to exhaust you with the list, but if you think of what you consider to be a serious violent crime, you're probably close to the mark. Murder, manslaughter, robbery, rape, child molestation, kidnapping, carjacking, first-degree residential burglary, serious state prison sentence kind of crimes.
And like you answered, I believe for Councilor Anthony Mullins, and I believe Councilor Rosati asked a little about this too, all of those crimes are things that our police department would arrest people for regardless of immigration status, correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. And then you follow the process of holding, and it becomes a county problem.
Correct, yes. We introduce them to the local criminal justice process, and it usually ends up going to
That's
county.
a nice way to put it.
Yeah.
And then just a little bit more on the policy. What is the process for the victims and the witnesses to feel safe reporting crimes?
So, in general, we have a policy of following up with victims, making sure that they're getting liaison services through victim services with the prosecutors. If I narrow the scope down to what we're talking about today with immigration, it's part of our policies. We don't ask about immigration status for victims or witnesses. We're here to help them through the process that they're going through. That can include working with prosecutors to obtain U visas for people who are victims of some of those serious crimes that are enumerated in the DHS process, or T visas for folks who are victims of human trafficking. But we have interpreter staff if we have language challenges, but we're there to help them through the process.
Thank you, and I think that's important to highlight. And finally, I know this was already asked, but I just want to make it crystal clear. This department policy only applies to PD department, and we have no other policies in place that are like this that apply to staff in general.
Not related to immigration status. We don't collect that. We don't ask for that as part of any services or programs, so we just don't have a policy because we never asked for it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Deputy Chief. We appreciate you being here tonight. Speculating or not speculating? Alrighty, and now I have a question. I believe this is for the City Attorney's Office or the City Manager's Office. Looking at our staff report, page 4, for the considerations, I know we heard a lot mentioned about them, and I appreciate you sharing them because I know it's all about what's happening now in this ever-evolving situation. But I'm wondering, did we look at things aside from the executive orders, things that are more concrete, like constitutional amendments that have held cities' rights up in court? Had we looked at how these court cases have affected and dictated how city staff...
So this is a first step report.
Mm-hmm.
So I say that because council's rule for first step, second step is to allow staff to focus on council's adopted work program. If every time one council member wanted something, we went, full depth analysis, we wouldn't ever be able to deliver. So we're here tonight to get direction from council. And if we get direction for an ordinance, then we will do the legal analysis on an ordinance. But a first step is preliminary by design so that we can get items to you quickly. As you know, some items take years to, and we're still delivering on asks from council. So we're waiting for majority direction, and that would be our signal to expend more resources on this matter.
I absolutely understand that. It comes back to what I shared during our council goal settings meeting. It's important to see the pros and cons of something, and the staff report was very focused on the cons, which I understand. There's a lot of fear. I think there's a lot of fear from city staff as well of what's happening. But I think that it's important to note the fact that the other shoe can drop as well. Let's not forget sight of the fact that the County of LA was sued for almost $15 million on this issue and lost. So I think that's an important thing that would go in that consideration part. But I appreciate the work on staff's part. Okay, those are my only questions. So if anybody has any further questions, Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. I do want to talk a little bit about the budgetary issues in the actual funding because I was looking, the breakdown, we have $30 million possibly can be withheld from us by the federal government. And the one that really sticks out to me and very much concern, that should be concern for all of us here because we just finished our goal setting talking about housing and continue providing affordable housing, continue looking for ways to help our tenants and tenants in the city. And I'm looking at the U.S. Department of Housing Urban Development with HUD and also along with the CDBG programs with Section 8 housing, we're looking at possible $13.5 million that can be taken away from the city or perhaps been held from us?
So I think it's important to break down existing commitments versus future commitments because the current legal battle that we just heard preliminary news from today is about funds already appropriated. But this issue could easily span multiple budget years. So based upon this report, we spend about $1.1 million a month on, it's over 1,000 vouchers, but I think it's actually 880 some households. And so that's a risk. It may be, according to the immigration lawyers, it may be less of a risk for appropriated funds, but that's not a guarantee of future appropriations. So for the Olive Bridge, it's a question. Is the city going to be prioritized for funds? On, $50 million substation project that we hope to do on this side of I-5, again, it's an unknown. And so, Burbank has been very competitive in the past, and I think it's just an open question. There's better legal protections for appropriated funds because there's protections against impairment of contracts. But there are no guarantees for future funds. And a lot of these items, continued appropriations in Section 8, future appropriations for renewable power projects, substations, roadways, all of those are more speculative and probably more questionable as to whether those funds would be in jeopardy.
So thank you. So I think there is another thought that while you're mentioning this could be possibly for future funds, we had an email that really resonated with me about future funds in the event of unforeseen natural disaster, which we're thankful and we're lucky we didn't have anything in the city of Burbank. In the event that we have that, the individual that sent us the email asked, would that jeopardize the city of Burbank from receiving federal funding or federal assistance in the event of future natural disaster?
We really can't speculate. I mean, the whole question as to whether FEMA's going to survive the next month is a big question. I don't know what it means to say states should administer because we have the Natural Disaster Assistance Act, but that's really unfunded until there's a federal declaration. So it's really hard to tell. What is for certain is that when there is a natural disaster, every level of government comes out and responds. They create their own energy, and people want to help. All the levels of government want to help, but it's uncertain. And as each day unfolds, it's hard to know where those funds would be coming from in the first place. But I think it's an open issue.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. So since this is my agenda item, I'm happy to start it off and share kind of my reasoning for bringing this forward and get us started. But I do want to address some things, and then I'd like to hear from my colleagues and then close out the deliberation. So as you can hear from our community and the overwhelming support that we heard today, I introduced this item in November in anticipation of what I knew would be a lot of fear, anxiety, and confusion in our community. We see it in our schools. We see it in our neighborhoods. We see it across social media. We see it everywhere. And it is no secret that Burbank has quite a number of undocumented and mixed status families that are a part of the fabric of our community, and our role as a municipal government is to ensure they feel safe. Those families are here today. They are not coming in hordes of thousands. They are here today. They are part of our community. And our goal in this council has generally been proactive about issues that come forward, not reactive. We've addressed things from the head start, and we have addressed things in a very level manner that finds compromise and solution for everybody. So to get that conversation started, I want to address some misconceptions and bring to light some realities. I know we didn't have those folks in the room here today, but we did receive some emails, few, not a lot, but we did receive some emails sharing concerns that, asking, well, what does a sanctuary city policy do? Does it create housing or make it easier for undocumented people to receive more benefits? Undocumented people don't receive benefits, by the way. Does it make it easier for them to come into the city? No, that's not the case. The case really is that most sanctuary city policies, and they vary in nature and length, is just a codified commitment from the city reassuring our undocumented community living here in Burbank that city services, staff, and emergency personnel are folks they can trust and continue to work with because they are not in the business of working to carry out raids or pursue detainers. And I do want to shout out our police department for doing an excellent job of creating that commitment and that safety in the community. I know that folks trust BPD, and I hope the same for every department in this city. Another misconception is that a sanctuary city policy is illegal and against the federal law. What is illegal and is against federal law is obstructing a federal officer from conducting a raid, from conducting an arrest. And obviously, the city staff cannot obstruct ICE, and that is not what we are asking them to do tonight. That's certainly not our intention. The goal of implementing a policy like this would be to ensure that a city resource is used for the purpose that it was intended, municipal services. Our city staff should be working for the city and for the services that everyone in the community of Burbank asks for. Sanctuary policies, safe policies, whatever you want to call them, because that quite frankly does not matter, represent a choice by state and local officials to refrain from assisting in federal immigration enforcement. They don't prevent it, but they do codify a choice from the city. And that choice is absolutely legal and upheld in court. We've had folks mention it today, but I'll just add some again. United States versus New Jersey, United States versus California. One of those was 1994, the other one was 2017. So this is long upheld. Without a current policy in place, our PD department currently has exact directives. But for example, a Parks and Recreation member approached by ICE, which has not happened. I'm being hypothetical. I'm not speculating, but being hypothetical here. A Parks and Rec staff member who's approached by ICE, for example, and asked for addresses and lengthy collaboration may find themselves at odds between their regular job duties and now reporting to the federal government or doing a federal task without any directive from the city on what their job is. With a policy in place, they could be assured that actually their job is to do their city job, and there is no repercussion because they are not a federal employee. That is not their job. Another thing to note is another reality, and I just want to bring this up because a lot of those emails that we received mention crime rates and crime rates going up. Crime rates are lowest there's low crime rates for undocumented communities. Do undocumented immigrants sometimes commit crimes? Yes, everybody sometimes commits crimes, every population. You can't denominate a crime to a certain group of people. Are the crime rates lower? Yes, they are. And have crime rates gone up for so-called sanctuary cities? No, and quite frankly, that would be hard to categorize because there are cities like Glendale who does not use the word sanctuary in there, but they are a safe haven. How do you quantify that? That is just fear-mongering. Another reality here is we have to think about what is against and what isn't against federal law. What is against federal law is violating the 10th Amendment, which gives us, as a city, the right to carry our own jurisdictions, our own policies that are not foretold by the federal government. What is also a potential reality is violating the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, which allows people to be safe from wrongful detainment and without just cause. Again, I'll mention our local county is very aware of that. Another misconception, the fact that sanctuary city policies can lead to prosecution of elected officials or city officials. I want to thank Mr. David Donahue for speaking up on that today, and I appreciate his concern for us as city elected officials, that he wouldn't want to see any of us under the gun and under the guise of the federal government. I appreciate that. The reality is, sanctuary policies are a legitimate state and local policies protected by the 10th Amendment. Any attempts to prosecute state and local officials for sanctuary policies would be unconstitutional under at least the 10th and First Amendments, and would amount to unconstitutional efforts to coerce state and local officials to take part in federal immigration enforcement. We have seen this threat from the administration in the past, and it has resulted in the courts upholding the 10th Amendment. See Los Angeles versus Sessions. Subjecting jurisdictions to criminal punishments who do not comply, again, violation of our Constitution. So, look, in addition to all of this, I think these are the considerations that I would have liked to see in the staff report. I understand you guys don't have a lot of time. I understand the now is pressing, and I appreciate you taking on this issue because I know it's outside of the scope of any of our city staff. This is not something any of us have been faced with. I made a joke with some of you earlier today that we're living in unprecedented times, and I really would like to just go back to living in precedented times. But that's not where we are. And as we move forward in our deliberation, it would behoove all of my colleagues to look at facts, to look at policies that exist and are concrete, and not things that are flying back and forth, because as we saw just today, they change. So, finally, I would like to hear from the rest of my staff, but I did want to share all of that with you because I think it's information that's vital to know at the forefront. And I think our goal today is to ensure that we can come up with something that doesn't put us in jeopardy or at risk. I'm not proposing that in any way, shape, or form. I'm also not proposing anything political that would put us at odds with the federal administration. I'm not looking to dare them. I am looking to ensure that our residents that are here feel safe. That is my priority. And that all of our residents feel safe, even those that cannot vote for us. So I hope that you all think of that as we deliberate, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Who would like to go first? Councilor Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a couple of questions about a couple of things that you said. And I want to understand when you say that you want to make sure our residents feel safe, right? And that's my goal. I asked the question early. Under our current policies that were provided by the city attorney, the staff report under SB 454, 480, and everything else, the other number that I have here, I asked the question, do we go after anyone? And the answer was no, undocumented, that is. I understand what you were saying about, okay, parks employees out at the parks. I'm saying hypothetical. The federal agents will approach an employee, or ICE will approach an employee and say, what, give me a list of people? I don't know if that employee would have a list. So I appreciate what you said, but I'm more of the practical person who was also an employee, who also ran the records for the whole entire city, and under no circumstance that anyone would walk in the city clerk's office and say, give me a list of, I don't know what, like undocumented individuals, which we won't have anyway. How would I, as a city employee, give that list when you don't possess that information? So I want to be clear and not mislead anyone that city employees are actually out there, have access to this information, because they don't. So if you can help me understand.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I speak of help from other departments, look, federal immigration staff are getting very creative, and we're seeing that in other areas of the country. Asking for different kinds of records, like somebody's address. We do have that information in some cases. They may speculatively be wondering if that person's undocumented. Maybe they have more information, but there is no warrant. And they come to a city staff member and they ask, we need the address for this person. Right now, per the vice mayor's line of questioning, we don't have a policy as a city for what we do if that were to happen. Again, I want to reiterate, has it happened yet? No. But I'm being proactive because I'm seeing it happen in other jurisdictions across the country. What if they come to our transportation department, who I know is patiently waiting here for the next agenda item, and they say, we need your bollards that you use for events. We need your help. Right? These are hypotheticals I'm throwing out there to answer your question of what kind of scenarios I'm thinking about. I'm not thinking direct immigration information, but I am thinking about those kinds of situations.
Would it be okay to allow the city manager or staff to answer what would city employees do in the current situation, that whether we are a sanctuary city or not? Do city employees answer to anyone else in the city that walks up to them and say, do this without having to get approval or verification? Because I was a city employee 37 years, and I've never been allowed to give information that I wasn't entitled or allowed to give it out to anybody. So
Yeah,
I just want to know.
Sure, if I could. Certainly, there are still confidentiality policies, so they would be following that. Obviously, if they got a request from another entity just out of the blue, that would probably escalate up to whatever authority position, supervisor, would get involved. More than likely, they're consulting with the city attorney's office, the city manager's office. It wouldn't be just, hey, let me go get the key and open the door for you. So there would be procedure there. Knowing our procedures, we would look at things like having agreements in place. What are you using it for? What's is this a real legitimate thing? So there would be some protocols in place for staff before we just provided equipment or information.
Because you gave the example, in terms of a street closure. Hypothetically, that's a whole process. And even for our repaving projects, we don't close streets until we've gone through a process. But if they bring an FBI or ICE Bearcat and block the road with their lights, we're not going to go tow their vehicle. You know what I mean? So if they wanted some type of mutual aid support, we don't close our streets until we consider what the impacts are to the network. We schedule it. We let fire know. They have primary emergency vehicle access corridors. So there is a process for that. No one drags traffic barriers out into the middle of the street unannounced. So just because you gave that hypothetical, it's very procedure laden, parade permits, street closure permits. But again, if they came in with their own vehicles, blocked the road and said, This is a federal process. It'll probably be command staff to command staff. Again, we're not going to push them off the roadway.
Oh, absolutely. We would not have the jurisdiction, nor would we want to get into that mess. But again, my question was hypothetical, using scenarios, because at the end of the day, even though we have this procedure and it would go up, I assume, to the city manager, we don't have a policy in place for this, correct?
Again, this has not been an issue that
Exactly.
we've really had to put together and develop a policy as far as immigration.
Exactly. This has not been an issue in the past that we're being faced with now. Vice Mayor Takahashi, believe you had.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're doing comments and deliberation. Right? Okay. So whatever happens tonight, I'm really glad that we're having this conversation. It's clear our community needs to know our positions and as leaders, and to know that our city staff, our emergency services, and our police are here to help them and whether they are safe when they come to us. And I've never seen this level of one-sided support on an issue in council my entire time I've ever been on council. This is incredible. So I don't know if those of you in the audience know, this is not our first rodeo. We've actually been in a place similar to this before in Burbank. February 19th in 1942, President Roosevelt enacted Executive Order 09066, forcing the removal of all persons on the West Coast of Japanese descent. And that's including Issei, which are people who were born in Japan, and Nisei, people who were born to Japanese parents in the United States. 120,000 individuals were moved to internment camps. And then the order to close the camps was made on March 20th, 1946. So that's 4 years, a little more than 4 years. 4 years they were in the camps. They lost their homes, their property, possessions, and jobs. And I don't know if those of you who know history, but that was actually incredibly controversial. It wasn't something that was done easily. It was forced by the federal government, and the local municipalities had to comply. Okay? So I wanted to show the community this. This is a sign that was, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, have me put this so everybody can see us and it. There we go. Okay. This was put up in Burbank, telling people of Japanese descent who live in Burbank to report to 131 Magnolia Street, Burbank, California. And we had an office here in the city of Burbank. And when this was posted after the order, they had 3 days to report. So within 3 days, our entire Japanese community in the city of Burbank reported to this office and was taken to camps. Now, obviously that's a different situation. There's a lot of things that are different about it. You guys are welcome to come see this later. Oh, by the way, this has been hanging in my home for 25 years. This was a piece of paper that was found. My husband's grandfather was a paper collector, and he found, somewhere along the way, a stack of 30 of those that were not hung. They were leftovers, so he gave one to us. Then after the internment camps closed in 1946, there were then post-internment camps, which I don't know about if you know about, where the Japanese didn't have any homes to go back to. So they had to live somewhere. And one of the places they lived was here in Burbank, in a camp called Winona Camp. And there were over 1,000 Japanese individuals there. So the only reason why I say this is to say that this is not the first time that Burbank has faced this situation. So something similar-ish, where the federal government's doing something that is going to potentially affect our city, or the community might be impacted. So I went back to the city council minutes to see what they had to say about it. Curious. 1941, 1942. And they're scanned, so it was hard to do a search. I might have missed something, but I looked for a long time, many hours, and I found nothing. No mention whatsoever of any of this. Now, the Winona camp might have been later because it was in 46. I hadn't quite gotten that far, so maybe they did talk about the Winona camp and land use and all that. But when it came to the office for folks to report, there was no mention. So all of that was happening while the folks on the dais were talking about whether or not to change a street name and whether or not to complaints about noise and traffic speeds. And by the way, that same month, in February of 1942, they put together a reasonable rent advisory committee, by the way, 1942. And all these things were happening, and they're talking about chicken. Whatever happens tonight, I'm just glad that we're talking about this. So just for me personally, on the topic itself, since now we're back on the topic, I'm sure you're side-eyeing me a little bit there, City Attorney, going off script a bit. I'm glad we're not staying silent. But for me personally, I believe everyone in our community should be able to go freely to work, to school, to the doctor, to the grocery store, walk the neighborhood with their dog, visit a friend, hang out and have a sandwich on the sidewalk, ride the bus. All of that without having to worry about being asked whether they should be in this country or not. Now, of course, we don't have, obviously, as we discussed, we don't have control over every ounce. But what we do have is that we have jurisdiction over our city services and our city, what we do as a city. We have control over what we tell our city staff, we as city leaders, and we have the ability to make a commitment that we do the right thing in our city with our city resources. So we may not be able to control ICE, but we can control ourselves. And our community wants to know that I'm hearing very loud that they do not have fear of contacting municipal services, and the staff will be safe for them. So that's for me, that's where the focus is for me. It's very important. Just a few kind of just other dots here. We have an incredible police department, and I'm so proud of the policy that we already have. They're doing a fantastic job, and I want them to continue to focus on the job of being in Burbank and focusing on Burbank issues. And our community needs to continue to know that the police is here for us. And then also just really briefly on the threat to withhold funding. I mean, let's just call it what it is. It's a bully tactic. And there's no evidence to back up that it can even be done, right? And our president is not a king. He's not a czar. And I personally, you guys know me, I need evidence and data. So I would like evidence to be convinced that dropping what can be essentially described as a 3 a.m. rage tweet on official presidential paper is legally binding. It might be. I don't know, though. And I'm not going to assume it is, just because. This is a first step report, so I feel like I can say some of this stuff because we can study further to find out more about it. So I'm interested in taking our time, doing a full assessment on whether there is a legal means that we can lose funding before reacting too quickly to that threat. And I'm aware that we're already a sanctuary state with the SB 54, AB 450, AB 291, but there are things we can do here, I believe. Maybe small to some folks, but I think it means a lot to do these small things. So these are the two things to me that are important. I really would like to have an explicit policy not to collect any information on immigration status or social security number if not necessary. And I also would like to apply broadly to all city staff BPT policies to include all of our city services. So the prohibition to use any department or city resources on federal immigration enforcement citywide, and implementing processes for victims and witnesses to feel safe reporting crimes, and also just in general contacting the city staff for any reason, including emergency services, regardless of immigration status. So those two are really important to me that they get broadly applied. And whether we want to call it a sanctuary city or call it being, equal to everybody or whatever you want to call it, I don't really mind. It's just those policies are really important to me. And I understand the concern about calling it a sanctuary city because it kind of puts a little bit of a target on our city's name. So if there's a discussion to be had about using a different term, I'm okay with that, to avoid that. But I think those policies are just really important. For me personally, I feel like they're important to enact in order to show the community that it really matters to us that everybody feels safe and then knows that we as leaders and our staff and our city we at least are safe for them. So, and then, one last thing, sorry, Madam Mayor, one more thing. I also would like to, as our Councilmember Anthony said earlier, to write a letter to Burbank Airport Authority or have some sort of indication to them to designate the airport as a sanctuary airport. So, of course, that's their decision to make, but I would love to give, I personally, if you guys don't want to do it, I'll do it myself, just my own letter, just to write them and let them know. So I don't know what the city council in Burbank back in 1941 and 1940 did or thought when Japanese Americans were plucked from their Burbank homes, lives, and schools and jobs. But I know when my great-great-great-great-grandchildren, hopefully I will have them, they will know what this council did and thought during this time in 2025. All right, thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you for the illustration. I think that's new too. We had a whole presentation from a council member. I appreciate your thoughts, and I appreciate you, although sharing it's not directly the same situation, there is a correlation to be seen there, and we all know that history is bound to repeat itself. So I think what we can do is learn from it. Who would like to go next?
Thank you.
Councilor Rosati.
I appreciate your presentation. I could tell it was very personal to you. I don't see how that relates to what's happening here. In 1941, if Burbank said they were a sanctuary city, does that mean that the government couldn't round people up? Again, I don't see the correlation. I don't see how that fits this narrative. And the other thing I'm confused about, are we telling our residents they need to be fearful of our staff, that our staff is giving out confidential information? I don't think that's a message I think we want to send. I think the person that made the most sense tonight was former Mayor Marsha Ramos. And it talked about, and a lot of people are fearful. We have over 300 emails. We've had over 200 speakers. People are fearful, and they need to be educated on what the laws are in place to protect them. And Marsha Ramos.
Excuse me, we need to keep decorum here. If we can't have decorum, then the chambers can be cleared and the council will consider without an audience.
And the former mayor was right. We need to have a good educational campaign on this issue so people aren't fearful. And I hold our PIO in great regard. And via websites, videos, I think that we can do a better job of educating our public on this issue so they're not living in fear. That's all I have to say for now.
Okay, I have my thoughts, but Councilor Anthony?
I actually agree with Councilmember Rosati. I think there is a component that does need to be pushed out to the public. I think one of the major issues we have, especially in interacting with undocumented folks, is their hesitation to engage with government officials. Their hesitation to even come down to a government building and sit here in the audience. I think that what is happening in DC, what is happening on Twitter, on social media, on the news, I think that eclipses a lot of the reality and the facts. And so I agree with you, but I have to disagree with your assessment. I feel as though if the city took a positive affirmation on this, and I'm willing to use whatever phrasing or terminology we need, but to simply state that the city of Burbank is complying with the state law, that the city of Burbank is a safe place, I think using the positive affirmation could go further than simply, I don't know, sending out a statement of, well, we're not doing everything that people say we're doing, versus saying we're adopting a positive declaration that we are inclusive, that we want people to feel safe, to report crimes, to not shy away, to partake in our city services, to play baseball with the kids to go and swim in Verdugo pool and not think that the lifeguards are watching them or tracking their moves, right? And that's not happening. One of my problems with this whole thing coming about is learning about my own failures. When the assembly member and myself were running for office in 2020, we talked a lot about the current president and former president's immigration policies. And when we look back, Glendale passed something in 2017, Pasadena passed something in 2017, the state passed something that took effect in 2018. When the assembly member and myself, when we got elected in 2020, I feel as though we thought we were safe. That because the administration had changed, we didn't need to do anything further. I feel as though that was a misstep on our part. I think something could have been done. I asked staff earlier today what the discussion was about sanctuary city status back in 2017, and only a tiny blurb of council comments comes up. There was no agenda, there was no discussion, there was no debate. In 2020, the Board of Supervisors carved out a very specific rule. They said that there's a permanent ban on warrantless transfers of individuals in the custody of the Sheriff's Department. This is a key thing that I want to highlight. The county had no intention of working with immigration authorities. They had no intention of working with the administration at the time. But they had a rogue sheriff who cared not for their policies. And so they had to specifically go in and write a rule banning him and his deputies from acting outside of unspoken laws. We talked a lot about the Fourth Amendment and the 10th Amendment, but the Ninth Amendment talks about how if you don't put it down, it's not really illegal, right? So one of the things that disconcerts me is that we don't have a policy. Now, granted, I have yet to see any of our city staff do the things that we're asking them not to do. Our city staff doesn't go out and collect this information. Our city staff isn't talking to folks from ICE and actively deporting people. But just like the county sheriff in 2020, there's no rule that says they can't or shouldn't, and there's no repercussions if they do. Our police department's 428 policy was enacted by the sheriff, and enacted by the chief, our chief, sorry. And as far as I'm aware, it was not voted on as policy by council. It was simply enacted as department policy. This was done with our previous police chief. I'm not going to speculate as to why it was just done that way, but my guess is because council at the time didn't have an appetite to bring it up. And I speculate that because there was simply, like I said, very limited discussion on this issue back in 2017. However, to his credit, at the time, he did enact that policy. He put SB 54 into department policy. So I have no hesitation of codifying 428 at the minimum. It is state policy. We have not yet codified it. So I think that is just complying with state law. I feel that is a minimum we could do. I have no hesitation expanding the SB 54 provisions to other city staff. I don't think that's asking too much. If SB 54 has been challenged in court and is held up, using that same language for other city staff I don't think is inappropriate. I think it would give clear guidance to our staff as well. Right now, unless they're watching the Burbank channel on YouTube, they don't know what we're talking about. I guarantee you the folks who are undocumented in this city are not watching me talk right now on TV. So
I wouldn't be so sure.
So they are, thank you, they are probably, some are watching. But to Councilmember Rosati's point, I think simply going through and codifying the barest minimum of protections, it's not going to stop ICE from doing their raids. That's not what we're here to do. But I think it's going to alleviate fears. We talk a lot about, in these chambers, the difference between being safe and feeling safe. Burbank's a very safe community. We know that. But there are some people who don't feel safe. And I think part of our job as city officials is to really focus on quality of life. You can go to work, you can make your money, get your kids to school, get a good education, but if the entire time you're always watching your back and looking over your shoulder, that's not a great way to live. So I think some of the very simple stuff that these others, I mean, I'm looking at what the other cities did. It's not much. It really isn't. The state has taken a lot of this off our backs. But simply putting the positive affirmation out, I think to me, and regardless of what we call it, I think that would do a lot of good. I think it would help people where we can't even speculate help might even be needed. You know, I chair the Domestic Violence Task Force with Councilmember Mullins. Undocumented immigrants are targeted by sexual abusers, sexual violence, human trafficking, because they know that those people will not report. They won't, because of they're scared about their immigration status. I don't want our police department to have a suspect and all they need is a witness testimony. All they need is an identification. All they need is someone to step forward, and they don't, because we haven't done our job of simply saying it's safe to do so. One of the things that ICE, and before them INS, has done for a very long time was change their uniforms and their vehicles and their vests and all of that to look like local police departments so that people can't tell the difference. But they have very different jurisdictions. And I never, never, ever would want someone in this city to mistake a federal agent with our police department. That is not something I would ever condone. And so, again, putting out the information, I saw what Pasadena did, a joint statement with the school board, I think would go a long way. I think it would quell a lot of this conversation, and I would be in favor of doing that today.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just want to answer the question because it was made very clear by Councilmember Rosati. Do we suspect that our city staff are currently doing these things, currently giving out people's information? No, I do not suspect that. Do I suspect that there's a possibility for that ask to be made in the future? Possibly. Are we going to be proactive and ensure that we have a policy in place in case that moment comes? We have the possibility to do that today. And we have the possibility to do that because our police department has laid out those guidelines already for themselves. They don't face that question. The rest of the city does. And so I'll just summarize what some of my colleagues have laid out here and the concerns that are out here. Our job at the city council is first and foremost, and it's, sorry folks, it's not to make you feel safe. Our job at the city council is to do what we can to keep you safe. Our job at the city council is to pass and enact policy. That is what we do. Implementation, I leave to our staff. The way that works, I leave to them. The day-to-day is to them. But our job is to pass policy. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We have something from our city, from our police department that works. Let's make that the rule across the board. Let's make sure all our departments follow that policy so that the city of Burbank has a safe city policy, a value city policy. I don't care what it's called. It could be called the Nikki Perez sucks policy. I would vote for it. So that all our city departments are under the same flag. And again, I agree with what's been said. I don't want anybody coming to chase our federal funding, and I don't want us to seem as if we're daring or stepping outside the bounds of the law. We are acting in something that is within the bounds of our law. We're not crossing that. Do some of us maybe have personal opinions and wish we could? Perhaps. But that's not our job up here. Our job is to make sure that we work within our jurisdiction, within our bounds, to pass policies for the city of Burbank. And the simplest thing we could do is pass a policy codifying the police department's policy 428 and expanding it to all city departments. That is the easiest, most straightforward thing we can do to ensure that our communities feel safe and they know what to expect from the city of Burbank. So if there is a question ever of, are people sharing information? The answer is no. This is our policy, done deal. That's how we operate. And Councilmember Takahashi, to your point again about what's happened in the past, I think we don't know what the future holds. I forget who said it, but somebody said, today it's this community, tomorrow who knows? I think this also codifies that we as a municipality are clear, and we are keeping one instance of local control in our city, which is an issue that I think a lot of residents care about and have talked about. We keep our local control here to use our city resources, those resources being the pens that we hold, those resources being the laptops in our desks, those resources being the people who work for the city, and ensure that we have a policy that says that they are utilized for city services and municipal services and not for anything outside of that, regardless of what the future holds, regardless of who is president, and regardless of what the state decides to do. I think that's what we should move forward with today. And unless my colleagues have any other comments, I'm ready.
I
to
never
make a
made
motion.
my comments.
Oh my gosh, I thought you did. I'm sorry.
I've been waiting patiently,
Well,
listening
you've been
to all of
patient,
you.
Councilmember Mullins.
No, it's a great discussion, and I know there's been a lot of passion, a lot of people who spoke tonight who made comments about what we do and what we shouldn't do. But as we sat here and discussed a lot of different options and how we each of our own personal story, I want to share my own personal story because I migrated here from Egypt. I was 13 years of age. So I came to United States. I didn't speak a word of English. Yes, I was fearful. I did not understand what was happening around me. And I understand fear. I understand where people not knowing what's happening. And, I don't want our community to fear going to work. I don't want our parents to fear sending their kids to school. I don't want that to be happening here. Because I lived through it and I understand how it feels. The thing that we have been talking about, and I think this is where Councilmember Rosati was mentioning, and you mentioned it to Councilmember Anthony, in regards to we don't want our staff to look as today as we lacked something or we didn't do something or we're not careful enough to do something. They have been doing an excellent job. We've never had an issue. Our police department, and I'm looking at this date for the policy 428, that was implemented in February 12 of 2014. They updated in 2023 as Am I correct? I'm looking at this, I'm a little off. I'm looking by your dates on this.
To
Welcome
just
back,
give a-
Deputy Chief.
Thank you.
Yeah.
To give a quick clarification, we have had a policy in place about our interactions with immigration enforcement since 2014. A lot of the verbiage in there that relates to SB 54 came at the time that was enacted, so there was a significant add-on in 2018.
Okay, and then it was revised again December of 2023,
That sounds
according to the update down here.
That sounds correct,
So the
yes.
point is, we've had something in place since 2014. Then, as you said, as the laws change, as the state updates their laws and changes happen, we continue to update this policy.
Correct, yeah. We review our
Okay.
policies every year, and they update with legislation or court decisions or case law.
As any policy we have in the city, we see what the laws, current laws are. And my point is, thank you. My point is, Glendale, I don't know when they started their policy, but it mentioned in there 2017, Pasadena 2018. We were ahead of them where we had something about immigration in 2014. So I don't want you to feel bad that we should have passed something in 2020 because they were ahead of the game already. They were already having a policy here that our staff was actually implementing without all of us knowing what was happening at the time because we never had the opportunity to have this dialogue as we're having tonight. So I take what the city attorney and what the city manager provide us in the staff report very seriously. And I also take the public's input in a lot of consideration and hear their concerns and which, what they want us to do. But I'm also, I look at these things in the report and it really scares me. It scares me that it can happen with federal funding being taken away from us. Yes, you mentioned, Vice Mayor, that you're all about data. You want to see the numbers. You want to see what happens. I can't tell you what is the next order going to be tomorrow, but what I can tell you is today, I happen to have letters that were sent to the mayors of Denver, Chicago, Boston, and New York, dated January 27th, demanding public records from the cities and the mayors to show up on February 11th to speak about sanctuary cities and the public records. So if I can avoid having these letters coming to our city council or the mayor in that case, don't want you to go through this. This is the discussion that the public needs to understand. There is a lot of orders that are being happening every single day. Every morning I wake up and there's a new order on TV or something is happening. And today we all got the email, there's issues with grants that we need to take a look at and we don't know what's happening. So when they tell me in a staff report, there's a possibility that we might take away, they might take away $13.5 million from housing, Section 8 housing and housing, that really concerns me because I need to do my job for this entire city and I need to make sure that our low-income housing folks have funding that will be coming to them so we don't have an issue where we place 800 people that might lose the grants. So I think I heard what everybody's saying. I hear the public and I feel and I understand and I do want to be able to take away that fear somehow if I can snap my fingers, but we're not going to take it away. The one thing I don't want to do is mislead the public, give false impression that whatever we do, whether we codify 428, whether we add the other city departments to ensure that they're going to follow the same as 428. Whatever decision we decide tonight, I am begging and I'm saying, I don't want to give false hope or false expectation to people in the city of Burbank that they are not going to be touched. If ICE decides to come in tomorrow or after we adopt whatever we need to adopt, that fear might go away and saying, oh, I'm protected in Burbank. Because here, in the city attorney, city manager, the police department, I asked them over and over, can they still come and go through, a restaurant, go through a business? Can they still come and do what they need to do? And the answer is yes. So are we protecting you? No. Are we trying to give you a sense of security and a sense of belonging to the community? Because you're all welcome. Everybody's welcome here. I came, like I said, I wasn't born here. So just the opportunity I have, I want to give to others as well. But I want you to know, walking away tonight, you're not, whoever is here, whoever is listening on TV, this does not give you permanent security that nothing is going to happen to affect what ICE might be doing. So I needed to say this because people feel, hey, I'm going to be protected. And, I'm going to be okay if we pass something tonight. Well, first of all, we cannot pass an ordinance because there's no ordinance. We cannot pass anything tonight. It's a discussion, what we bring back. I don't mind expanding the policy to include other city employees. If that gives them a sense, the whole entire city employees, and we can just label it as city employees. That would include police, fire, parks, public works, even though they don't have access to their information. But I don't mind expanding that. If that gives a sense of, we're protected, I don't mind doing that. But we already have SB 54, we already have the police. Do we want to reaffirm, as Glendale did, what the police department is doing? I don't mind reaffirming, saying, yes, this is what the city's doing, and we stand by what the police department is doing, because that's our current policies, and expand that to city employees. But to fool ourselves and say we are a sanctuary city, that is completely just a name that we have out there, just that we be, politically, I don't know, it's correct, or politically showing that we're trying to do something, that we're not going to protect you. So these are my comments, and I already made my recommendation.
Thank you, Councilor Mullins, and thank you for sharing your story. I think it's poignant. And I will say, to your point, I'm glad you agree that you wouldn't be opposed to codifying and to sharing that. And like I think all of us have shared to a degree, well, most of us have shared to a degree, calling the ordinance sanctuary city may draw more attention to us. That's not what we're looking for. This is not political. This is practical. It's a practical thing to do. And so really, I don't care what we call it. We can call it whatever we'd like. And I agree with you on the point of making sure that we don't share false expectations. I mean, that is in the very protection of the people who this policy would be created to serve, right? I don't want to create false expectations, because we do have neighbors in other communities who call themselves sanctuary cities. And let us be clear, any city in California, in Chicago, anywhere that calls itself a sanctuary city does not have the ability to stop ICE. And I have full confidence in our PIO department, in our city manager's office, to put out the correct information to our residents, and to Councilor Rosati's former point, to put out the information on all the state and local policies that exist, so that people know their rights. And thank you to former Mayor Marcia Ramos for making that point earlier. I do think information should be shared. And I think we can do what we can to the extent of our city to make that happen.
Thank you. And I do want to acknowledge former Mayor Marcia Ramos for the BHRC recommendation. I think it's the best recommendation that they could have come up with as an organization. We're all here on council about education. And we're all about providing that information online and making it accessible. Quite honest, until we all dug into all these different laws and read in detail what it meant, I don't think too many people except the attorneys in the room, with all due respect, really knew exactly every single word in those laws. I mean, having this discussion, having staff presentation, all these things have really helped to educate as we're having these dialogues. Some of you may have read all the pages, and I appreciate that, but I think it's important that we continue that effort by putting something on our website. And as the council member Rizzotti mentioned, it's not going to hurt putting all this and taking her recommendation and putting it at forefront.
And shout out to those high schoolers who knew more policy than half the adults I know. Councilor Rizzotti.
Well, I was going to ask the question if Councilmember Mullins agreed, but I'm going to ask all of us that we will have a educational task force on this and educate people on the state, local, and police department, what our rules are, what our laws are, and bring in HRC. So I was going to ask that question. Do you agree with that?
To have the Burbank Human Relations Council
them in
doing
as
the
well.
bring them in to educate the
Yeah.
community, maybe put on one of their meetings to talk about it. I mean, we can definitely ask. I think there'll be a great organization to provide that.
Yeah.
And they've been participants in Know Your Rights workshops. In fact, one was held very recently. So it'd be great, especially if and I see members of BHRC ready and willing. So I think that would be wonderful. But for the purposes of tonight, I just want to kind of refocus us to doing what we can for the city. I think we've shared our ideas of sharing education, our ideas of making sure that people know exactly what we can and cannot do. And I would like to go back, especially for the sake of time, thinking of all our transportation staff out there.
We take a vote to 11
Yes.
o'clock.
Yeah, speaking of time, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting past 11 p.m. in conference with the city manager.
You got to let me talk for at least a minute here. So that's our new rule, but I'll be quick. So we do have one item that got pulled. They're anxiously waiting. So I would recommend wrapping this up as soon as you can, and then we'll provide a quick PowerPoint for you to talk about. But I would recommend, since they hung in there, to continue the meeting.
Absolutely. And so, given that information, I'd like to make my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion by Perez, second by Rizzotti to continue the meeting past 11 p.m. All show of hands. All right. We'll keep going. So now moving to close this out, I personally would like to make a motion of the city council to codify the existing city policy for the police department and to expand that policy to all city departments, ensuring that throughout the city, we have the same guidelines for immigration-related interactions. Additionally, I would like the city to I'd like the city to make all of the information on local, state, immigration policies available to the public on our city website and in other means of communication. And the police department to make it available? Sorry. Well, the local, they would be local, yeah. So they'd fall under the local umbrella.
Does the other members of the council, are you interested in potentially also making it an official policy to not collect data on immigration status? Even though it's an unofficial, it's not something that we have as a policy, but to have it as.
I would like
Well,
to.
so you're looking at me, so I was going to wait to see if there was a second.
Well,
My preference would be that the motion, you use the word codify, and you've used the words codify and policy kind of interchangeably. So my preference in how our laws and policies are ordered in the city would be that it be a resolution. It would come back and can be passed in a single. The purpose, excuse me, I'm explaining how the city's laws work.
Everybody, let's please keep decorum. Let's please let everybody talk.
So, the city's ordinances regulate development and regulate third-party conduct and how city services work externally. The employee conduct generally are prescribed by administrative procedures adopted by the city manager. Policies that are not enforceable so ordinances are enforceable by criminal penalties as misdemeanors or infractions. And I don't believe I'm not hearing that the council wants city employees to have misdemeanors or infractions filed against them for not complying with the council's policy. So if that's not the case, then the proper form of action, my recommended form of action, would be a resolution where we lay out the findings of the important public interest that council has discussed here, and we lay out the policy which could address all of the issues, the collection of data, the application. Basically what I heard is the prohibition on collecting immigration status and information, the prohibition on using department or city resources for federal immigration enforcement, except in cases involving serious crimes, implementing processes for all residents. And I'm kind of reading from page 3, which are the SB 54 elements, to feel safe, and I modified this, participating in all city services and programs. In addition to, and we could put in regular or annual, I'm assuming it's not necessarily one time, education programs or information materials on knowing your rights. I mean, that's kind of, I'm trying to take notes, and of course we'll have the recording, but that's just kind of how I'm hearing what you're saying.
Let me ask you a question. In my experience, the resolutions that we have done have been mostly formalities, no teeth. Would this have any teeth?
Well, so if you want employees to be subject to misdemeanor prosecution, then you'd adopt an ordinance.
Okay.
But we don't regulate.
Is there anything we can adopt that would be a guiding policy for the city?
Yes, a resolution would be a guiding policy. Your
Okay.
very rules of decorum here are adopted by resolution. This is unusual because the charter actually prohibits the council from administering city business, but you're adopting policy and about information collection. Like, we don't have a lot of policies. This is new ground, really. The more recent policies that you adopted were for external entities, not for city conduct. So it would have teeth because the city manager is going to be charged with implementing your policy. And we'll have to, there's even under this policy, transparency through annual reporting and mandatory staff training. So it's up to you to tell us what you want in it. I'm simply describing the difference between an ordinance. This would be an unusual ordinance, and enforcement could be criminal. And ordinances have not been used that way for employee conduct. Or you could do a resolution. My recommendation is a resolution articulating all of the same things that you want.
Okay, I see a question, Councilor Anthony.
Many of our employee policies and just their behavior is usually written through MOUs and stuff like that. If we were to put forth a resolution similar to something that you just listed, does that give the city manager and his department heads extra authority for, recourse, termination, wage garnishment, reduction of hours? Like, is that
Now, all of that would be subject to meet and confer. You could not impose a policy that violated the MOUs.
So
or
what would-
became, so you have, there's a lot of limitations.
Right.
To the mayor's point, although I know you prefer we did all of this analysis up front, there are things we have to look at in terms of whatever the policy is and its relationship to the employer-employee relationship, and whether there are consequences, what those consequences are. And we would find ways to implement those.
So in reality, you said this is new ground, but something like this may not even be implemented citywide until maybe all of our new contracts with our employees have cycled through and we've had a chance to go
No,
to
so
the.
I believe it could be implemented right away because as we indicated, we don't collect immigration information. So you're making an explicit, clear policy. The city shall not, except where strictly necessary to provide services.
So technically, we're not changing any of the MOUs. We're not changing any of the city employees' behavior. We're simply saying, hey, the things that you haven't been doing, continue to not do it.
Well,
Yes.
and this is outside of their contract. That is what the city attorney is warning us not to get into. Their contracts, we don't want to criminally penalize them or civilly penalize them. We don't want to get into their contracts because that is a bargaining unit issue beyond the control of this. But my question, and you've answered it, and I'm sufficiently comfortable hearing that there is teeth to this. When I say teeth, I mean this is something that we can give to the city manager's direction, policy direction from the council, and the city manager can go throughout the departments implementing, saying these are our new guidelines. If they're in accordance with what you've been doing, great. If you have questions, now's the time. But this is how we move forward. And I think SB 54, which you read off there, and PD's 428 are excellent places to start.
So the other reason to adopt it as a formal policy in a resolution is because if an employee is alleged to have violated federal law in complying with council's resolution, we want that resolution to show that the employee was acting in course and scope. They weren't a rogue person refusing to comply with a federal agency. That allows us to actually defend them because their conduct was in course and scope. Normally, if an employee violates the law, they're violating the law, they're on their own. And so it's important to be clear so that we can understand what's in course and scope. And again, so this is bringing in the employer-employee relationship. Now it's not federal funding, it's simply setting forth clear guidelines so that should there be any federal interest in what we're doing, that their obligations are clear as well.
Okay, thank you for the clarity on that. And so basically moving back to this, I think it would be up to the city manager to set up what happens if an employee violates this or has questions or would not like to comply. I think that is internal policy for you to set. That's outside of the scope of the council.
But again, whatever you do, our practice will not change because we don't collect that
Right.
data. So,
But obviously this is beyond that data, right? Like we're looking at questions of addresses, of data we do collect.
and that goes to a lot of the current confidentiality rules that we have. That there are policies.
And we'll draft a resolution and we'll try to make it 99.9%, maybe 100%. We'll watch the tape so you get what you told us to bring back, and you may still want to amend it, and when upon adoption, and we'll want to make sure that we account for how that gets implemented.
Okay.
So I am 100% comfortable with the resolution because that is what we do here in this city. We adopt resolution. This is a legal document that we going to comply with. And the last thing I want is for our employees to feel jeopardized in any way or feel, now I don't want to turn the table and have our employees having fear of what could happen to them. We do not get into employee discipline. That's something the city manager does. He reports to us. The city attorney reports to us. So if we have an issue, that would be brought to them. But it is, what we're doing is basically taking 480 and SB 54 and kind of making it into a document to include other city employees. So we're expanding it just to include other city employees, to give that sense of assurance that we mean we're serious and we want the community to feel safe. That's the only thing really we can do at this moment.
And so with all that being said, like I said before, I'm comfortable with going with the resolution because I have assurance from both of you here that it has teeth. Not like an ordinance, but it has teeth to ensure that our city staff are working under compliance of this policy. So, let me know if I'm right here. I would propose a motion of the city council. What word would you like me to use for this police policy that already exists? Because you said not codify.
So it would be adopt a resolution of the city council extending the Truth Act to non-public safety or all city employee practices. And then we would specify, we would, and your motion may be amended because I know our vice mayor had some notes too, so.
All right, so I'd like to adopt a resolution of the city council extending the Truth Act 428 policy of the police department to all departments in the city of Burbank. And I would like staff to ensure that our new policy in this resolution is widely shared with the community, stating exactly what we can and can't do, along with information on the state policies that protect them. And I would like them to explore the possibility of Know Your Rights workshops in collaboration with BHRC.
Second.
Vice Mayor, would you like to? I believe there was.
Friendly amendment?
Oh,
a friendly
you're gonna
Was that a
amend it?
second?
She
can propose an amendment. I
And then
heard a second.
I can second, yeah.
And then you can amend the second.
The second, go ahead.
Yeah.
So I'm proposing a friendly amendment to also add a formal policy for not taking information, data about immigration status, although we already do it to formalize that policy.
And I agree to that amendment.
Questions?
Maker.
The maker
Yes, I
accepts
agree
the
to that
amendment, and then
And then
second, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So that's
Take the
gonna,
vote.
so that's gonna come back to us at council as a resolution enacting this policy citywide with teeth. Okay, let's take the vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Before I vote, the name of this and what we call it will be determined on the second step and how we reach out to the school board.
Do we have to name it?
Well, that's, yeah.
Well, so
that's-
it will have a title when we bring it back.
Right. And that's not being determined
And
today. We'll talk about it
you
later.
can modify that when you adopt it,
For
if
all
you so
intents and
wish.
purposes, my motion was to extend the Truth Act,
There you
which
go.
already exists.
I like
so-
that. Okay, I'll say yes. Yes.
Let's start over. Councilmember Anthony?
Oh, wait,
Yes.
California.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
And we'll see you all back for the second step report. Make sure to read it.
If I could just clarify, so policy 428 is called Immigration Violations Truth Act. SB 54 is called California Values Act. So we're extending the California Values Act to all staff, to all city.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway,
Thank you all for being here and staying, and we expect to hear from you again. Okay. What our transportation staff has been waiting for all night. I don't have the formal name in front of me, but. If I could ask everybody who's heading out to please clear the chamber quietly just so we can have our staff report. Thank you all for being here. Alrighty, so this is the East Olive Avenue reconfiguration complete streets project update, if I'm correct. I don't have the agenda in front of me. Okay, cool. Thank you. Welcome. Please introduce yourself and share with us the report.
Good evening, Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Takahashi, and members of the City Council. My name is Marcos Fuentes with the Community Development Department, and I'm here before you today to provide you a brief update on the East Olive Avenue reconfiguration project. If I may have the presentation, please. Thank you. The project is a key initiative that the city implemented in early 2024 aimed at improving pedestrian safety, reducing vehicular speeds, and testing a future complete streets long-term priority project. The area of focus for this project covers East Olive Avenue on the city's hillside between Glen Oaks Boulevard and Sunset Canyon Drive. As part of this presentation tonight, I will be providing you with a brief background on the project, review the project's objectives, go over the project evaluation and analysis of the findings, review feedback staff has received about the project since its installation, and look in detail at the proposed modifications to the striping that are meant to address some of the main concerns staff has received from residents. So as I mentioned, this project was implemented in February 2024 as part of a broader repaving effort that took place on the city's hillside to reconfigure travel lanes in support of a future complete streets long-term priority project, or the North Olive Avenue Greening Project. The project seeks to improve pedestrian safety and reduce vehicular speeds by reducing Olive Avenue from 4 lanes of travel to 2 between Glen Oaks and Kenneth Road, adding a center turn lane throughout, narrowing lanes while retaining on-street parking, and more importantly, leveraging the larger rescheduled street maintenance program to install this project at a very low cost. In late 2023, leading up to the project's installation, staff held one virtual and one community meeting as part of the outreach that led up to this project. Also, one presentation to the Transportation Commission, for which more than 1,000 notices were mailed to residences in the project area. And also door hanger notices were posted at homes that were affected by the road work prior to the road work beginning. For additional context, the changes introduced by this project align with the goals and policies of the Burbank 2035 General Plan and the city's Complete Our Streets Plan, specifically supporting policies for mobility, safety, and accessibility for all roadway users, making the street more compatible with the neighborhood character through traffic calming, and also integrating traffic calming measures with future green infrastructure. This slide shows images of what the project's areas, striping, and roadway conditions look like before the project as seen on the left image. The middle image shows the current striping that was installed as part of this project. And the image on the right shows a conceptual drawing of what a landscape median could look like on this street as part of the North Olive Avenue Greening Project. The project had 3 primary objectives. The first one was to enhance pedestrian safety by reducing the number of travel lanes and thereby reduce the number of conflict points and exposure when crossing Olive Avenue. Second, address longstanding resident concerns about speeding with narrower lanes. And third, to test a low-cost approach of the North Olive Avenue Greening Project. To assess the project's objectives, staff evaluated the project's objectives by analyzing before and after vehicular volumes, speeds, collision rates, and community feedback. To analyze collisions, staff looked at all the collisions that happened between June 2023 up until the project's installation in February 2024, and then compare that number to the period after the project was installed through June 2024. In summary, there were 2 collisions before the project and 1 recorded after. The main takeaway from this is that while the data suggests the project reduced collisions, more time is needed to gather more data and conduct a more comprehensive analysis of the effects that the project may have on collisions. This slide shows the results of speed measures before and after the project. For reference, the posted speed limit throughout the project area is 35 miles per hour. And as shown with the red light on this graph, that's the posted speed limit of 35. The orange line below that shows what the typical 25 mile per hour speed limit is found in most residential streets. For additional context, the blue bars that we see here represent the eastbound traveling cars, so the direction that speeds were captured. And then the green bars mean vehicles that were captured traveling westbound. Darker shades of the color represent before the project, and then lighter shade represents after. This is all to say that results reveal that speeds remain below posted speed limit in some segments of the project, but were higher in some blocks of the project, especially east of 7th Street, where the 85th percentile speeds exceeded the posted speed limit. This result showed that narrowing lanes alone did not result in lower speeds across all segments as expected. This slide shows the results of the vehicle volume analysis and illustrates that vehicle volumes remain largely unchanged in the project area before and after, and also lower than pre-pandemic levels. The only observed change was that before the project, there were slightly more cars driving eastbound than westbound, and after the project installation, that pattern reversed. However, there were no spikes or dips in volumes, suggesting that there has been no discernible spillover effects due to the project. In terms of community feedback, since the project's installation, staff has received over 120 comments through telephone and emails. More recently, staff received several comments in the lead up to this meeting. Of that feedback received, more than 50% of the comments expressed concerns about the proximity of traveling vehicles to those parked on the street. About 25% of the comments reflected concerns about congestion or reversing the street to its original configuration. There was also positive feedback about the project in terms of improved safety and reduced speeds when walking along Olive, and a few questions about the lack of bicycle infrastructure or left turn lanes. Prior to this council meeting, staff delivered a similar project update to the Transportation Commission on December 18th of 2024, with more than 2,000 electronic notices being sent to email addresses on file. In the next couple of slides, I'm going to show what the existing conditions look like of the striping that was installed in February 2024, and then we're going to look at the modified striping changes that we're going to be talking about today. So this slide shows the striping that was installed in February 2024. As I mentioned, at that time, Olive Avenue went from 2 lanes in each direction to just 1 lane. Each remaining lane was narrowed to 11 feet in each direction. There is now a center turning lane in the middle that's about 24 feet, and on-street parking was retained on both sides of the street. Again, the primary concern that residents have mentioned, and the concern that we've heard, is that the travel lane is perceived to be too close to the parking lane, and so we're in this slide here, which I'm about to segue to. To address the top concern expressed by community stakeholders about the proximity of parked cars to travel lanes, staff proposes making slight modifications to the current striping configuration. The main change that we see here would consist of widening the parking lanes on both sides of Olive Avenue by 2 feet to create some separation for residents and visitors accessing their vehicles through the driver's side. Additionally, the center turn lane will be narrowed by 4 feet, while the travel lane widths will remain the same to preserve project safety benefits. In summary, the East Olive Avenue reconfiguration project reconfigured the street to align better with its residential character, achieving 2 of its 3 primary objectives, which were to improve pedestrian safety by reducing the number of conflict points and testing a complete streets long-term priority project. Lastly, on the topic of stakeholder feedback, the Community Development's Transportation Division has long-standing partnership with the Burbank Fire Department, working together to improve and balance roadway safety while maintaining emergency response and access. Based on our ongoing dialogue about this project specifically, the feedback we've received from our colleagues at Fire is that the reconfiguration has not impacted their operations or access to the hillside, and that the wide center turn lane facilitates access through East Olive Avenue. In terms of next steps, the modified striping changes meant to address the modified striping changes, are meant to address the top concern expressed by residents of narrow lanes near proximity to parked cars, are estimated to be installed in March of this year, depending on weather conditions. Any future or permanent changes, such as building a landscape median to the project area, will require additional analysis, funding, and outreach with city stakeholders like fire and police departments, and certainly community members. Given that speeding remains a concern in parts of the project area, in the short term, staff will address community concerns by adjusting striping in March of 2025. Beyond that, the street segment is being analyzed for potential safety improvements as part of the upcoming Safer Streets Burbank plan. It will also be considered for possible speed reductions by using Assembly Bill 43, which allows municipalities to assert local control over speed limits, and by continuing collaboration with Burbank Police to enforce speeds. Thank you. That concludes my project update, and I will remain available for questions.
All right, thank you so much for the update. Before we go to questions, I gotta check. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay. Seeing none from our two members of the audience, let us move on to council questions. Councilor Anthony, you're quick to the gun.
Yes, thank you. 85th percentile. That's for a long time, state law was how we determined the speed limits, right? That was in place back when Olive was 2 lanes, though. Is this posted speed limit, the 35 miles per hour, that's based on the original 2 lanes, yes?
Good evening, Councilmember Anthony. Yes, the posted speed limit today is 35 miles per hour, which was the same as was before the project was installed.
Okay, so the 8-foot parking, is that typical of residential streets, or is that typical of a 35-mile-an-hour zone? Like, what was the original when we got 8 feet for the parking? Because now we're moving it to 10. Do we know, is that just our city code? Is that like, what's the rule for the 8 feet?
So 8 feet is typical. It's a typical width of on-street parking in most streets. Especially in residential street, when you look at the cross section, they tend to be about 36 feet here in Burbank, which can vary. You have 8 feet on each side, and then a 12-foot lane, a travel lane in each direction as well. So that's where the 8-foot parking lane came from.
Was it 8 feet back when it was 2 lanes as well? Like, did we change the parking at all when we restriped, or has it been 8 feet the whole time, or was it bigger before or less before? Do we know?
It was 8 feet. The main difference is that you had a wider lane adjacent to that on-street parking. So in a way, it felt like it was there was more space.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the feeling. People are, yes, when they drive, they are guided by their feelings. That is a very true thing. Okay, and they also had a separate lane to their left. I mean, it was 2 lanes, so it felt more open. Okay. I guess my only question is, 10 feet, do we have that typically anywhere else? We do 10-foot parking? So this is kind of unique for this. Okay, all right. I mean, okay, I'm willing to try it out. Okay, I'm done.
Councilor Mullins.
Thank you. Thank you for staying late, indulging us here. My question is, in the report, and you just mentioned again now that for the Transportation Commission meeting, you sent out about 2,000 emails to let them know about the meeting. Did I hear that correct?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Mullins. We work with our PIO, our Public Information Office, and identified email lists that the city has on record that we could send emails out to. In total, we identified more than 2,000 emails that the city had from various groups interested in these type of projects that we sent notices out to.
And those individuals live in that area from like Glen Oaks on to up to in the hills, or who are the 2,000 people?
There are some that do live there, and I should also add that we directly email stakeholders, resident stakeholders who had emailed city staff directly. So we had a separate list of residents that we knew not only lived there, but had provided comments about the project. So those folks were included in these 2,000 emails that we sent out. The rest are emails, are email addresses that are captured from various interest groups, like folks that may be interested in email notifications about the Transportation Commission or other transportation updates. So they may live there, but they may live elsewhere in the city.
Okay, so it looks here, like you said, you received and responded to 50 calls and 70 emails. At the time when we did the striping, it felt like we got a lot more than 70 emails, and people that showed up here in public and addressed their concerns to council in regards to the project. And also, I recall at the time, Mr. Krisky said that we're gathering all this information, we're gathering their feedback, and I'm finding the 70, and it, you know, if maybe it felt to me like it was over 200 people that emailed us, because we definitely got a lot of feedback. My concern over this report being brought back to council on a consent item, and whether, obviously there's nobody here tonight or even earlier to talk about it. My concern is, do these people really know that council's going to be approving just widening the parking lane? And was there any other concerns and issues that we needed to get back to the public and let them know? We're going to talk about it today, and are they okay with what we're doing? Because obviously we promised them that we are doing this temporary. We're going to gather all the information, and then we'll make a decision when we go back. What changes are we going to make?
So thank you for those comments, Councilmember Mullins, and we are definitely open to suggestions on how to further reach out and make sure everybody is knowing what's going on. As Mr. Fuentes said, if you contacted us about the project and gave us feedback, we had that email and we included you in the list. So if you engage with us with comments, you heard about it. We also promised way back in the original community meetings, we promised that we would give an update to the Transportation Commission, which is what we did back in December. We're here tonight to give you an update. We are planning to make the improvements. Of course, you're the council. If you tell us to hold the phone, stop, we'll pivot and react to what you want to do. But this was intended to give you an update on what we are pretty confident will address the majority of the current concerns, as you saw in the numbers, which is the narrow lanes next to the parked cars. We are addressing that by moving the lane away from the parked cars and giving extra space. And we intend to do that unless the council has a different idea about that. And so then, as Mr. Fuentes said, then we'll proceed. We think that will solve the issue, and we don't have any immediate council direction to proceed with the second phase. That would be something that we would look, if you are interested in that, to direct us through our budget or CIP process.
So something recently, of course, with the fires that generated a lot of discussion and concerns from our community, especially those that live in the hills, to the impact on one-lane traffic, and how they've watched people on TV leaving their vehicles and going away. So that concern came up, and I want to know what are we doing to address that concern? And I think it was also discussed at the Transportation Commission meeting when I was there. It was brought by one of the commissioners. And this is something we need to talk about to assure those that live up in the hills that, okay, here's the plan. What are we going to do?
Yes, so for phase one, and the great thing about phase one is it's paint. So while we have reconfigured the road from a operational standpoint for day-to-day moving of cars and how people drive on the street, and unfortunately we didn't address the speeding, but we did at least address the conflicts. In terms of emergency response, the pavement's the same width. We haven't put any impediments there. In fact, as Mr. Fuentes said, fire department is now using that big lane to go up and down, and they have told us there is, with phase one, there is no impact. What it did show, which is another good part of this project, is that we need to have a bigger conversation about phase two, because now that's a different story, and we have to look at that very carefully, and probably with putting it out there and hearing from fire on a day-to-day situation, as well as, of course, the fire situation. I think we're now more focused on complete streets for the day-to-day, but also complete streets for maintaining safety. And so that was instructive, I think, to us, that for phase two, we're going to need to really look at what we could do to now put a physical impediment in the median, because that's a whole different situation. And I think phase two, if we have interest in that, it's going to be a whole thing where we're going to need to really look at it, as Mr. Fuentes said.
And thank you for mentioning that, because that also it is a concern, especially after the fires, and now hearing you talk about our fire department. Right now, I can understand they can drive in the middle lane, and there's no obstruction there for them. But I know there is a plan to go with phase two in the middle and put beautiful, trees and whatnot, which can be actually an obstacle for fire to be driving in the middle, and that can cause the concern that the residents have right now. And the other item that I wanted to talk about, and I know you didn't really mention it here, but this particular area is also causing a lot of confusion for individuals who are driving from Olive going straight past Glen Oaks, that the right turn lane to Glen Oaks, it literally goes from 2 lanes to, if you don't know where you're going and you haven't driven there before, you're in the right lane. And what I've seen people do, they're stuck, so they end up going straight and they back the traffic because they're trying to cut the lane, or they're stuck behind a parked car. Is there any way we can take a look at that striping and in preparation, or the right lane is way too wide, maybe?
Do you mean the uphill lane on Glen Oaks, on Olive south of Glen Oaks, so as you pass the courthouse?
Yes, as you're driving, if you drive there, the right lane to Glen Oaks, all of a sudden you find yourself in the right lane, and it's so wide.
It's a very big right lane,
yes, yeah. And I've seen it. First time I drove there, I did it myself. I was like, wait a minute, I don't want to turn here. So is there anything that we can do to narrow that lane, to make sure that people are prepared to go straight, to stripe it, do something?
And just to clarify, a comparable, I think, situation is on San Fernando as you're heading towards Burbank Boulevard, and you're heading south. That right turn lane automatically goes onto Burbank over the bridge, and then the far left goes straight, and it goes from 2 lanes to 1 lane. So that, I don't know if that's comparable, but yeah.
Yes, so Mr. Anthony, what you're describing is that on steroids. It's even more complicated, so I don't want to talk about that. I think one that is very similar, we have other complaints about that location that we're also working on, but the other comparable location is right 2 blocks to the north is Magnolia coming up to Glen Oaks, and we've had that for a long, long time. There are a little bit of differences between that one and the Olive. So yes, signage and some of the pavement skip striping, we're looking at making it a little more prominent or giving people advance notice that the lane is going to force you to turn right. give you a little more head start to merge over. I will say, I still see what you're talking about, the people at the last minute, whether they know it and are taking advantage or whether they truly don't know what they're doing, is still happening. I think it's less. It's less since when it opened. I think it's over time it's going to get better, but I think you're right. We can do some striping and sign adjustments to make it more prominent, and so we are looking at that.
Like a right lane only, or striping, to the left?
So we have two, and this is probably, maybe we need to look at it better. We actually have two big yellow lane ends merge left signs. Obviously, people aren't seeing them, so we're going to look at where those are placed. And then the big striping, the lane end striping that's different than the regular lane striping, I believe it's too short. We're going to bring it back, make it longer so that people see it in advance.
Okay, thank you. Well, and I'm going to leave it with that now, but again, I'm going to express my concern that we heard from so many people when this happened, and I'm finding it really hard to believe that we haven't even received one email. Well, we got some emails that's saying, yeah, put more bikes or make it more walkable, but in the individuals that came to us before, even to know they're curious about what's happening. And I think being on the consent, that was a concern for me because it needed to be a presentation. It needed to be on the agenda as a report.
Any other questions, comments? Councilor Rosati.
I'm probably going to be the lone person on this. I think the results were mixed and kind of disappointing. I think that street is as wide as it is for a reason. It's to carry traffic, especially from our hillside. It's in a high fire zone area. And after witnessing what we witnessed and the sheer terror and panic in a fire, I would be totally against a center median now. And I personally think we should revert it back to the way it was. It's meant to carry traffic. We're adding 12,000 units to our community. We're restricting lanes. I don't see that the data really supports, it was, to me, it was just disappointing in the results that we received. I think we're pushing traffic in other directions. I don't think we got the bang for the buck.
Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Madam Mayor, kind of the opposite opinion, where I think it's an experiment that I'm glad that we're trying. There are some mixed results. I have some questions, though, if it's okay. So speaking of mixed results for the speeds, I'm looking at page 8, and particularly in the middle of the long stretch. So my experience of driving on there is that if I do get to speed up a little, I end up usually that's by the middle of the road slide 8, yeah, where it says the speeds of the before and after, yeah. So I have noticed these personally, and the data seems to show that by the time you get to the middle of the long stretch is when the maximum kind of speed is. And my experience is because there's no stops. Is there a stop sign at 7th? There is there?
No, there's no stop at 7th and there's no stop at 9th.
Right. There's a particular stretch there where it's several blocks where there's no stop. And I think that might be part of why that section seems to have a little bit more speed. I think we talked about it before, Mr. Kriski. So just putting out there again to look at that possibly as a way, whether we keep it the way it is or whether we go back to the 4 lanes or whatever, but having the stop sign there in the middle of the road, I think both directions might be, has it been considered to do that?
So we need to be careful with stop signs for pure speed control, particularly traffic engineers. They want to be clear that stop signs are primarily in the forefront for issues where you're having right-of-way situation problems. And so we're always looking at, when we're putting a stop sign in, we're always looking at, is there an issue with sightlines? Is there an issue with conflicts? Is there an issue with crashes? The planners will say that, well, secondarily, it causes people to slow down because you have to stop. So there is a tension, and definitely there are situations, it's not optimal where you want to put a stop sign in for speed control, but we really look to see for stop signs, are you doing it because there's another conflict? People can't cross the street there, or there's a crash history. So what does help with speeds is speed humps. But that street, for a variety of reasons, also is hard. The policy that you've addressed doesn't let us put speed humps on wide streets. Sometimes the hills have a situation, and then also the fire response. So those are the areas where speed humps, we always take caution. So, but I agree, the thesis was that the striping would help. And unfortunately, the thesis was proved incorrect in this case, where it was mixed. Some cases it went down, but then some cases it went up. What's not in here is we actually took the after data speeds twice. We took it in September and October because it was mixed. And we were, maybe we need to just get some more data and it'll see a pattern. And it was mixed a different way. So it was showing that the speed didn't really have, was not affected by the striping. I think the lane reduction will bear fruit in safety improvements because of what we saw in Verdugo when we did the same thing. Different situation, much higher volumes.
Yeah.
We did see a reduction in crashes. It was 30% of major crashes. And all of our state and federal studies around 4-to-2 conversions show that it's safer. So we just don't have 6 months to see. I mean, it went from 2 to 1, but we can't say it went down. I'd love to say a 50% reduction, but on 2 crashes, you can't really say that. So we need the time to bear that out. I think we will see that bear out in the safety. I think that's the most important part of this reconfiguration is the 4-to-2. I understand Councilmember Rosati's concern about what that does for capacity, but the numbers that we show and the number of cars going up there is very, very low. 1 lane is plenty. We did Verdugo with 3 times the traffic, and I think Verdugo worked great, but that's mixed also. This is 1/3 of that, so I'm even more confident that this was okay, and I respect Mr. Rosati's precision on that, and we heard that as well. But we heard the biggest thing was, and the thesis, which was born, was not proven, is if we kind of crammed everyone up and made them narrower, they would slow down, and that we didn't really see that as much. And since that was the biggest concern of just give us a few feet, like really people were saying, just give us a little space and it would be better, or maybe give us a little space and we won't be so upset about it. We'll kind of just be all right. We think I think that will satisfy the bulk of the concern, but also we really want to see the play out of the crashes to see if that does bore out in time.
Yeah. So there are several things you covered there, and I actually have a question on several of them. So going back to the speeding mid-block, so since it sounds like the 2 tools we have for reducing speeds in long stretches are stop signs and speed humps, and that the hope was that narrowing would slow people down, but when you have a longer stretch, especially downhill, I mean, it looks like the data shows uphill people are faster. I don't know, maybe they're excited because they want to get up to the top as fast as I can, but just having that longer stretch, and that particular stretch too just looks like looks really like inviting anyway. So I'm wondering if that might be worthy of considering going outside of policy just a little bit for the stop sign and just seeing, because when you're stopping, at least my experience of driving through that area, you're expecting stop sign after stop sign. So it's not an unusual stop sign to come out of nowhere. Oh, here comes the engineer. The engineer. She's going to tell me why. It's probably not the best choice. But, I'm just looking, before you answer, just looking for opportunities here. We could do a roundabout. There we go. Looking for opportunities here to slow folks down with or without whatever lanes there are. It seems like that stretch there is, for whatever reason, is inviting people to go faster. So yeah, thoughts.
So if I may, Madam Mayor, Council, thank you very much for the opportunity. To be clear, and
your name, sir? Who are you? Who's this guy?
I am still your Public Works Director, Ken Burke. Thank you.
Hey, that's my line. Welcome, Mr. Berkman.
There are very specific rules and regulations called warrants that the state has for the proper installation of stop signs. And as Mr. Krisky said, they are for right-of-way assignment and control. They are not for speed control. And I would put forth that there's also evidence that when you put unwarranted stop signs not to mention the legal liability of something that happens in an accident where there are stop signs where it's not supposed to be. There's a tendency, kind of like speed humps, for people to speed between them if they're especially unnecessary. So if you're in a city, and I can name my old city, for example, and all of a sudden you come up on a stop sign and you go, why am I stopping? That could be an example of. So driver behavior, the planners and the engineers make it consistent all across all our cities and all our freeways. That's the best way to have safety. There are certainly exceptions, so I just wanted to put that out there, that the stop signs are for right-of-way assignment. Speed humps are certainly something in a residential street, a local street. This is a collector, and as Mr. Chrissy said, with the possible slopes, we've modified that speed hump policy with the IOB, and you were there, and through council. So we have a greater grade, a little more leeway to use that. And the last thing I think I just wanted to mention for Councilmember Mullins, the reactions that we've seen, and I'm talking, we've seen the emails and from the traffic engineering staff, we are human beings and we are animals and we are migratory and we love doing the same thing in the same pattern, the same time, all the time. And if you move my cheese, I get really upset. And that's what happened the first few weeks. And we engineers, we see this all the time when we change traffic patterns. And there's a big uproar and then people settle in. And mostly the people who have that condition that they encounter at going up, I always say I guess I was taught it's east, right? But past Glen Oaks, those are mostly residents. So when you go through that a couple of times, okay, now I know, and it could be what Mr. Krisky said, if we still see it, those are people that know the traffic pattern and know everybody's lined up and like, oh, I'm just gonna do a New York thing, I'm just gonna cut you off, I'm gonna go over there. Just wanted to mention a few things, so thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks. I think you have a question from Councilmember Anthony, so don't
yes.
go too far.
Mr. Berkman, I have heard that a stop sign that to the driver feels unnecessary is more likely to simply be ignored, a roll through or a not full stop.
There is definitely an opinion on that. I believe that's true, especially with an unwarranted stop sign. I think more accurately, when people come up on a stop sign and there's no traffic and you take a look, that's usually when you're rolling through it. So that is part of the volume warrant that we have to see. Do we need to make people stop so people can safely cross through an intersection? So it's a good point.
Okay. And then speaking of the speeding data, I'm wondering what it would look like if it were a little more granular in the sense that when there's light traffic, the speeding, I'm going to guess if there's light traffic, it doesn't matter whether there's 1 or 2 lanes, the speeds will be about the same because you have the same level of freedom to move. But on times when there's a little bit more traffic, they'll slow down because people are compressed into the lane. So I'm wondering if there was granular data of like comparing speeds to when the traffic was, then you could see what the real effect of the squeeze was. Because if you're looking at the squeeze when there's not traffic anyway, you're not going to see a squeeze. And so the traffic speed will be the same. And that might mess up the average of the data because you're looking at no change in speed because behavior doesn't need to change. I don't know, I'm wondering if that might be useful, particularly when assessing whether it's slowing traffic down when there's more cars. That's I guess, my main concern. Because when there's not that many cars, they're going to have the same speed regardless, in my opinion. Because I just go. So any thought about that? So is it possible?
I'm looking at the speed data. Again, the volumes are so low anyways that like it's hard to, if it's low volumes and then the speeding cars are the outliers, there's even fewer of them, and it also draws the average. So
got it.
We could look at it. We didn't look at it in that detail. I also think that I mentioned because we only had between 4,000 and 8,000 cars a day, the 4 lanes and the 2 lanes, you're not hitting a bottleneck. Really, the only bottleneck I see is approaching. You're leaving Glen Oaks and you're hitting that first stop sign at 5th Street, which even with 4 lanes, you were stopping. The stop and the signal are very close together. It seemed kind of chaotic, anyways. So we could look into that. I honestly, we really wanted to see some speed change. And Marcus and I, again, we took the data twice. Engineers helped us with that because it's like, well, there's got to be at least a few miles an hour, and we just saw it very mixed, and so we were not able to make that conclusion that we thought we could. that it had a lot of speed control adjustments.
Okay. And then my last question, I promise, I know it's really late, but we're talking about it now, and this is an important topic to me. So my last question is, assuming that the next baby step is to change the width of parking, and to play with that, is there going to be another round of feedback from the community or inviting feedback specifically about that change? Or are you going to kind of just let it come in naturally as people experience it?
We are not intending to overtly ask again because we think it will solve it. We certainly could.
Okay.
The other thing is it is kind of our intent that we will make this adjustment. It should solve the issue, and that'll kind of be the end of this phase. That any phase beyond that is going to be looking at either phase 2, or you saw a lot of comments about, well, maybe, we could do so many other cool things with this space. Maybe we don't look at a median. Maybe it's bike lanes. That's like a whole project and a whole process. Okay. So we would look for council to prioritize that if we wanted to go any further than the phase 1. I mean, this was really, as Mr. Fuentes said, leveraging the opportunity where we were repaving almost this entire street. And hey, let's fix something now and address something that we've heard throughout the hillside, which is speeding on this unusually wide street. And we can do it kind of for very little cost, just right as part of the paving. That was what we were trying to do. The things that we've been hearing from the community now are it's more like a big project. And so we'd need some direction from you and some resources to take the next step.
Okay, thank you. And I'm still open to the idea, Mr. Berkman, of a roundabout somewhere there. I know it's maybe a little bit of a dream, but that would slow people down. All right, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilor Anthony.
Just a quick follow-up. Why is it so wide? Is this a leftover from the red car or something? Like, why is Olive so above Glen Oaks? It doesn't make any sense.
I'm glad you asked that. So there we have historical records and there's photos, and I have one in my computer of there was a horse-drawn streetcar going up the hill.
What?
In like 18 something. So my theory is it was built for a grand boulevard up the hill.
To be able to turn around an entire...
Yes, and it lasted a very short time, but the curbs were set, and here we are.
Wow.
Careful, I almost got a motion in a second over here to bring it back.
Okay.
That would make the question.
Yes, it would.
Clearly, it's getting late. I just got a recommendation of having a horse parade and other such things. So, any other questions or comments for staff on this?
I want to thank Councilmember Mullins for pulling it. It was Mullins who pulled it, right? Yeah.
It was my pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for staying. And we'll find out when you make the changes, how many emails we'll get, either saying, thank you, great job, or we're not happy. Or they love it. I don't know. So I think we'll find out.
Also, we'll have the opportunity again. A part of this segment is on the Safer Streets plan that you kind of approved as part of the next step of Safer Streets Burbank. We are coming back for Safer Streets Burbank to the council in the spring. We're preparing our potential list of recommendations. We're having a big community meeting to hear feedback generally about where people are seeing safety problems, which it was delayed because of the fires. We're going to be rescheduling that very soon. So I don't mean to just say we're going to put it in and be done. This can be part of a larger plan where we talk about how do we manage speed, how do we manage conflicts. So you'll be hearing and having opportunity to weigh in on it, and so will the public early in this part of the coming year.
Thank you. So we're planning on starting in March, given that the weather would allow us.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. The only thing I will add to the conversation is, I'm sure we've discussed them in piecemeal, but we all got the emails from residents asking us to prioritize reducing car speeds, which is something that we've been, as a council, doing for quite some time. Prioritizing the quick build of, yes, roundabouts, physical infrastructure, all of that piece. And I know it's something we're looking at, but we're not quite there yet to, like you all mentioned, that would be a council directive for phase 2. Designing a separated bike path in the median lane. But again, to your point, I'm looking forward to those meetings where we can hear from residents and hear of perhaps any change in priorities, any other thoughts from folks, given the fire situations, and of course, which we addressed very heavily tonight, adjusting the parking lane width to make it feel safe to exit the parked vehicle. So I hope that's sufficient for folks who are emailing us. I know this was a topic also that we all received a lot of input from, and I would just like to invite the folks who sent those emails to also come to share input on our Complete Streets plan. And when is that? We're looking in March?
We're looking at early March for the rescheduled Safer Streets Burbank meeting, and as soon as we have a date finalized, we're going to rebroadcast out to everyone again. So we will advertise that widely.
Great. So to everybody who emailed council with the keeping Olive safe, I believe was the email, or safer Olive, please attend that meeting. Make your voice heard, especially if you live on Olive. We want to hear from you. Thank you so much for the update. Thank you for staying into the late hour. We appreciate you all. And we hope you make it home safely. All right. That is just an update, so we don't need a motion or anything.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if they have any horse-drawn carriages, let us know.
To take, this was part of our consent
Do you need to
calendar,
take-
so we do need to make a
because that's
motion to
right,
approve it.
From consent.
Okay, so.
I'll make a
to approve?
motion to approve, was it item number 14 in the consent calendar, yes.
Second.
All right, so motion by Mullins, second by
Thank
Anthony.
you. Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
You want to do a substitute motion?
We got another couple hours. We can get into it.
Remember when I said we should send these guys up first?
No, I
What time do you have to be
these
back here
guys.
tomorrow? Yeah, okay, see?
Yeah. Yeah. We have a benevolent city manager. All righty. And on that note, we will now hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, and community events. Who would like to start? Councilmember Rosati.
Real quick. So I went to the Burbank Fire Department class of 2024 graduation, and that was a really great event. It's very inspirational to me. I went to the goal-setting meeting where all of us were there, and that was very also inspirational to me. I went to the Burbank Association Realtors Installation and Awards, where Councilmember Mullins received the Citizen of the Year Award. Congratulations. Very nice. I helped organize a lunch for the volunteers at the Equestrian Center, and Ms. Mullins also showed up to that over the weekend. Last week, I met with a member of the community about bringing some school kids who lost their school from Altadena. I believe it's Calvary Bible that is looking to turn their classrooms in to help the kids with the provide schooling for them. I think they're in plan check or something like that, but I think that's a great idea. And then lastly, it was early last week, I received a call from Congressman Schiff's office, and actually received the same call from the LA City Council's office, asking if I could identify rental units that would be available for fire victims to help them get housing. With the help of a few housing providers, I identified 220 vacant units, and I was able to put together a streamlined program so that the victims could get quickly streamlined into that house within 48 hours of an application. I shared that information with both Mr. Schiff's office and the City Council's office, and so far we've had, I think, 12 or 14 people call for those units that are available.
Wonderful, much needed at this time. Vice Mayor Takahashi, I'm sorry, we made eye
I'll go
contact.
next.
Don't make eye
Yeah, I
contact with
know,
me during
right?
this
Don't
time.
look at the mayor. All right. Shh. All right, on the 16th, which was my middle one's 24th birthday, I attended the Valley Economic Alliance Livable and Sustainable Communities meeting, where folks from all over the valley came together to talk about fire fire recovery opportunities. And then, it's particularly for businesses, but in general. And then the 17th, I met with Marissa Garcia regarding potentially putting together a child care task force and what my thoughts were on that, and she received those. And then later in the day, I also had lunch with BWP Director Mandy. So I was kind of going around the city day. And then the 21st, I attended the YMCA Youth and Government Bill hearing night here in the chambers, which is always fun. If you haven't been, community members, it's so fun to see the high schoolers debate bills. And one of them was actually a bill that's in Congress right now. Yeah, so the housing bill. So that was pretty cool. And then the next day, the 22nd, I met with representatives from Burbank Film Fest. And they have some interesting ideas about the entertainment industry. Then the goal-setting meeting on the 23rd. And then later that night, while I was waiting for my plane to fly up to Sacramento for Cal Cities, I attended online the Ralph Waldo Emerson Elementary PTA meeting and rah-rahed all their efforts of all the cool stuff they're doing with the kids. And then lastly, on the 24th, on Friday, I was my position as vice chair of the California League of Cities Community Services Committee, where we had the state librarian, Greg, I can't remember his last name, off the top of my head. He presented about libraries, which was amazing. And then we also had Sacramento counties present about their child care system that they have there going on and providing child care for their communities. So all very good stuff. Now I'm tired just reading that list, and I'm ready to go to bed.
Greg Lucas.
Yes, Greg Lucas.
Well, thank you, Vice Mayor Takahashi. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Mullins.
I'll volunteer.
He's looking at you.
He's looking at me.
He's like looking
so
away.
I'm like, I'll take it. I'll take it. All good stuff. So I did go to the Equestrian Center where I had a really nice tour, just seeing there were 365 animals, horses, donkeys, pigs, you name it. They were rescued. Met a lady where she actually rescued 30 horses. She had a barn. She lost everything. So a lot of sad stories, but also beautiful stories because there were so many volunteers there that were willing to help. And we're actually just stepped in and doing whatever they can do to make the horses feel home and comfortable at the Equestrian Center. I want to give shout out to Kevin from Paquito Mas and Armando from Barragans. They mentioned to me, Liz had mentioned that they needed warm food for the volunteers, made the calls, and they were both immediately said when and where, and they did deliver the food on 2 different dates, so they fed about 60 volunteers there. That in addition to the Burbank Realtors, what you guys have done on Saturday. So it's been really overwhelming from the community responding and trying to help the volunteers and help. Yes, World Empanadas were also part of that group. I met with an individual here in the city. Her name is Lisa, who talked to me about rent issues and her own situation. We had a really good discussion. I think the mayor asked her to meet with me, so we had a good dialogue. The same night, I attended the police commission meeting, and just to bring it quickly to council's attention, they were really trying to identify what their mission, their purpose, are they doing what they're supposed to be doing? They actually invited me to speak at the podium there and help them out. And so just bottom line, and if you have time to watch the meeting, what we focus really is their mission and purpose is already in the BMC code and it's identifiable there. So we need to focus on what we already developed in the code. And then just for them to work together as a team because they're doing a lot of great things and they're out in the community. So it was a good, interesting dialogue that we had. I attended the fire department, class of 2024, 12 graduates. Congratulations again, that was beautiful. And then I attended the Transportation Commission meeting. A lot of the stuff that we heard today, and usually it's discussed at the meeting, so similar things that we talked about at the Transportation Commission meeting. We had the goal setting, all of us together. And then I attended the Burbank Association of Realtor installation event. Then Saturday went again to the Equestrian Center. On Sunday, we were invited to Conundrum Theater, where they had a production of Newsies. That was very fun. I actually enjoyed it. It was nice. It was in North Hollywood. Great play. I had fun watching it. And then yesterday we had, was it yesterday? No, Monday. The audit committee. It is. It was yesterday.
It was
I guess
yesterday.
we're Wednesday right now.
Technically 2 days ago.
Yeah. So we had the audit committee meeting with the mayor, and that was it. Busy.
Thank you, Councilor Mullins. Councilor Anthony.
Last couple of weeks I was still wearing my boots, so I didn't do much. But I did make it to the MLK breakfast. That was fun. I did make it to city council goal setting. And then my podiatrist said I could take the boot off this weekend. So I'm here without a boot. And actually this morning, I sat with a local resident at the plan check desk and walked through a bunch of her plans and helped her figure out what was happening and why. And it was very fun because I have not personally done any plan check with the city. I've only ever looked at other people's documents, and I got to go through all of her, it was like 34 documents that we all went through with a very helpful plan check attendant, and it was both a learning experience for me and I think very helpful to the resident. So
Thank you, Councilor. A learning experience indeed. Alrighty, so on Thursday, January 16th, I attended the city selection committee meeting for the county. We voted on a representative for the La Casa board countywide. On the same day, I attended the chamber monthly board meeting. It was great. It was my first update to the chamber board. I hope for many more successful updates, but no more updates that involve emergency disaster information. On Friday, January 17th, I also attended the Burbank Fire Department's Class of 2024 graduation ceremony. You are needed now more than ever, so thank you for joining our ranks. On the same day, I attended a tour of EcoSet. If you have not heard of EcoSet, they are a phenomenal organization that will take movie set parts. They have anything you could think of, from plasterboards in the back all the way to paint, all the way to knickknacks that you may want to put on your set. And it is a trade system. So it's very much environmentally friendly. That is the point. But it's also helpful for folks who might be struggling, like independent films, or folks who might need that help. And so I'm looking forward to continuing to work with them to ensure that folks in our film industry have access to the resources they need. And I invite you all to take a tour. It's really interesting. On Monday, January 20th, I attended the Burbank Human Relations Council annual Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day I Have a Dream breakfast, along with Councilmembers Anthony and Rosati. I was able to present that lovely proclamation to them and hear from some really inspiring young people. On Tuesday, January 21st, I know we recently talked about this actually, I had a meeting with the Ferandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians. We got to talk about some of the priorities for our city and their tribe, and I look forward to talking further about some of them with our city staff and with all of you. Same day, Youth and Government Bill hearing night with the Burbank Community YMCA, and yeah, some of those students, oh my gosh, they're phenomenal. And they really, really held their own. A good practice for them is they only get about a minute or so to speak about the topics they're going on about. And it was actually a state housing bill. Yeah, that young member was proposing, and no disrespect to the assembly member that proposed it, but the student had a much more creative approach and a really good way of putting it, where I actually think it would have passed, which the member's bill did not pass. Don't hate me, you know who you are. Okay, On Wednesday, January 22nd, I met with California United, which is a group of industry folks here from the city of Burbank who are working in diverse film and TV backgrounds, and their interest was really looking at the film tax credit. So I hope to continue meeting with them to see their thoughts. Again, when I say diverse, I mean from different production areas, writing, directing, acting, et cetera, et cetera. And so it was great to meet with them because they have lists of priorities for localities and what they would like to see for the film tax credit. And I look forward to continuing that dialogue and supporting that however we can. On the 23rd, goal setting meeting with all of you. It was great. It was inspiring, as Councilman Rosati said. And then on Monday, the 27th, which, yes, was 2 days ago, if you can believe it, I attended the audit committee with Councilor Mullins. Things are looking good. Kudos to our award-winning finance department. All right. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have anything to introduce? Councilor Rosati.
I don't know if it's an agenda item, but, and I'm not trying to be funny, but during our goal setting, I forgot to add one item to the bucket list. And that was to streamline our meetings so they didn't go so long. So I don't know if we can add that, if we can discuss that, as we move forward with our goal setting, but I did forget.
Mr. City Manager.
Sure, that would be a great goal. Especially
As
right
we
now.
approach 12:30.
Yeah. We'll as we develop the actionable items, it's a little late for me right now, but we'll try to figure out what to bring back.
An aspirational goal indeed.
So in responses to public comment, Councilmember Rosati asked about an update on price gouging. My preference would be to provide that under the city manager's weekly report. I have a write-up on some of the efforts that staff has been engaged in, including up to today. So if that's acceptable.
Okay. Great. All right. Any other additional agenda items? Councilmember Mullins, I see you reaching.
2 items. Could be a memo. So wondering if you can send us an update about our parking permits. We continue receiving emails from residents who continue to complain about the process or lack of, that they call it. So can we
Yeah, I think we had that in the hopper. I'm not sure. I think somebody else asked about that, but I think we were intending to come back soon with that. So I'm not sure if it was in the form of a memo or presentation, but we'll circle back.
Because it hasn't gone away, so there's definitely a concern. The other item is talking about traffic enforcement, perhaps around our schools during drop-off and pickup. I know we got a memo before what the police department's practice, but again, this continues to be an issue. It was talked about at the police commission meeting where somebody came and actually voiced their concerns about what's going on. So we kind of need to put something in place to figure out what can we do. I'm not giving you directions. I'm just what I'm looking for. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Yes. I'd like to write a letter of encouragement to the airport authority to adopt their own airport policy around the same issues we talked about tonight about the immigration and issues. So I brought it up earlier during the item, but I thought I'd bring it up again as an additional agenda item.
Would you feel comfortable waiting until we have a second step before? Just so we have something to give?
Okay, so yeah. Put it in the hopper, please.
Yeah,
and then
we'd much rather have you
time it then.
We're hoping to bring back the policy that you requested. Hopefully in 2 weeks. We're shooting for the 11th. We would much rather have you decide on that and then give direction accordingly to the airport.
Got it. Okay, sounds good.
Great. Okay. My only ask is I believe You're right, Mr. City Manager. Somebody requested, I can't remember who it was at this hour, but somebody requested having a report back to council on the parking situation. I would like to request an update memo in addition to that, so we can be kept up to speed.
Just to be clear, so a memo and then ultimately a
Yeah.
report to council.
Yeah, because I know the report's in the hopper, but we
Okay.
want some information sooner than later.
Just want to be clear, so we do,
Yeah.
we meet your guys' expectations.
Thank you. Anything else? All righty. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, February 4th, 2025, for a regular meeting in the council chamber, 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. Thank you and good morning, Burbank.